Volume 3, Chapter 129, Omen, Part 5. In a corner of the library, two women sat huddled together. With a candid heart, Erin recounted to Luna everything that had transpired between her and Cyan during her diplomatic visit with the Emperor 3 years ago. I had expected Cyan's engagement, to be honest. He probably thought the same. After all, His Majesty noticeably favored Cyan, Erin disclosed. Cyan's assignment to the royal court, despite not being of noble blood, was emblematic of this favoritism. But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I thought it wouldn't happen while I was still attending the academy. Maybe I was too complacent. Despite her youth, she understood the significance of engagements between non-royalty and nobility. Love between two young individuals who had just shed their innocence was no longer important. This engagement, with no background whatsoever, revealed the Emperor's intention to establish support for the Duke of Vert, despite him being an outsider to the fifth princess. His Majesty probably wants me to live comfortably without any interest in the Empire, but I don't want that. Cyan's words, urging me to become the Emperor back then, were more than just advice to me. To Erin, Cyan was akin to a guide who showed her a vision when she was feeling hopeless. I know, for someone like me to become the Emperor is almost impossible. It's not a problem that can be solved simply by maturing. The walls of the world I will actually face are too formidable, Erin lamented, realizing her position once again. Feeling increasingly perplexed, Luna finally spoke up. Do you dislike being engaged to Cyan, Senior? And no, I don't dislike it. To be honest, I'm happy. Anyway, by being engaged, I can get closer to Cyan. Erin's voice dwindled to almost a whisper. But Cyan will probably dislike it. He might even resent it. To me, Cyan is someone who will be a great help, but to him, I'm just a foolish princess causing trouble. Erin's voice trailed off as she became more and more overwhelmed. Luna, witnessing Erin's growing confusion, recalled a memory from the past. It was when Boris Ruchelheim, a new instructor, first appeared before them. She remembered the moment when Cyan held Erin's hand to stop her from handing over the mana orb to Boris. The anger, the hatred, the desperation in Cyan's eyes. It seemed like he would kill anyone who even touched a single strand of Erin's hair. It was as if he was desperately trying to prevent Erin from being taken away by someone else. Although Luna found Erin's unusual behavior intriguing, she thought to herself, Erin Sr. must be precious to him. How could someone who seemed to only think of himself become so angry for others? Seeing Erin struggling, Luna sighed softly and said, I'm envious. Huh, Erin blinked, thinking she misheard. After all, engagements are just formalities, right? Just because you're engaged doesn't mean you have to get married right away, Luna reassured. All right, Erin replied, though there was a possibility it could end in the middle. Then we still have plenty of time. Within that time, you just need to make Senior Cyan so desperate for you that he can't live without you. I think you need to be more assertive. But what if Cyan? If you keep hesitating like this, Cyan Sr. will dislike you even more. Luna asserted further, her solemn eyes showing unwavering conviction. Whether it helps or not, does it matter? Just pursue what makes you happy. Like me? Luna thought again. Once, Cyan had thrown himself to protect her from danger at the Imperial Palace while hugging her. It was an unforgettable memory that stirred her emotions. In Erin's eyes, filled with questions, Luna saw her own unwavering determination. Let's work together, Senior, Luna said, smiling brightly at Erin. After parting ways with Erin at the library, Luna returned to her dormitory. Some men loitering near the main gate spotted her and immediately flocked around her, but Luna calmly ignored them and headed silently to her room. Upon entering her room, she was greeted by Laimla, her personal guard, who wore a displeased expression. Where have you been? The library. Luna replied nonchalantly, her response quicker than Laimla's question. Don't you always do this to us? It's fine if you go out, but at least say something to us. I always inform you. There won't be a repeat of what happened before, so don't worry, Luna said, her attitude unwavering despite Laimla's plea. Laimla turned her head, seeming to drop the matter. Laimla, yes. Could you bring me the research data on the tome from the recent meetings of the Society? Laimla doubted her ears. You mean research data on the tome? Yes. Even if it's trivial, please bring all the data if possible. Oh, understood. Despite being momentarily taken aback by the unexpected request, Lamela soon fetched all the research data from the Society's meetings stored in the data box for her. It amounted to about 10 volumes of textbooks. With the preparations complete, Luna sat down and began to read through the stack of data. She immersed herself in the analysis for about 3 hours. After finishing her analysis, Luna turned to Lamela once again and asked, "Is this all?" "For now, yes. This is all the data we currently possess. If you need more detailed data, you'll have to request it from the Society. Then I have a favor to ask. Please request all the data on the scriptures of the gods that have been discussed recently." Luna's tone was firm. May I ask why you're asking for that?" "Just because I want to explore it personally." "Understood." Lamela did not inquire further and turned to leave. "Remiharam," Lamela's body turned back at Luna's murmured words. "Please be discreet. Luna, mentioning the tome's name is also prohibited within the Society, isn't it?" "Are you sure?" "Yes. It means that our Society is the only one who knows Tome's name." "Of course. Even you should know that there are very few people in the Society who know about it, right?" In fact, among the data Luna had analyzed so far, there was no direct mention of the tome's name. Only a handful of members within the Society knew about it, and there had been no disclosure to outsiders. But how did Cyan Sr., who is not a member of the Society, know about it? It couldn't have been something he heard by chance. If someone from the Society didn't tell him, there was no way he could have known. Luna's curiosity about Cyan grew deeper. On a warm weekend morning, I spent my time with books, presenting a highly commendable image of a student. Despite claiming to have researched about the tome and delving into the materials Luna had selected for me, I ultimately found no practical help. It would be quicker to find a needle in a haystack. Trying so hard. What's the point of searching through these useless piles of paper? You never know when you might get caught. Better have insurance ready in advance. Despite her frustrated outburst, I deftly avoided the punch aimed at me. I admit to myself that I didn't really see the necessity. If that snobbish god hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have been searching so passionately if not for that. Keep going on about it, as if the tome will suddenly reveal its location. Even if I kept at it for 100 years, it wouldn't come out. It was an utterly hopeless situation, but what could I do? Even breaking into the Imperial Magic Society to gather information was out of the question. I sighed helplessly, my lips producing nothing but sighs. "Why, young master, your tea?" Amidst this, Emily brought tea. "Reading on a leisurely weekend morning. It's truly delightful to see you cultivating yourself," Emily said, seemingly off her usual self. I think our maid must have eaten something wrong in the morning. Otherwise, there would be no way to give such an extremely normal compliment. Glancing up at her face, I sensed she had something she wanted to say, and it seemed to be the same with Brian beside her. "Young master, what is it? Are you getting engaged, young master, with Princess Erin?" "It seems so." She must have seen the official announcement. Since there was nothing to hide, I didn't particularly care. "Is Papa getting married?" Even our little tyke came running over, asking. "Seems like it," I replied nonchalantly. There were many things I wanted to say, but I couldn't be bothered. Emily's face, as she struggled to hold back what she wanted to say, was quite a sight. "I can guess what you all want to say, but I don't have the luxury to care about that right now. By now, I'm starting to suspect if this damn snobbish god is trying to mess with me." Bang, 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 the tranquility of the weekend morning shattered by rough knocking. Anyone hearing it would think it was being hammered on. Who could it be at this hour? Never mind, I'll go check. I stood up, leaving Brian, who was trying to see who it was, and went out. Just by hearing the sound, you'd roughly know who it was. With a sigh mixed with annoyance, I opened the door. "Oh, so you really are here, Cyan Vert. Welcome back to school." I barely managed to hold back from closing the door. Not the sand fool, but the sand prince Set Shaharkin. Every time I saw him, it felt like he was getting bigger, personally quite an intimidating fellow. "You seem quite leisurely. How about a spar if you've got nothing else to do?" "I'm busy." As I tried to close the door, he quickly intervened. "What's keeping you so busy? Your face looks free, all carefree and stuck up. Aren't you just here at this boring academy for nothing? We should spar together, or else my boredom will." Even as we wrestled for control of the door, his gaze shifted to my other hand. "Oh, I see you're actually reading an interesting book." My gaze also naturally went to the book. Are you interested in the geography of our kingdom? That book has been out for a while now, so it might not be entirely accurate. Our Spania kingdom is a country that evolves every day. He proudly boasted, perhaps because he was a prince of that kingdom. Of course, I wasn't reading this book to study geography. What I was reading was about the village of Nodli in the southeast of the Spania kingdom. There wasn't much to it, just a legend about a mysterious altar in the village corner where a demon summoned through magic during the Holy War was sealed. It wasn't particularly useful information, so I was about to toss it aside. If you're curious about our Spania kingdom, feel free to ask. I'll personally answer any questions. Well, I wasn't particularly curious, but there was no harm in asking. Do you know about Nodli? Oh, of course. It's a small village in the southeast of the kingdom. It's quiet and peaceful and not too hot, so it's often used as a personal training ground. It seemed he had been there before. I heard there's an altar there. An altar? Rather, there's a relic. It's an ancient relic, so I'm not sure what it was made for, but it could be quite interesting to see. There's even a demon living inside it. I couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Did he think a demon was just like a common neighborhood dog? Do you doubt it? It's true. I bravely went in to catch that thing, but ended up running away with my tail between my legs. Ha ha ha, he boasted as if it was a commendable feat. It was my first escape in my life. I felt like I would die if I didn't run away. Even the residents warned me not to go in. That demon even had a name. A name. If it had a personal name, it must have been a colossal demon, on par with a dragon at least. What was its name? Oh, what was it? Remy? Something like that? Wait a minute. No, couldn't be. With a strong sense of anxiety rushing through my mind, I threw out a guess. Could it be Remiharam? Chapter 130, Omen, Part 6. What are you talking about, student Set? Surprised by the unexpected visit, Instructor Silica, unable to comprehend what she had just heard, immediately asked. I'm telling you the truth, teacher. I want to go on an experiential learning trip with Cyan here. The application form he presented, claiming to be prepared for the trip, was nothing short of absurd. Overwhelmed by a sudden headache, she held her head and said, Student Set, experiential learning is literally about learning through hands-on experiences in external environments. What can you possibly learn in this experiential learning trip that Student Set hopes for? Exploring something completely unknown. That's the true meaning of learning, isn't it? Exploring these mysterious relics from ancient times, where we might encounter a demon, is the perfect experiential learning to understand the true meaning of learning. He told me to trust him and leave it to him, so I let him go. But I was at a loss for words because his sophistry was even more ridiculous than I expected. It's uncertain if such a thing could be approved, but one thing was certain. I'm going to be in big trouble soon. Well, I'll accept the application for now. But you know, whether it gets approved or not is uncertain. Just because one person approved it doesn't mean it's finalized. Since Chancellor Kundal, who had to give the final approval, was absent, approval had to be obtained from substitute approval from other instructors, including Instructor Silica. I'll be waiting for good news, teacher. Why yes, it might be better not to expect too much though. Set, feeling as if he had completed his mission, stood up with a cheerful face. Feeling like I also needed to get out of there quickly, as soon as I got up from my seat. Student Cyan? The leader stopped me with a voice that sounded like it could crack teeth. Student Cyan, could you have a word with me for a moment? The sharp gaze in her eyes clearly conveyed the thought, where do you think you're going? After sending Set away first, I sat back down. Explain. The leader demanded an explanation from me with a short and firm tone. As expected, I explained everything to her without hesitation. So, there's a relic in the village of Nodli in the southeast of the kingdom, and according to Set, the name of the creature living there might be Remiharam. And that's the same name as the demon from the Holy War, and you're going there to check it out under the pretext of an experiential learning trip. I nodded with an expressionless face. How did you seduce Set? I said he would be my sparring partner if he accompanied me, so he agreed right away. In response, the leader asked with a look on her face that seemed like she was barely holding back from swearing. Let me ask you one thing. Where did you hear the name of the demon? Karam told me. She sighed deeply. From the look on your face, it seems like you didn't know, but unlike the Hishkriya, the names of the tome is not known. What's this all about? I can assure you that there are very few humans on this continent who know the names of the demons. Even I just now heard from you for the first time that the tome's name was Remiharam. Oh, you didn't hear it from Eru? The Remiharam was created by Eru, but not by the demons. It was born from the power of other unknown gods, so there was no reason for Eru to mention us. Never reveal what you want to do to any being other than the gods. According to the rules of the gods that Eru mentioned, it was natural not to mention it. Wait a minute, then wasn't it forbidden to reveal this? Come to think of it, how did Luna know about it? I'll follow Eru's words, but do you know how dangerous it is for you right now, Cyan? I responded with silence. Princess Erin's engagement proposal has arrived. This means there will be many more eyes watching you from now on. Not only from the royal family, but also from other noble families in the empire. Can you handle all of that? If I have to, then I will, won't I? Honestly, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to handle it all. There's no need to say more. I don't want to send you to uncertain places where something might happen. Even if it's Eru's words, it doesn't matter. I know I keep saying it, but I can't bear to see you in danger. She was truly resolute. I could feel in my bones that her concern was genuine, not just empty words. But even as she spoke, I couldn't bring myself to care about the danger. The ultimate reason for seeking the tome was ultimately for the sake of those who would be in danger because of me. I understood the leader's wishes, but for now, I couldn't follow them. So, does that mean I have to stay at the academy for the time being? Yes, preferably without doing anything at all. Her decision was firm to the end. Then I'll think of a way to complement that. So, you're not giving up until the end. As if expecting it, she sighed again and shook her head. If you utter the word give up in front of me, I'll kill you. It's something my former leader said to me in a past life. I left her room with a smile on my face, leaving behind her rare expression of confusion. Set seemed absolutely certain that there would be no problem. Well, he's a fool, so I didn't pay much attention from the start, but the real problem is likely on my end. The leader's opposition was much stronger than expected. The situation is clear to me. Leaving when surveillance is increasing is suspicious in itself. If I truly desired, I should aim for the vacation period, but I don't have time to wait until then. Boris might go berserk again, and just sitting idly by is unreasonable. If there's anything I can do, I must do it. That's what I said, but honestly, I don't know what to do. Ultimately, the key is to leave something behind at the academy to represent me. Using illusion magic is only viable for a day or two at most. And since it doesn't have a physical form like a summon, if left unattended for a long time, it's highly likely to be discovered. This situation requires finding a substitute for me, someone who looks just like me. Young master, how long have you been here? Emily, coming out of the kitchen, asked as she looked at me sitting on the couch. I've been here since just now. What? That's impossible. You were eating in the kitchen until a moment ago. Could that be true? No matter how hungry I am, there's no way I'd go to her food first. It's not an exaggeration to say that I'm the only one in this world who can enjoy Emily's cooking. With a puzzled expression, Emily quickly ran back to the kitchen. Eek! I heard a strange noise like someone choking. Curious, I hurriedly went to the kitchen to see what was going on. For a moment, I blinked about 5 times in disbelief. There was a black-haired boy sitting at the table, eating the food Emily had prepared. That was definitely me. No, there are 2 young masters. No, although he looked exactly like me to the point where he could be mistaken for my doppelganger, that wasn't me. Judging by the familiar magical aura emanating from the unfamiliar boy, that little guy was undoubtedly. Haha, did I surprise you? With a popping sound and a puff of smoke, the unfamiliar boy revealed his true form. Papa and Emily were totally surprised. I was the only one in the world who could enjoy Emily's food. What? What is this? Unlike Emily's bewildered expression, I immediately understood the situation. Polymorph. A humanoid transformation spell unique to dragons. It's known as a high-level spell that only fully grown dragons can cast, but this kid, who's not even a full-fledged dragon, can use it. It was an unbelievable sight to behold. How did you do this, Nana? I don't know. I was sleeping and having a dream, and suddenly when I woke up, he was transformed into Papa. Not just Papa. I can transform into other people too. With another popping sound, this time, Nana transformed into Brian. Look at this. Isn't it exactly the same? Not only the appearance, but even the voice was exactly the same. For a moment, I stared blankly at her transformed appearance with my mouth agape. Why? Why aren't you saying anything, young master? Why am I not saying anything? Because right now, I'm contemplating a very insane idea and wondering if it's right. Two conflicting thoughts, knowing it's wrong, but also realizing there's no other way, clashed fiercely in my mind. Prince Fabian's room on the central fourth floor of the great chamber in the palace. Seated in a chair, Fabian had his chin resting on his hand, while his younger brother, Nerobian, stood with his arms crossed, gazing at him. Isn't His Majesty admirable? Even while having seizures, he still tries to greet the guests, Nerobian remarked. Fabian remained silent. It's been a good 10 years since their last visit, right? What do you think grandfather is here for after such a long time? To have a chat with the Prime Minister and start establishing his position more seriously, taking advantage of His Majesty's illness, Nerobian continued. Be quiet, Nero. Aren't you aware I'm thinking right now? Fabian snapped, despite his brother's persistence. What's there to think about, brother? The Chancellor, who was only interested in the academy, suddenly visiting the palace, Aaron being engaged to Duke Vert's youngest son, and us feeling like we're being left out? Nerobian pressed on. Fabian didn't have a particular rebuttal to Nerobian's points. Snap out of it, brother. We'll be left behind at this rate. While others are expanding their influence, we're just maintaining our status quo, Nero urged. So what do you suggest we do? Fabian asked, raising his eyebrows as if to prompt Nerobian to continue. What do? We need to shape up ourselves, Nerobian said with a sneaky grin. Are you suggesting we meddle with the Quasal family? You're still thinking about that? Fabian's expression darkened. Who said that? Meddle with the Quasals. For a moment, Fabian hesitated, then furrowed his brows. To this, Nerobian leaned in close to his ear and whispered softly, That Vert's youngest son? Let's kill him. Fabian recoiled in shock. Are you out of your mind, Nerobian? Why? After all, he's also the bastard son of a concubine with no roots, right? No one would care if he died. Nero's sincerity was evident. Remember the plan that was made before? About getting the mist assassins involved with Princess Aaron? Now's the perfect time to execute it, Nerobian continued, excitement evident in his voice. Fabian's pupils began to tremble. I already have mercenaries lined up for it. Let's make it look like the mist assassinated that guy Cyan. Then we'll entangle the Quasal family in it. It's easy. Even if it fails, I've already prepared a perfect escape plan, Nerobian explained eagerly. With detailed plans already in place, all that remained was Fabian's decision. Becoming emperor isn't the issue here, brother. This is our struggle for survival. If we keep idling like this, everything will be taken away from us. Our throne, our country, and even our lives. Fabian struggled to control his trembling pupils as he forced himself to keep his eyes shut. He tried to convince himself that what Nerobian said was just the natural struggle for survival for humans. Tell me more details, Nero, Fabian finally said, his voice determined. Nerobian whispered the whole plan to Fabian with a smiling face. Chapter 131, Omen, Part 7. After nearly half a month, the Emperor's office was finally lit up. Despite the steadfast gaze that still exuded the solemnity and nobility of an emperor, his face couldn't hide the signs of exhaustion compared to before. Facing him, Kundal felt a pang of sympathy, but didn't show it outwardly. As an emperor, I feel ashamed that I am now finally able to receive a distinguished guest of the empire who has visited for the first time in decades under the pretext of health. As his former father-in-law, and now as the chancellor nurturing the future talents of the continent, the emperor always treated Kundal with the utmost respect and dignity. Please spare the formalities, your majesty. It's far more than enough that you've personally attended to this old man. Kundal sincerely responded, bowing his head. 10 years ago, when you resigned from the position of duke, you told me that you would return if you saw turmoil returning to the peaceful empire. That's correct. Kundal didn't deny it. Then it seems that the time you were worried about has arrived, Chancellor. However, I believe it's a bit premature. Just because I've been unwell for a few days doesn't mean I'll be retiring tomorrow, does it? Even with the Emperor's casual smile, Kundal's expression remained unchanged. How long does this old man have left to live? At least until the day I close my eyes in this world, I don't think there will be a day when the continent's blood will be spilled. Of course, under the assumption that he would die before the emperor. Your Majesty, you are the most kingly of all rulers who have governed this empire. This sentiment will remain unchanged until the day I close my eyes. It was a statement that stemmed not from being the emperor's former father-in-law, but from genuine sincerity. However, it said that as the brilliance of a gem increases, so does the desire of those who seek it. As your Majesty's reputation rises, so will the value and honor of the seat you occupy. Naturally, the number of those who desire that seat will also increase. Are you one of those who desire this seat, Chancellor? I desire the person your Majesty desires to occupy that seat. Even to a somewhat sensitive question, the Chancellor responded without a moment's hesitation. And surely, the resistance of those who wish to keep that seat will also intensify. Kundal quietly placed a letter on the Emperor's desk. Without asking what it was, the Emperor looked at the letter laid before him. Before confirming what this is, I'd like to express my sincere admiration for the Chancellor. Even while focusing on the Academy, you have shown great concern in various aspects, which is truly commendable. I won't make excuses, but please consider this old man's change of heart as a mere concern for your Majesty and the Empire. The letter contained shocking facts about Prince Louisnal, including the embezzlement and corruption he had been engaged in for years, as well as the establishment of a personal army not affiliated with the imperial family. The Emperor's gaze fluctuated subtly as he read the letter, but he didn't become overly agitated. Some parts seemed somewhat familiar to him. In response, the Emperor sighed and manifested mana in one hand. Zizing, a mana sphere of appropriate size, was created above his hand. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but it contained mana of an 8th grade, a high-grade magic. As the Emperor held the sphere, there was a slight trembling in his hand. Since the first mana appeared in my body, I've created hundreds, thousands of these spheres, but I've never felt as unstable as I do now. Am I truly becoming weak, or is my body warning me of some impending danger? Either way, it was not good for the Emperor or the Empire. It said that there's no finger that doesn't hurt when you bite all 10. I am just a father who wishes for his children to live well before being an emperor. It may seem foolish for an emperor, but I wish for my children and everything under my rule to live without any disputes. It was a wish that not only the emperor but all parents harbored. However, the emperor was well aware that it would be even more difficult because they were his own children. As long as I have my eyes wide open, there will be no disturbance to the current peace. Just as it is a parent's duty to correct their children if they make mistakes, whether it's Louisnal, Violet, Fabian, Nerobian, or Aaron. I do not wish for this seat I occupy to become soaked in my children's blood, even after I depart from this world. Even after the Emperor's departure from the world. I dare say, Chancellor, that the day of turmoil you worry about will not come. Just as a parent must correct their children if they err, so must I if through this series of processes my children can grow, then that is enough for me. Despite seeming somewhat harmful, the sentiment was far from that. Kundal keenly felt the imminent fierce winds of change across the empire, including the royal family. The more painful the process, the more valuable the growth it brings. If your Majesty thinks so, then I have nothing more to say. Kundal showed his intention to respect the Emperor's thoughts. Growth. At the mention of growth, the Emperor burst into laughter. Perhaps you've heard during your stay here. Is it about Princess Erin's engagement? While it was a fact he coincidentally heard during his stay at the palace, Kundal wasn't particularly surprised. He had already anticipated it for quite some time. The Emperor continued speaking. 2 years ago, that child came to me before leaving the academy and said she wanted to be an emperor. For a moment, Kundal's eyes flickered subtly. I said whether it was possible or not was irrelevant. However, she spoke of constantly growing and developing while keeping the grand goal of becoming an emperor in sight. She wanted her existence to be beneficial to this empire. At that time, she seemed remarkably mature for an 11-year-old girl. It seems that 3 years ago, the youngest son of Duke Vert, whom we met on the front lines, had a significant influence on Princess Erin. Since then, I've noticed a remarkable maturity in her. To Kundal, Princess Erin was exceptionally exemplary and outstanding, surpassing even Alice. While Cyan was someone whose actions were unpredictable and who might be doing something behind the scenes, Erin was on a completely different level, unwaveringly outstanding. However, thinking that she had changed so much because of someone else, Kundal felt a strange emotion welling up inside. Truly an incomprehensible brat. He had to suppress the urge to laugh bitterly. Unlike her other siblings, there is no one beside Aaron. Therefore, I believe it is the duty of a father to create means of protection for her. It was a perfectly natural statement. What do you think, Chancellor? Do you believe that Cyan can protect Princess Aaron? At the moment, Cyan was just a student under the supervision of the Academy, like Aaron. While it might have been a somewhat formal question about how such students would appear in the eyes of the Chancellor, Kundal couldn't answer immediately. Even the Emperor seemed slightly taken aback by this uncommon response. At least, after a considerable amount of contemplation, Kundal finally spoke. If that boy simply regards Princess Aaron as his own, I believe there will be no one in this world who can touch her. There was no need to explain the reason. Being a boy whom Kundal, who had seen countless people during his time at the Academy, couldn't easily assess. If Aaron could enter the fence that boy had set up, Kundal dared to be certain that there would be no fortress safer than that. Bam! A loud noise reverberated through the room as screams spread out. Ah! Louisnell smashed everything in sight, trying to vent his boiling rage, but it wouldn't subside. The attendants waiting outside trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Why does everything keep going wrong? With Violet miraculously back alive, Kundal appearing in the palace after 10 years, and Ashel not showing up for days, everything happening at the moment was unsettling. Where are you, Ashel? What on earth are you doing that you're not showing up? Hurry up and appear in front of me and solve this damn situation. At the end of his desperate and disgraceful plea, a servant who had been waiting outside opened the door and entered. Prince Louisnell? What? The thing is, Princess Violet is here to see you. Violet? Louisnell's face contorted even further. Despite not having been granted permission yet, Violet entered the room. Brother, what's wrong with the room? His face twisted even more. Violet? Excuse me, but I think you need to calm down. Could you step aside for a moment? I have something to discuss with brother. Yes, understood. The attendant, sensing the situation, quickly bowed and left. Get out, Violet. I didn't authorize your entry. Is it because I've always seen brother's confident appearance? This wrecked appearance is quite new to me. Despite Louisnell's anger, she paid him no mind. Instead, she approached him casually, then looked at him with a pitiful expression. You don't need to be afraid, brother. I have no desire to shed blood within the family, unlike you. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know? I've always admired you since I was a child. But now that I know the truth, you seem quite pathetic. Have you gone completely mad? Are you really challenging me? I've always wanted to live in this palace with you and my dear siblings for a long, long time. Even if you don't want it, it doesn't matter. Because it's what I want. A strange smile, utterly inhuman, formed on her pure white face. Facing this, Louisnell felt momentarily speechless, as if his bones were freezing and his nerves were numbing. Just relax, brother. If you let go of the torment that's harming you, you'll surely be happier than you are now. If you can't do it alone... Violet leaned in close to Louisnell's ear and whispered softly. I'll help you. So you can lay everything down and rest peacefully. Louisnell froze in place. Was the person before him truly the sister he knew? While everything seemed doubtful to him, Violet smiled brightly and said, Take care, brother. With that, she left the room. Chapter 132, Nameless Ruins, Part 1. Step by step, all eyes converged on him as he moved forward. The murmurs and whispers were just an added nuisance. Naturally, there were no pleasant stories being exchanged. So, that rascal and Princess Aaron are engaged? What a waste on Princess Aaron. I'm telling you, even if he's from the Vert Duchy, I'd rather live single than live with such a man who finds this world bothersome. That gloomy look in his eyes. It makes me sick every time I see him. Unless one leaned in close, these words would go unheard. Yet, strangely enough, the boy heard every word. However, he didn't show any reaction and simply continued on his way silently. Meanwhile, as Aaron ascended the stairs, she came face to face with the boy and couldn't help but startle. Oh, hi, Cyan. She tried to greet him as naturally as possible, but her face betrayed her embarrassment. Instead of a response, the boy just nodded and casually passed by her. What's this? Now he won't even greet us. Feeling ignored, Erin puffed up her cheeks and formed a sullen expression. Whether to say something or not, the boy simply walked past everyone and soon arrived at his room. Creak as he opened the door as if nothing had happened. Good job. Cyan, who had been waiting, greeted him. With a faint smile, the boy replied, boom. With a strange sound, his true form was revealed. Wasn't it difficult? Yeah, it was so much fun transforming into Papa and walking around. The boy's true identity was Nana, who had been transforming into Cyan. Though it was a brief journey, it seemed to have been incredibly enjoyable as her face was filled with a happy grin. In a gesture of gratitude, Cyan affectionately ruffled Nana's hair. Watching this, Karam couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. You must be crazy, huh? I'm not denying it, because if I wasn't a little crazy, I wouldn't be doing this. So you're leaving that unpredictable kid in charge, not knowing when she'll go on a rampage. You seem to enjoy this kind of thing, don't you? Honestly, tell me, does it not matter if you get caught? I wish I could say it didn't. I'm doing this to avoid getting caught, after all. I understand Karam's feelings, but what can I do? If there's even a slight loophole I can exploit to slip away, I should take full advantage of it. I'm back, Master. Following Nana, Brian returned. Good job, how was it? There didn't seem to be any particular problems. Nana imitated you so well that even I was a bit confused. All I told her was to keep her mouth shut and look clueless, but she managed to follow quite closely. Is this why they say children are a reflection of their parents? Perhaps there's some truth to those old sayings after all. Master, are you really okay? Even if it's just the students, can you deceive not only them, but also those close to you like Instructor Silica? Of course, I'm not okay. Won't the leader figure it out right away? Then what should I do? Just say I ordered it. With a mischievous grin, Brian scratched his head. Then will it be okay? Won't Instructor Silica be upset? Not upset, but angry? Still, if you say I did it, she won't kill you. Brian's face turned pale at once. It's not a lie. Depending on how she feels that day, there's about a 60% chance I can survive. That's more than half, so it's fine. I'm well aware of the risks. Since I've lived without attending classes anyway, I don't plan to send her away, but rather keep Brian with her periodically to keep an eye on her. With the headmaster out of his seat and Princess Erin likely to avoid me for a while, theoretically, there shouldn't be any major issues for now. I'll just feel more comfortable if I finish my work quickly and return. I'll think about the aftermath later. Karam was looking at me with a thoughtful gaze. Do you have something to say? Do you really need to find that tome? I've been feeling this way for a while now, and by now, it's almost certain. She doesn't seem to want me to find the parchment. Instead of just expressing your dislike outright, why don't you tell me the reason? Is there a reason why I shouldn't find the parchment? Karam savored the somewhat direct question. After briefly contemplating whether to say something or not, she finally turned her head away. Fine. What's the point of saying it? Do whatever you want, master, huh? She really is an unpredictable woman. On the morning of the dawn, with a blue veil spread over the black sky, the figure in the distance waved at me. Hurry up, Cyan Vert, are you ready? I'd rather have that than the sound of the morning roosters. It's so noisy it would make sneaking out pointless. But upon closer inspection, the kid had no luggage. Where's your stuff? What do I need to bring? My body is enough to go to New Delhi. It wasn't particularly surprising, so I just nodded. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you? After this field trip, you're going to spar with me. That's why I'm personally guiding you. If I may add, the field trip application submitted by Set was immediately rejected at the head's end. In other words, this isn't a field trip. It's an outright unauthorized outing. I came up with my own excuse, but he just believed he was granted permission for a field trip. Since he's more interested in sparring with me than attending classes, I don't think it will matter even later. It's exactly 10 minutes before the morning shift change of the guards. Taking advantage of this brief moment of handover, I'll swiftly leave the city. Spania. This is a place I haven't set foot in since the War of Unification of the continent, so has it been almost 20 years since I visited. A desert parched all year round. As someone who dislikes heat more than cold, it's a place I can't bear. Where are you guys off to? Both Set and I froze simultaneously. Unlike the guy who hastily turned his head, I couldn't turn my neck at all. I already know who it is just by hearing the voice. I turned around with a small sigh and a bug-bitten expression. You guys are so diligent. She is stroking her lips with one hand and smiling eerily at me. It is Luna. Without hesitation, I grabbed her hand and pulled her into a corner. Thunk! I swiftly slammed her hand against the wall. You're too forward. There's no point in useless words. There's no hesitation about ignoring those kinds of words. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Isn't that my question to ask? What are two men doing together so early in the morning? We're just here to exercise. If you're going to make excuses, at least make them believable. I can't help but laugh at how ridiculous it is. Her gloomy eyes stared at me as if I were pathetic. I heard that senior applied for experiential learning, but it was rejected, right? That's why you're going out secretly with Prince Set, and you're going to an unnamed ruin located in Spania Nideli. I asked back with a face that controlled my emotions as much as possible. You read too many books, huh? Or is writing novels your hobby? No need to be sarcastic, since I already know why Senior is going there. She pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to me. What's this? Check it out. On one side of the paper was the emblem of the Garam Magic Society. With a bewildered heart, I checked the contents. I froze on the spot. This is recent data our society discovered. During the past Holy War, a demon summoned through the power of the tome lived in that ruin. The locals call it Remiharam, the same name as the demon. Emotions swirled within me, and a cold sweat dripped down my back. You knew that the name of the demon is Remiharam, right? It's quite fascinating. It's supposed to be a highly confidential matter known only to a handful of members in our society. So how did you, who has no connection to the society, know about it? It's not something anyone can just tell you. A mediocre excuse would only dig my own grave. All I can do is remain silent, which is meaningless. She continued without pause. To be honest, I wasn't sure. Just because you knew the name of the demon didn't guarantee that you would go to that ruin. But recently, I noticed you hanging out with Prince Set often, so I started to suspect something. And when I heard about the field trip, I became convinced. I thought you would go to that ruin. I was speechless. Wait, did I apply for the field trip? Shouldn't it have been rejected at the head's end, so it wouldn't even have reached the ears of other instructors? Could it be, oh, by the way, I heard about your field trip from that guy. Her delicate finger pointed at Set. I saw him wandering alone in the park on the weekend, looking pathetic, so I asked him out of curiosity. And he told me everything, saying to keep it a secret, that you and him will go on a field trip soon. In a moment of anger, my fists clenched involuntarily. Well, who else can I blame? It's my fault for trying to work with that idiot. When I glared at him with angry eyes, he just scratched his head and chuckled. What do you want? Eventually, in the current situation, I had no choice but to say what she wanted to hear. Luna pointedly smiled with satisfaction before answering. It's simple. Take me to that ruin too. I won't ask how you found out about it or why you're looking for the tome. I just want to accompany you as someone who also wants to verify the truth of the tome. Besides the information she provided earlier, she pulled out more data from her pocket. These are other materials related to the demon from our society. They're precious items that can't be found anywhere else, so they'll definitely be helpful to you. Just by skimming through them, I could tell they were highly confidential materials from the society. By now, it was beyond doubt and into suspicion. This is clearly an obsession that goes beyond the scope of assistance. Although I may have extended her lifespan, without notifying her of my actions, why is she fixated on me for some reason? Why? There must be a reason. Why are you fixated on me to this extent? Unexpectedly, she chuckled, her head tilted. A reason for fixating on you? Well, is there even a reason? What? I'm just fixating on you because I like you. Her unusually innocent smile left me speechless once again. I've always believed that there's no such thing as a free lunch, but at this moment, my decades-long belief wavered. Chapter 133, Nameless Ruins, Part 2. The Academy's location in Lewin, bordering the Three Kingdoms, means that stepping outside the city leads directly across the border, placing me at the very edge of the Spania Kingdom. Perhaps it's just my imagination, but there's a sense that the sun has become hotter already. Why do I feel like this? It's not exhaustion, just a growing irritation. That's exactly how I feel right now. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll cross this barren land barefoot. Prince Set brought along Spania Kingdom's unique artifact and means of transportation, the magic carpet. With this, we can easily reach Nideli. Swoosh! A fierce gust of wind brushed against my skin under the scorching sun. Instinctively, I raised the scarf draped around my neck. Ha! The air of the homeland always feels refreshing, doesn't it? Meanwhile, that foolish prince, with all his holes wide open, was sitting there accepting every speck of dust. No wonder he can't live up to his name and is prone to catching colds. The already heated atmosphere feels even more stifling thanks to that idiot. "Are you feeling hot, senior?" Luna, who had been watching, asked. I'm fine." "What are you doing?" I tried to act nonchalant, but when I looked at her face, I couldn't help but chuckle. In this blistering heat, which was almost turning reddish, something like blue droplets surrounded her face, which didn't suit her at all. It was as if rain only fell around her. It's a magic spell called Cooling Magic, which combines wind and water elements. It creates a whirlwind around me and then generates water molecules to create a cooling effect. In my 2 lifetimes, I've never heard of such magic. Is this also a spell made by your society? Of course not. If I submitted such a trivial spell, my grandfather would be furious. I just made it on the spot. So she's tinkering with magic like it's her toy. I couldn't help but admire her each time I saw her. But wait, now that I think about it, how did you get past the society members who were monitoring you? Don't worry. I made a special artifact for such days. A special artifact? She took out a small doll from her pocket, resembling herself. It's similar to a marionette. I infused the doll with magic and my mana to give it a form, then reconstructed it for summoning and operation. So right now, there's a puppet that looks like me representing me in the academy. My society members won't even notice I'm gone. There were so many things I wanted to say, but the feeling suddenly disappeared. It's a truly perfect response, only possible because it's her. If the face is hideous and the body gigantic, then it's a monster. If there's such an overwhelming sense of alienation that you can't even think of them as human, then that's a monster too. In fact, I've been called a monster by many over the years. Suddenly, I wondered what would have happened if this genius girl had stayed in the Garam kingdom in her past life without dying. "Senior, should I also do it for you?" "I'm fine. I can still endure it. Don't say you don't want it," she replied curtly, seeming a bit annoyed. "Is your body okay?" You're not in a normal state, so is it okay for you to use mana like that?" Removing the heart curve might have caused some unexpected side effects. Just because the thing that was eating away at my body is gone doesn't mean my body instantly recovered. "Are you worried about me? I'll be in trouble if you suddenly die out of nowhere." Unexpectedly, laughter burst out of her mouth, which had been straight-faced until then. "Don't worry, nothing that concerns you will happen. Please, just do as I say." It was a sincere request without any pretense. Flying smoothly on the carpet without any obstacles, her penetrating gaze that wouldn't leave the back of my head was quite burdensome. After flying for a whole day on the carpet, we finally arrived at our destination, Nideli. I'm not sure if it's because Set guided us well, but we managed to arrive safely without any major issues. As we stepped onto the rough, sandy ground, a cool breeze brushed against our skin, providing relief from the heat. It was definitely cooler here than the places we had passed through earlier. The ruins are located just beyond the outskirts of the village. I'm not sure if the village chief will allow us entry, but if not, we'll just sneak in. Set, seemingly excited for the reunion with Demon, continued into the village with a constant grin. Although I've heard that it's a quiet village, there was an eerie atmosphere beyond mere silence. There were only 3 visible houses, but there was no sense of activity inside. "It seems quieter than usual here. Is this normal for this place?" "No, even though it's a quiet place, people should still be around. Did everyone go somewhere together?" Feeling something was amiss, both of us continued to scan the surroundings, but not a single person, not even an ant, could be seen. "Hey, is nobody here? I've come after a long time, at least someone should say hello." "Hurry, hide." Luna, who had been quietly sitting, suddenly grabbed Set's sleeve and shouted. I quickly hid my body at the unfamiliar presence I felt ahead. "Why? What's going on?" After hastily covering his surprised mouth, I cautiously peeked out. 2 unfamiliar men were coming around the corner. They were obviously not villagers, wearing familiar blue magic robes. If there were people on this continent who would wear those robes, they're members of the Garam Magic Society. Luna whispered in a panicked voice. After the two appeared, 3 more members of the society showed up. They seemed to be looking for something, scanning their surroundings. It seems like Grandpa made a decision faster than expected. She muttered with a bitten lip, showing her discomfort. What do you mean? I told you. Our society also knows about the information regarding Demon and the ruins. They've come to properly confirm the truth behind that information. This feels like it's taking a turn for the worse. It wouldn't be good if it's just Set, but for both me and Luna to be caught by them. For now, it's best to observe the situation slowly. Swoosh, something heavy rushed past me quickly. A moment later, with a loud thud, one person was sent flying into the air. It doesn't seem like it'll be a peaceful field trip. The perplexed Luna and I faced the Sand Prince, who was emitting mana with rage engulfing his entire body. His eyes were filled with intense hostility. They say one of the things you should never see in life is the anger of a fool. Once they're angry, they become incapable of reasoning, making it unpredictable what they might do. And that fool of a prince was in exactly that state right now. I, Prince Set Shaharkin of Spania, order you. I'll give you 3 seconds. Explain who you are, why you're here, and what happened to the villagers. Caught off guard by the unexpected situation, the members of the society couldn't even react. 3, whether they respond or not, Set started counting. 2, the mouths of the society members still remained shut. 1, just as Set was about to explode and punch them again. Thunk. A sudden transparent barrier appeared, blocking Set's fist. Seemingly coming back to his senses a bit, he withdrew his fist and stepped back. Soon, the members who had rushed over after hearing the commotion surrounded him. Observing the situation closely from behind, Luna furrowed her brows and said, "This is awkward. I never thought he would show up." Among the members wearing the same robes, one man stood out. A middle-aged man with white hair and faint wrinkles around his mouth, emitting a particularly strong aura from his robust physique. Who is he? He's the person I hate the most. What? Just kidding. He's Karun Rains, one of the most influential figures in the Garam Magic Society after my grandfather. He seems to be the head of this investigation. As soon as I heard his name, I remembered. In my past life, he was an 8th grade mage who betrayed the Garam Magic Society and defected to the Empire. Some even called him the mastermind behind the downfall of the Garam Kingdom. Although I have no direct connection, I don't particularly like him. After all, he's the one who committed the act of betrayal, which I despise the most. Since the situation might only escalate if we just watch, I'll take care of it. Senior, please stay still. What did you say? Hey, wait. Before I could stop her, she dashed straight towards where the crowd had gathered. The intense mana and vigor emanating from his imposing figure made it clear that he was no ordinary person. In the midst of the tense standoff, a woman's voice echoed. "Stop right there." The mouths of the Garam Magic Society members slowly began to open as they spotted Luna. Karun also couldn't hide his surprise after seeing her. Luna, Set 2, looked surprised, his eyes wide open. "Why is Luna here?" "I came out with Prince Set for a field trip. We're here to explore the unnamed ruins in this village." Exploring ruins. That's ridiculous. Isn't it similar to why Karun came? With just that one remark, Karun was left speechless. Taking control of the conversation, Luna continued with her questions. First of all, Prince Set is most curious about this. Where are the villagers? After a moment of hesitation, Karun replied in a restrained voice. The residents of Nideli are currently gathered at the chief's house. We were gathering information temporarily to ensure a stable exploration of the ruins. I assure you that the Garam Magic Society has not engaged in any misconduct under our name. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Luna turned to Set and he asked, "Do you know these people? They're members of the Magic Society I belong to. It seems like they've come to explore the ruins just like us." Even under Set's suspicious gaze, Luna remained nonchalant. "I'll make the judgment after seeing for myself." Eventually, showing his intention to decide after personally witnessing the situation, he nodded his head. "Please guide us to where the people are. Prince Set wants to see for himself before making a judgment." Karun also asked with a skeptical look, "Is this man named Set your companion?" "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, Luna replied. "Then who is the person behind you?" Startled by the sudden presence, Luna turned around. "I am also a companion." Senior Cyan? Cyan, who was asked to hide, suddenly appeared behind her. Are you Cyan Vert? Among the high-ranking members of the Garam Magic Society, his name was well known. Despite the negative glances coming from all directions, Cyan stood calmly with his arms crossed. I'll guide you to where the residents are. Let's go. Although Karan seemed to have more questions, he decided not to ask them for now and immediately began to lead the way. Set, who had been waiting, stepped forward. It seemed like he was willing to let go of the current situation for the time being. What are you thinking, senior? Why? We're not supposed to get caught here, right? Aren't you in the same situation? Well, yes, but... Cyan nonchalantly remarked. Once Set intervened, things were bound to go awry anyway. It's better for us to stick together. Do you think so? Although she didn't say it aloud, Luna was internally nervous. Seeing her like this, Cyan comforted her as if it were nothing, and another faint smile appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, Karan observed their interaction from not too far away, and Cyan seemed to be aware of his gaze. Chapter 134, Nameless Ruins, Part 3. In the shadowy darkness, a little away from where the residents were gathered, Karan quickly erected a soundproof barrier, ensuring no one could eavesdrop. Luna observed his actions with an indifferent gaze. Do the society members know that you're here? If they did, I wouldn't be here, she replied, her tone implying, why ask if you already know? Karan's discomfort grew, and he raised his voice. Do you still not realize how much of an impact your solo actions have on the society? Haven't you suffered enough unpleasant incidents before? Well, I'm still alive and kicking, aren't I? Her attitude remained unwavering. Let me assure you, besides the instructors at the academy, there's no one more reliable than those men. I've brought along the strongest guardian knights who can protect me. Karan stared at her with distrust, but Luna met his gaze without flinching. Are you here to confirm the truth about Tome? The name of the creature living in this nameless ruin matches that of Tome, right? As a member of a society that pursues the advancement of magic, I simply wanted to confirm that. I requested companionship, and my companions are only interested in the creatures living there, not in Tome. There was no hint of hesitation in Luna's words. Karan spoke firmly. I'll hold off reporting to the society for now, but don't think I'll hide the fact that you're here. Once this is over, I'll report everything to the head of the society, from start to finish. Suit yourself, she replied nonchalantly and walked out of the barrier. Do you think that man, Cyan, also doesn't know about Tome? If he did, he wouldn't have come along. She replied casually, not even bothering to give him a glance. With that indifferent response, Luna continued walking towards where Cyan was. Honestly, I was expecting more of a respectful gathering of information rather than an intrusive interrogation. It makes me wonder if I've been living too impurely all this time. Look at those faces, filled with excitement and curiosity. A sight that would truly embarrass anyone who rushed in with impatience. Watching this scene, Set couldn't help but burst into a bewildered laughter. See, Set, Your Highness? Some of the residents who spotted him couldn't hide their shock. It's as if they're seeing a troublemaker who caused a commotion in the village and got chased out again. Finally, Set, unable to contain himself anymore, shouted at them. Have you all seen ghosts or something? Why are you looking at people's faces like that? An elderly man with a puzzled expression on his slightly wrinkled face asked. What did you come here to break this time, Prince Set? What do you mean, break? Do I look like some kind of troublemaker to you? The reactions of the nodding residents explained everything. This guy, I expected it, but he seems to be quite the habitual troublemaker. Geez, instead of welcoming someone who's returned to their hometown after a long time, you're saying nasty things. What a shameless town. Hometown? Oh, I didn't explain it to you. I spent my childhood here, so I know almost all the faces of the residents around here. That old man over there is the village chief. Why leave it intact then? Oh, well, you see, it's personal reasons. Seeing him cut the conversation short so abruptly, it seemed like there was something he couldn't talk about. So, maybe a while ago, rather than just as a prince, he was angry for the sake of the residents as someone who lived in this village. I'm not mocking him. I think it's a perfectly natural reaction as a royal. In such a situation, not just the foolish prince, but also a certain princess from the academy would have dashed out as well. But aside from that, what's all this about, grandfather? It seems they're from some society in the Garam kingdom, and they suddenly gave us a gift, saying they have some questions about our village. In a remote village, uncommon ingredients, clothing, household items, and other specialties from the Garam kingdom were divided into several packages. But is it wise to just accept things from strangers? These people seem like they could cause big trouble, really. Honestly, I find the idea of an intrusive situation quite odd. To the members of the Garam Society, this place is clearly a village in another country. They should adjust the residents' responses to their liking through appropriate persuasion and compensation. Otherwise, conducting an intrusive investigation is no different from openly declaring war on the Spania kingdom. Wow, so I came running here expecting some kind of trouble, but instead, they're having a grand old time. Set muttered his complaints and flopped down on the ground. Although he spoke like that, his face seemed relieved inwardly. So, why are you here, Prince Set? Shouldn't you be at the academy or something? I came to have another round with that monster living in the ruins. This time, I brought some comrades to fight alongside me. Why do you keep bothering someone who's perfectly fine? Anyway, it seems like you came here for the same purpose as that Karan fellow. He also wanted to ask about the monster living in the ruins. At that moment, Luna, who had finished talking with Karan, came towards us. She whispered in my ear as soon as she arrived. The conversation ended well. It seemed like she was trying to reassure me. Did you really handle it well? At least there won't be any harm to the seniors. That might not have been a good outcome from your perspective, though. Well, from the brief conversation they had gone to have, I had already anticipated how she would justify it. I didn't know how the conclusion of this unexpected encounter would unfold, but my body was already warning me that it wouldn't end peacefully. It's quite a surprise. Who would have thought that such a neglected ruin would attract so much attention? Come this way. Since you're here, let me tell you about my ruin. The village chief led us, along with some members of the society, to his house. From your side, you're quite lucky. It was quite a dilemma for me as well. What do you mean? The ruins aren't open to just anyone. You need permission from the ruins to enter. Permission. Was there such a thing? Set asked with a bewildered expression, as if hearing this for the first time. You might already know, but the ruins are from the ancient times before the Holy War. We, who live in the present, have no way of knowing the purpose they were built for. However, according to the stories passed down through generations, to enter the ruins, you need the permission of the gods, and currently, only the Shaharkin tribe, who worship the sand god Sabulum, are known to fulfill these conditions. Hey, grandfather, you never told me about that. Frankly, you never asked. Prince Set, you just barged in without hearing my explanation. Oh, right, when you think about it. I sympathized with the sigh the village chief let out. In summary, to enter the ruins, you need the help of the Shaharkin tribe. For those who came with Prince Set, there shouldn't be any problems, but for those who have no connection. It was a story that meant entry into the ruins could only be granted with Set's permission. Karan's eyes subtly changed as he realized this. Hey, are you guys interested in entering the ruins too? To my surprise, Set asked his question first. Yes, as scholars studying magic, we simply want to explore the magical power emanating from the ruins. I assure you, we have no impure intentions. I knew, as did Luna, that his words were lies. However, since we couldn't refute them, we decided to remain silent for now. All right, but I have one condition. Please go ahead. You won't disclose the fact that we were here to anyone, including your society. Just promise me that, and I'll gladly let you accompany us to the ruins. This unexpected decision from Set left everyone astonished, including the members of the society, the village chief, and Luna. Karan couldn't bring himself to respond immediately. You can't. If you can't, then just pack up and leave. It doesn't matter to me. Why are you making such a demand? He wanted to hear the reason, at least. It's nothing special. Cyan and I came here as part of an educational experience, but that friend didn't. It wouldn't be good if word got out to others while she sneaked in, right? I barely managed to suppress a laugh internally. This idiot still thinks it's an approved educational trip, but strictly speaking, the three of us came here secretly. Amidst this, offering such conditions to accommodate her, although it seemed cool, made me feel sorry for some reason. Understood. On behalf of the esteemed Garam Kingdom Magic Society, we promise not to disclose your presence here to anyone, including our society. After some hesitation, Karan accepted the conditions. In this unbelievable situation, Luna cautiously glanced at Set. Grin as he responded with a smile that held a mysterious meaning. Her expression froze for a moment. It seemed like she pitied his unfathomable foolishness rather than feeling grateful. Seems like the conversation went well. Now, let me give you one last warning about the ruins. The village chief, who had been silent until then, spoke up again. The demon living inside is quite gentle. It will only drive you away if you don't cross a certain line, but it won't chase or harm you. However, if you try to cross that line, I can't guarantee what will happen. With a cloudy tone, the village chief warned us not to cross the line with the creature. I briefly glanced at Karan, who was diagonally across from me. In his determined gaze, there was a strong will to cross that line, no matter what. With an agreement from Prince Set and a warning from the village chief, the only thing left now was to enter the ruins. Karan, the head of the society, returned to camp to prepare the necessary items for the exploration. While doing so, a member of the society entered the camp. Karan? What is it? Are you really okay not reporting to the society? He was another person who had overheard Karan's conversation with the village chief earlier. Didn't we agree with Prince Set? We'll just follow through with that. But either way, it's a good thing for us. We've been given the key to unlock the sealed doors of the ruins. Moreover, another unexpected opportunity has come our way. What? The confused society member's eyes widened. Come closer. As he approached, Karan immediately erected a privacy barrier. In any case, our options here are limited. Even if we can gather information about the artifact itself won't be in these ruins. This was a fact not only anticipated by Karan, but also by most of the participants in the investigation. Send a messenger to the society immediately. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Karan's usually expressionless face. Tell them that we'll kidnap once again Region's granddaughter, Luna Rainriver. Chapter 135. Nameless Ruins, Part 4. After a brief preparation, we finally arrived at the unnamed ruins behind the village. At first glance, it was quite fascinating. The structure, built with square pyramid-shaped stones that steepened as it ascended, gave off a somewhat different, austere yet majestic vibe compared to the ruins we had seen before. However, the exterior itself wasn't particularly massive. Based on intuition, I felt there must be a passage leading underground once the door was opened. The exploration team consisted of myself, Set, Luna, Karan, and 5 other mages from the Garam Magic Society. As we approached the door with slightly nervous hearts, our gaze naturally fell upon the characters carved into the wall. Even a 3-year-old could draw better than this. The characters seemed more like scribbles than actual writing. Despite wondering if there was any significance to them, the members of the society scrutinized the characters intensely, but they all furrowed their brows in confusion. So, this is what the grandfather was talking about? Set broke the silence. Do you recognize these characters? Of course. It's a kind of ancient language that only our Shaharkin tribe can read. Roughly speaking, it's asking you to chant a spell if you want to enter casually. What spell is that? We have a kind of prayer that's passed down only among our tribe. When I first came here, I thought it wasn't that important and just chanted it casually, but now I can't do that. Step back for a moment. It won't take long. Following his instructions, I stepped back about 10 paces. After a while, the sandstorm began swirling around him as if a ritual were commencing. Kugagagung shortly after, accompanied by a vibration, an earthquake occurred around the ruins. When the vibration ceased, the stone door blocking Set's path swung open. Hey, you mages over there. Before I go in, let me ask you one thing. What exactly do you want to do in this ruin? Set, who had blocked the entrance, asked Karan. We don't know anything about this ruin, so we just want to follow you without causing any trouble. Is that okay? I don't mind, but don't touch that demon the chief mentioned. It's the prey that Cyan and I have been hunting from the beginning. I'll keep that in mind. Karan smiled, expressing his agreement. And that goes for you, Junior. Even if we're in mortal danger, you must not intervene, understand? I'll do as you say, Set, Senior. There seemed to be something suspicious about the latter part of his sentence, but I decided to ignore it. And so, the exploration of the unnamed ruins, presumably guarded by a demon, began. Light of guidance. As one of the society members cast a lighting spell, the interior of the darkened ruins was revealed. The passage is wider than I expected. Contrary to my expectations of a cramped underground maze, the interior was surprisingly spacious. It was wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side comfortably and about twice the height of Set. It was a stark contrast to the temples of light and darkness where the holy and demonic swords lay dormant. This place even evoked a slight sense of reluctance. Despite being located underground in the middle of a desert, there was an eerie chill in the air. However, there was no sense of any living demons, mana, or even vitality. I wonder what purpose these ruins were built for. Luna, who was exploring the ruins, asked with curious eyes. According to what's been passed down, it was used as a king's tomb in ancient times, and there are similar ruins scattered throughout the Spania kingdom. Are there demons like the one here in those ruins too? No, most of them are empty, without even a single insect. So this ruin can be considered more special because it has a living demon unlike the others. Well, theoretically, it's more accurate to consider them as guardians summoned by magic. However, depending on the reason they were summoned to guard something, their significance could vary. If it's just some insignificant trinket, then the guardian wouldn't be anything special, but if it's a unique artifact buried here, then naturally, a guardian worthy of that level would be guarding it. Could you tell me why the demon's name is Remihiram? Karan, who had been silently following, asked Set. At his question, Luna's brow furrowed slightly, conscious of his purpose. I don't know the exact reason. It's just been called that by the village for generations. It's not like it has any special meaning. Well, perhaps everyone here except for you knows. There might be a significant meaning behind the name of the mysterious demon that we're all unaware of. As we continued forward without much difficulty, suddenly a fork in the path appeared, dividing the way into left, right, and straight. There wasn't anything like this when I came here before. Set, who was leading the way, scratched his head in confusion. Since entering the ruins, we had been walking on a straightforward path, so we wouldn't have taken a wrong turn. Which way should we go? When in doubt, go straight. Let's go forward for now. After briefly marking the path with chalk, Set pointed to the path ahead. As we stepped forward as he indicated, thud, with a loud noise, a strong life force was felt from the front. Thud, thud, thud. While the sound of footsteps grew closer, our feet seemed to freeze in place as if petrified. The weight was so heavy that the walls and floor were trembling. It definitely wasn't the sound of an ordinary person walking. Shortly after, everyone's pupils, except for Set's, widened. Encountering a demon from another realm for the first time, a feeling of unfamiliarity and reluctance naturally arose. However, my feelings were somewhat different. Why is that guy here? With its fiery red skin resembling engulfed flames, 2 horns protruding from either side of its head, and even wings behind, though somewhat atrophied from disuse, there was only one demon I had ever seen that looked similar to the one before us, the infamous Barlog. Residing in a much deeper region than the Valley of the Abyss in the demon realm of Lemia, it was a colossal demon that, when purely relying on strength, rivaled even dragons. Though smaller in size and with considerably fewer tusks than the real Barlogs I had encountered, its appearance unmistakably resembled that of a Barlog. I never imagined there would be a real demon here. Could there really be something significant in these ruins? At last, you've shown yourself. You've been waiting for my return, haven't you? Set, on the other hand, began to loosen up with a joyful smile. Despite his somewhat challenging behavior, the Barlog showed no reaction, merely observing us from a moderate distance. That demon seems to be keeping its distance for now. Observing its behavior, Luna remarked with apparent interest. As long as we didn't cross the line, as mentioned by the village chief, there seemed to be no intention to intervene. But eventually, unless there were other demons in these ruins, wasn't the name of this demon Remihiram? Whoever summoned it didn't do it just for fun, so there must be a reason. To unravel this mystery, it seemed we had no choice but to bypass the Barlog and venture deeper into the ruins. All right then, I'll take the lead. With his preparations complete, Set dashed forward without hesitation. Golden aura radiated from his mana-infused fist, showing his determination to take on whatever lay ahead. In response, the Barlog also swung its fist. Thud! With a tremendous crash, a powerful shockwave spread through the surroundings. Of course, punching a demon instead of using a sword or magic was far more reckless than trying to crack a nut with a boulder. While it might be a move that others wouldn't even consider, it strangely suited that foolish prince. After a brief exchange of blows, Set stepped back, brushing off his fist. "Ho, you feel tougher than before. Have you been training?" Although he joked, there was no one to answer. Instead, a familiar red light began to flicker from the Barlog's hand. Mana, an action that any decent mage would recognize. It was the manifestation of mana to cast a low-level fire attribute spell. Whoosh! Eventually, a fireball the size of a human head flew towards us from the Barlog's hand. Reacting swiftly, Karan, who had been waiting behind, stepped forward. Aqua barrier? Simultaneously with the spell, a pillar of water shot up in front of Set. As the fireball collided with the pillar, it turned into smoke and dissipated. "Hey, I told you not to step forward," Set shouted in genuine frustration. "I am sorry, I was worried about all of you. Enough with the nonsense, just stay back and watch the ruins quietly." Kugagung. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed around us, accompanied by tremors. Although I glanced quickly towards where the Barlog stood just in case, it remained still, showing no particular movement. However, it didn't take long to realize that the suspicious movement wasn't in front of us but behind. Realizing this belatedly, I quickly turned around to look back when suddenly, thud, the ceiling above us collapsed abruptly, with rocks tumbling down. "Duck, Luna!" Karan grabbed Luna's arm, pulling her back. "Ah!" I also moved forward to avoid the falling rocks, but as the debris blocked the passage, it split naturally into two directions. "Senior!" Her urgent cry came from beyond the collapsed rocks. Although her voice sounded unharmed, it was not a situation to be smiling about. "Things have gotten messy again. What in the world is going on?" The foolish prince who remained by my side shouted in frustration, grabbing his head. But his outcry was short-lived. He quickly regained his composure and spoke with determination. "Given the situation, we have no choice but to break through head-on, Cyan. We need to take down that thing and find a way out." With resolve, Set clenched his fist once again. Reluctantly, I had to admit that he was right. The way forward was blocked, but the Barlog's eyes still watched us. To address this situation, we had to defeat that thing and move forward. "Get ready, Cyan. I'll handle it first." Set dashed toward the Barlog once again, acting recklessly. Although that foolish prince may lack intelligence, his abilities are close to genius level. But even so, he couldn't stand up to a demon. Even though I currently possess magic power close to the level of a 6-star mage, it's not enough to even scratch that Barlog. But this situation might be for the best. With fewer eyes watching, it means I have a broader scope of action. I reached into my pouch and retrieved Karam. "What's going on? I just woke up and found myself in this mess." A very interesting situation. With Karam in one hand and mana manifested in the other, I ran forward. Not toward the Barlog, emanating hostility, but toward Set, who seemed to be under its spell. Thud, with a cry of pain, his body slumped down. I caught him before he hit the ground and leaned him against the wall. After confirming he was merely unconscious, I turned my attention back to the Barlog. What's with this toothless demon? Could it be that the name of that Barlog-like demon is Remiharam? Well, for now, let's assume that's the case. I had to confirm if this demon truly lived up to its name, but frankly, I wasn't expecting much. Without further delay, I charged at the Barlog. Swish! There's no need to give it a chance for a half-hearted counterattack. As Karam, infused with mana, made contact with the Barlog's body, its form split into two with a crisp sound. As I landed gracefully, I turned around, only to be met with a threatening gust of wind and the Barlog's massive claw swinging toward me. Chapter 136, Nameless Ruins, Part 5. Senior Cyan. Despite Luna's anxious call, there was no response from beyond the falling rocks. If he's safe, it would be reassuring to at least acknowledge it. Suddenly, Luna rose to her feet and began to manifest mana, stepping back a bit. Woo-woong. Seeing this, Karan quickly grabbed her hand. "Please calm down, Luna. Do you intend to destroy the ruins?" "Let go." It was a short and concise response, but Luna's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. Perplexed, Karan involuntarily released her hand. "Explain yourself. What do you mean? Why did you suddenly destroy the intact ruins?" At her sudden inquiry, Karan furrowed his brow and responded. "Why on earth would you say such a thing?" Luna, without any signs of wavering, quietly spoke while looking at Karan. as is xperrif. At the untimely call, the owner of the name looked puzzled. The 7th grade holder of the Land Attribute Research Department from the western region of the kingdom. It was his identity information recorded in the society. While Karan distracted the crown prince and diverted attention, didn't you cast magic from behind? W, what are you talking about? I was just. Shall I hold you in my arms to confirm whether you used magic or not? All the wizards participating in the expedition were individuals with a certain level of magical grade and had a certain position in the society. In other words, they couldn't help but know about her unique abilities. Azes, who could not bear to nod his head, ended up avoiding her gaze. Meaningless suspicions are inappropriate, Luna. Let's just leave the ruins for now. I will ask the remaining members of the society for help outside. Karan, with his voice subdued, suggested Luna to leave. Help, for you who are indulging in futile attempts to promote magical development. At this, her face suddenly turned cold. Is it a help message for those who are doing nothing but nonsense? The unnecessary concerns? The faces of the other society members, except for Karan, froze momentarily. Meanwhile, Karan, with a calm gaze, looked straight at Luna. A fierce fight between a man and a woman in an unknown space where you never know when or what will happen. In the end, it doesn't change anything, Luna. With raised eyebrows, Karan spoke to her sympathetically. Don't you also know, Luna, what truly benefits the society, the kingdom, and yourself? It's not about paying attention to such unnecessary matters. That's your ignorant opinion. She released the bluish mana she had secretly created as if to show it off. I'm not your puppet. Flash, in an instant, a bright light appeared in the darkness, blinding their eyes. The society members, whose vision was momentarily blocked, turned their eyes in pain. As they quickly regained their senses and turned their gazes back, only dust was swirling where she had been. Luna was fleeing in another direction where the rocks hadn't fallen. Damn it, Karan commanded the society members with a contorted face. 2 of you stay here to monitor the situation, while the rest go after her. If she reappears, make sure to capture her alive by any means necessary. What about those inside? Kill them. It was a succinct answer without a hint of hesitation. There seems to be no chance of escape for them anyway. For them, Cyan and Set's lives were of no concern. It was their duty not to squander the golden opportunity handed to them by fate. As Karan gazed towards the direction Luna fled, he muttered quietly, "Everything is for the advancement of humanity." With this almost like a spell, they proceeded into the depths of the ruins, where their destination was unknown. I thought my body would split in half and fall forward, but I was hit by a completely unexpected blow. Of course, avoiding it wasn't difficult, but as I regained my posture and looked at the creature again, I couldn't help but doubt my eyes. What is that? The severed bodies of the demon didn't fall to the ground, but instead rapidly reattached themselves, slowly regenerating at an accelerated pace. It felt like wading through a swamp or a pile of mud rather than a living creature. The Balrogs I knew didn't possess such exceptional regenerative abilities. This was not an innate ability of the creature, but rather someone summoning it who had cast a regeneration spell on it. What kind of hybrid is this? What kind of idiot created something like this? Perhaps sensing my discomfort, Karam also frowned, expressing displeasure. The Balrog looked at me in confusion, but once again manifested mana from his hands. It wasn't the same attack magic as before. Rather than for the purpose of destruction, a limiting barrier was created to prevent damage that would occur in battle with me. As they are said to have power comparable to that of dragons, Balrogs are also one of the races that can use magic. However, compared to humans or dragons, their intellect was not that outstanding. And as they were a race whose pure instinct for destruction and destruction took precedence over their intellect, they were notorious even in the demon world. The fact that this Balrog had erected a barrier to protect the ruins suggested that whoever summoned it implanted a sense of guardianship in it rather than a destructive nature. However, that doesn't mean reasoning with it would be effective. Regardless of its instincts, the bottom line remained that I had to kill it. First, I backed away for a moment to assess the situation. If this Balrog was indeed the creature known among the locals as Remiharam, then it was likely summoned through the power of the tome. In that case, there would be a core of mana concentrated somewhere in its body. Summoned creatures typically have a core of mana akin to a human heart. Destroying it would lead to the immediate demise of even the most resilient summoned creature. Once I confirmed the path, I immediately manifested the power of the mist. Shadow Fourth style, sensory detection. Infusing mana into the manifested mist, I probed the interior of the Balrog. Streams of mana flowed throughout its body like the veins of a person, converging and accumulating into one main flow, much like rivers converging into a sea. They gathered at the head, precisely at the center of the forehead. That's it. I needed to shatter that condensed core of mana. There was no reason for me to hold back within the confines of the barrier. With the dark mist enveloping Karam's sword tip, as soon as I finished preparing to crush the core, I dashed forward. Sensing the imminent destruction of its core, the Balrog spread its deteriorating wings and unleashed a gust of wind. It was a menacing blade wind that could cause rocks to crumble, but to me, it was merely a breeze. I leaped lightly like a bird in flight. Dance of the sword, steadfast roots. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through the thick skin and connected with the core of mana. As the mist surrounding Karam's sword seeped into the Balrog's body, the creature did not resist or even scream. Finally, its body collapsed forward as its knees buckled. Once the core was destroyed, the same level of regeneration as before wouldn't occur. It seemed like it was dissipating, and smoke began to rise from the Balrog's body. It feels somewhat anticlimactic. Although I had dealt with the situation without major issues, it left me in a somewhat awkward position of not having gained much insight into the relationship between this creature and the time. Since I couldn't interrogate an incapacitated summoned creature, my only option was to kill it. Although I briefly considered searching its body, the summoned creature had already completed its dissipation, leaving behind only dust. Or so I thought, until I noticed something small and dark, about the size of an adult's thumbnail, amidst the swirling dust. It was the only remnant left from the Balrog's body, having survived the complete dissolution of its tissue and fur. I quickly picked up the object as if retrieving a fallen coin. It had a thin, dusty surface that seemed fragile, like it would tear with the slightest force and dissolve into mush if it touched water. Without needing a closer look, I realized it was paper. "Hey, hand that over." Somewhere amidst the solidifying mist, Karam materialized and swiftly snatched the paper from my hand. As she examined it with a puzzled expression, her face contorted noticeably. Why would that idiot drop this? The atmosphere suggested she knew what the paper was all about. When I attempted to ask her about it, she interrupted. "It's what you were looking for, Master." She tossed the paper back to me. "What is this?" "It's a fragment of the tome, of course." Karam responded with a somewhat uncomfortable expression, observing my stunned reaction. "The bastard's right here, right now." Expecting a maze-like structure, Luna found herself on an open path that stretched endlessly ahead. Even for an ancient relic, it seemed too simplistic. She had hoped for at least a fork in the road or some kind of trick to buy her some time, but this grim ruin offered her no assistance. If she continued like this, she would soon be caught by the pursuing members of the association. That would render her journey following Cyan pointless. Gasping for breath as she ran, Luna stumbled and fell, her feet failing to keep up with her haste. As she hastily rose to her feet, she soon confronted something rather unpleasant. Not good. There was no visible way back, only a dead end. Luna's frustration turned into determination. She refused to let herself succumb to despair. Instead, she resolved to break through. If there's no path forward, then I'll make one. Even if it seemed impossible, breaking through was better than sitting down and shedding tears. In the past, she might not have even considered running away. But now, in the dwindling moments of her life, she felt differently. Whether being tossed around by fate or by others, she had always believed her existence to be meaningless. But not anymore. Somewhere amidst the bleak prospects of the future, a small path had appeared. It was a path she could tread upon by her own volition, a path solely meant for her. Though she couldn't see what lay at its end, she knew she had to find out. With that resolve firmly in her hands, she prepared to chant the spell to break through the barrier. But just as she was about to do so, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a strange black orb appeared before her. Luna, taken aback, lowered her hand and met the orb's gaze. To her surprise, the small orb expanded rapidly, enveloping her body and creating a small opening that seemed inviting. Inside the opening, a strange energy flowed, and it emitted a tempting light, as if beckoning her to enter. Luna, almost involuntarily, stepped into the opening. Inside the orb, things weren't much different from before. It resembled the passageways of the ruins Luna had traversed earlier, except for one notable difference. There was someone else there besides her. Sitting in the middle of the passage was a man with jet black hair, partially crouched down, his eyes holding a hint of curiosity as they fixed upon Luna. Chapter 137, Nameless Ruins, Part 6. Humans were said to have senses duller than animals by nature. However, that didn't mean they were completely dense. At the very least, they could discern whether the being in front of them was human or not, given their shared human consciousness. Luna found herself sucked into the mysterious entity of the whole and confronted a strange, unknown presence. Amidst the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, there was one thing she could be sure of. The man she was seeing was not human. He seemed more like a colossal mass of mana transformed into a human form, enjoying his amusement. Why would a being with such an aura reside in these ruins? Luna pondered. She might already know the answer. Fascinating. The man, who had been staring at her intently, chuckled and spoke his first words. Your attributes, perfectly balanced across 5 different elements, without a single deviation. That's rarer than overwhelmingly skewed attributes towards one element. With just a cursory glance, the man accurately assessed Luna's attribute values. Luna, without much ado, cautiously rose to her feet. Did you rescue me? Well, sort of. The man's tone was surprisingly friendly. May I ask why? It's nothing special. Rescuing a woman in danger is something every man, regardless of being human or divine, should naturally do. The man replied nonchalantly. The fact that I saved him was intentional, but the fact that it was you should be considered a coincidence. What do you mean? Somewhat puzzled by his cryptic words, Luna tilted her head. What's your name? Luna Rainriver. Your age? 12. The man momentarily paused. For a human who has lived for barely over a decade, the potential is unbelievable. Even for someone like me, who boasts of having seen many humans. The man seemed impressed by the immense potential Luna possessed. But judging from your current condition, that potential was sealed until just recently, wasn't it? Surprised, Luna asked. What do you mean, could it be the heart curve? Heart curve? Sorry, but I don't know about that. I simply meant the potential hidden within your body, waiting to be awakened. Potential? Yes. Humans are considered the most capable race with the highest potential for development for a reason. If combined with the effort and latent abilities driven by the will to achieve something, the resulting achievement is beyond anyone's prediction. Right now, I can see your will, fervently wishing for something and hoping it will come true. Like someone unexpectedly finding a gem, the man's eyes sparkled. For Luna, it was just bewildering. Moreover, upon closer inspection, there seems to be traces of strange magic that had been suppressing your body. But even that is peculiar. It wouldn't have been easy to remove, yet whoever did it, did so neatly. This was something Luna had read in the research documents of the Garam Magic Society she had seen before. The documents mentioned the Holy Sword and Holy Scripture, the demonic sword and demonic scripture, etc. It said that alongside the souls of gods, there exists what is commonly known as the unbound spirits of gods, which also possess personalities. These personalities can manifest themselves freely as human-like figures and can even engage in conversation with humans. Outwardly, they appear to be perfect human bodies, but emit unfamiliar mana from within. Luna was about 50% sure of the identity of this man. Are you the owner of these ruins? She finally broke the silence after much contemplation. Not really, just crashing here, visiting. Something like that. Then, are you related to the guardian protecting these ruins? That's right. There was a human I used to be with before, who requested a guardian summoning from the owner of these ruins. My friend had such peculiar tastes that he summoned a golem instead of anyone else. With that statement, Luna's confidence in her assumption rose to about 99%. Without further ado, she posed the most direct question to ascertain his identity. Are you the tome named Remihiram? Unlike before, where he answered promptly, this time he remained silent, only giving her a strange smile while tilting his lips to one side. Well, Even if I set aside the name Remiharam, isn't it a bit awkward to say I'm a tome? Isn't it forbidden for humans to even approach tome? Luna couldn't immediately respond. Come to think of it, isn't it strange to ask me if I'm Remiharam? Even if the guardian I summoned is referred to as such among the residents here, it wouldn't be easy to know the tome's name, right? The truth always remains and will eventually be uncovered. As you mentioned earlier, humans can discover anything with determination. The man laughed heartily, seeming satisfied. Ha ha ha, you're much smarter than you look, my dear lady. You're nothing like that filthy, perverted woman. To Luna, the identity of that woman was still uncertain. Oh, this isn't the right time for such talk. So, why did our young lady come to this humble ruin? I came to find someone named Remiharam. At Luna's straightforward response, the man scratched his head. Well, hey there, little missy. As I mentioned before, I never said I'm a tome, did I? Isn't our little missy here looking for Remiharam, not a tome? But you never said you're not a tome either. Before he could hesitate, Luna pressed on with another question to confirm her suspicions. Is Remiharam not a tome? Avoiding eye contact and clearing his throat awkwardly, the man struggled to answer. Well, since you came to find me, let me tell you first, my real body isn't here right now. What do you mean? What you're seeing now, little missy, is just a fragment of me left in these ruins, like a clone. I can only have conversations like this. Then where is the real Remiharam? I can't tell you that. As a divine being myself, I shouldn't go around revealing such things to humans, the man said, waving his hand, indicating he couldn't disclose further. Oh well, if I stay longer, the owner of this place might start lecturing me about messing with causality or something. I better get going. But don't worry, young lady, I just did a simple spatial transition. If you continue like this, those who were chasing you will reappear, he explained. Although Luna had many more questions, she realized now wasn't the time. With the possibility of encountering the society members again, she needed to find Cyan and prepare a plan as soon as possible. I'm not sure why you came looking for me, but if you need me to fulfill a wish you have, try finding where I truly am. Once you find me, I'll gladly help. I quite liked you. With a satisfied smile, the man stood up. Luna had one last question for him. Then, what does Remiharam mean to us? With a twinkling eye, the man replied, another being that can only be possessed by those who realize the truth within the endless darkness. The truth? It's nothing special. If you achieve what you desire and wish for, that's the truth. With that, the man turned around. Gradually, his body became transparent, and before long, he completely disappeared in front of her. Even though it's just a small scrap of paper, I can feel a significant amount of mana emanating from it. Unfortunately, I'm not a wizard, so I can't accurately determine how much mana is contained in this paper or in what form it's stored. It immediately occurred to me that that genius kid might be able to analyze things. So, the main body of the tome is not here, but a detached spirit like this torn piece of paper is somewhere in this place, right? Yes. If you're lucky, you might stumble upon it while wandering around. According to Karam, there should be a spirit separated from the main body of the tome Remiharam somewhere in this ruins, similar to this torn piece of paper. Even if it's a spirit, since its personality is connected to the main body, I shouldn't be disappointed even if it's just a spirit. At least, I should be able to ask where the real one is. Oh, ouch. Suddenly, a groan came from behind me. The guy I knocked out woke up. Was I unconscious? How could he recover from a blow that would knock out an ordinary person for hours in just a few minutes? I was speechless and couldn't believe it. I was definitely looking at that tome guy. Where did he go? Did you take care of him on your own, Cyan? I just turned my gaze away without saying a word. This is really impressive. I couldn't even cause a scratch, but you handled it so easily. You truly are a worthy rival. Does this idiot prince not care about how I handled it? Well, trying to understand him would only give me a headache. At least I felt relieved that only he was left. Oh, by the way, what happened to that prickly junior and the society members? If they're okay, they're probably still over there. I pointed beyond the collapsed rock with an uneasy look. Originally, I planned to use spatial transition to cross together while Set was unconscious, but he woke up before I could do it. So practically, it was a failure. I don't think we can clear one or two and find a way out. We'll have to dig a new one eventually, right? Set pondered, stroking his chin. Then he suddenly placed both hands on the falling rock and concentrated his mind. Kugagung soon, mana with a brownish light began to vibrate around him. Rebuild Isle? As he shouted the spell, some of the piled-up rocks began to turn into dust and crumble, creating enough space for two people to pass comfortably. How about that? This should be enough to pass through, right? What did you do? It's the sand-type magic, Rebuild Isle. It's a magic that opens up blocked points made of stones or dirt with mana to create a new path. It was a very practical magic that didn't suit him at all. I guess people are more than meets the eye, huh? Set entered the path he had made with a smug smile, and I followed him behind the fallen rocks. As soon as I came out of the passage, I met eyes with the society members who had entered the ruins with us earlier. However, only 2 of them were visible. They couldn't hide their bewilderment, as if they had seen something they shouldn't have. Huh, why are there only 2? What about the others? Despite Set's inquiry, they didn't answer. Then, they looked at each other and nodded as if exchanging some kind of signal. The moment I realized the meaning of that signal, I rushed to the nearest one and grabbed his neck. Chapter 138, Truth. Part 1, K. The society member choked, couldn't resist, and collapsed helplessly. He belatedly raised his hand to try casting magic, but I wasn't going to let him. I grabbed his wrist where mana was manifesting and promptly snapped it. Arg! Even if these guys were high-level magicians with 7th grade or higher mana, there was nothing to fear. They were just humans who could be subdued by force, regardless of their magical abilities. Why you, flames of purification? Startled, the remaining society member hurriedly tried to cast a spell, but thwack. With a satisfying sound of impact, he too fell to the ground, rolling several times. I subdued him for now, but what's the deal? Set, the perpetrator of the attack, casually brushed off his hands as he asked. These guys. They're the ones who caused the collapse of the intact ceiling, separating us. It wasn't the crazed attack of Balrog, nor did they trigger any pre-installed traps in the ruins. The collapse happened suddenly without any warning or indication. Do you think it's a natural phenomenon? Absolutely not. While Karan was distracting Set to block Balrog's attack, the others waiting in the wings must have made their move from behind. Then they just left us, who were left alone with Balrog, waiting quietly for our deaths. If we managed to escape, they could just kill us themselves. W, what are you talking about? We were just trying to assess the situation here. Useless excuses wouldn't help fix the situation. Our naive magician still doesn't seem to understand the laws of the world. What can I do? Perhaps if you're holed up in a corner studying trivial things, you might think so. I've never seen an animal as honest as a human in my life. No matter how hard you pretend to be tough, show remorse, or put on a fake front, in the end, everyone becomes the same in the face of suffering. I mercilessly twisted his restrained arm again. Arg! His scream was a testament to his intense pain. There's no need to torture these guys, who are weak like this. I only broke one joint, but he screamed as if he was on the verge of death, pleading for salvation. Stop, please stop, we never wanted any of this from the beginning. He's stating the obvious as if it were some tremendous secret. Their primitive reason for being here was to find clues about the tome. Our encounter was a pure coincidence, not intentional, and they had no interest in anything like the tome. Luna even gave them a warning, so why would they need to act independently and separate us? Surely, there must have been another purpose besides the tome. Our only goal from the start was just Lady Luna. We just wanted to take her and leave. Take her away? Luna, why take her away separately when we'll all leave peacefully together once the job is done? Even if the details are different, didn't we all have the same goal of finding clues about the tome? Why would they do that unless they were planning to kidnap her? Kidnap? In an instant, a thought flashed through my mind, causing my pupils to dilate unknowingly. Once-in-a-century prodigy of the Magic Kingdom, Garam. Like bees to fragrant flowers and thieves to sparkling jewels, villains naturally flock around geniuses with endless potential. Wasn't it me who experienced firsthand a previous kidnapping incident? He's the person I dislike the most. Suddenly, her face from when she first mentioned Karun flashed before my eyes. It wasn't just dislike, but a look of disdain. There had to be a reason beyond just being a society member for such a look to appear. Ha! With an involuntary sigh, I rose from my seat. You're from the opposing faction of the Garam Magic Society, aren't you? Their eyes widened immediately. Even without hearing those words, I could tell the reaction would be evident. Opposing faction? What's that? Set scratched his head as if hearing about it for the first time. I continued interrogating him, unfazed. Where's Luna now? She ran off in the other direction, so. Which way did she go? That way. Without further delay, I turned my body in the direction he indicated. Hey, Cyan. Where are you going? Set, taken aback, followed after me, but I paid him no mind and continued running. This seems familiar, doesn't it? Is the esteemed senior really such a caring person? I couldn't retort to Karam's teasing now. She's such a meddlesome junior. All I could hope for was for her to stay safe until I returned. Like a dream on a midsummer night, she felt incredibly dazed. Luna couldn't shake off thoughts of the mysterious man she had just met. While he admitted to being a being named Remiharam with a connection to the tome present in these ruins, he didn't clearly state whether he was the tome itself. Who is he exactly? Deep in thought, Luna suddenly shook her head. Now wasn't the time to be lost in thought. She had to rectify this situation with Cyan and Set as soon as possible. I hope my senior is okay. She felt a bit uneasy, but she wasn't worried. Even if 10 seasoned magicians gathered, it would be daunting to face the tome, yet only 2 academy students had to deal with it. She couldn't use it as a joke elsewhere, but Luna didn't think it was impossible. There was no definite proof. If she had to say, it was because of Cyan, because he was the only one in this world she could truly trust and rely on. Since when? It started with a good first impression, but now she was fixated on him to the point of obsession. The sound of her heartbeat echoed throughout her body, like a dreamy sensation in the middle of a midsummer night. Had she ever felt such a lively pulse in her life? She had thought that living a life made by others, without any will or goal, and eventually going on aimlessly was her future. But not now. Her heart, which had been stagnant for so long, rang so vibrantly now. Did she ever experience such a lively beat in her life? If she achieves what she desires and wishes for, isn't that the truth? Then she would relentlessly pursue that truth. A familiar scent wafted from the end of the corridor. A bitter scent that strongly stimulated her nose. There was only one person in this world who emitted this scent. Luna, feeling anxious, clenched her lips tightly and dashed out. However, that was short-lived, as she soon detected another familiar presence ahead and immediately stopped in her tracks. Luna! Karan and the society members who had chased after her were there. Luna quickly turned around and fled in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Karan raised his hand and cast a spell without hesitation. Boom! A silver wall, conjured by magic, suddenly blocked her path. Please stop, Luna. With her escape route blocked, Luna turned back with a distorted expression. Why are you showing yourself like this? It's not like you, Luna. Luna spoke with an indifferent gaze. Am I different? Wasn't there a time when I showed such behavior even while being in the society? Karan looked at her with indifferent eyes, without responding. You are indispensable to our Garam Magic Society, a necessary existence for the advancement of magic and humanity. We cannot allow any impurities to happen to you. Beyond the aspirations of the Garam Magic Society, an existence that would fulfill the long-standing wish of weak humans since birth. To them, Luna was more than just a sacred being. There are 2 things I absolutely don't believe in this world. She opened her mouth as if dismissing what she had heard. One is my grandfather's saying that things can't go on without me. The other is your saying that you live for the advancement of humanity. Karan's brow furrowed. My grandfather would just find another substitute if I were gone. It's just a moment of regret, not sadness or despair. But what's even more unbelievable than my grandfather is you, Karan Rains. Living for the advancement of humanity, it's not for the advancement of humanity, but for your futile desires. Karan only frowned without responding, so Luna threw her final jab. Am I wrong? Karan Rains, the heretic of the Oran Society? The first to react were the society members who had accompanied Karan. They glanced at each other, unsure of what to do or say after hearing her words. Karan continued to gaze at her with an unchanged expression. It didn't take long for him to finally speak up. Since when have you known? For quite some time. Then, why didn't you tell the head of the society? Because it wouldn't have changed anything for me. At that time, I had no desire to do anything, and I didn't care which side I leaned towards. My future was already decided. As if feeling no need for further delay, Karun calmly manifested mana. Truly foolish. Despite knowing your own potential and worth, you fail to realize what is true. What on earth has made you like this, Luna? Truth isn't as grand as you make it out to be. If I have a path I want to pursue, that's the truth for me. With resolve, Luna also gathered all the mana within her body. People like you will never understand, but with nothing to hold back, she gathered all the mana she could, showing everything she was capable of. Ready, Luna cast her spell. May the grace of the holy light protect me. With her incantation, light shone upon the ruins, and a white wall unfolded before her. It was the light attribute defense magic, wall of resistance. It gathered all the magic within the caster to obstruct enemy approaches, its power varying greatly depending on the caster's mana. However, upon seeing this, Karun chuckled as if in contempt. Will delaying time like this make any difference? Are you hoping for some savior to come and rescue Luna? Why don't you try breaking through my wall first? If you're unsure, you can cooperate to breach it. I won't consider it cowardly. As if in response to her words, Karun reached out towards the wall of resistance she summoned. Crack. Even though she hadn't properly used her magic yet, the wall began to falter. No matter how genius her talent was, there were clear limitations when facing completed magic of 7th level. But Luna didn't yield. She continued to gather more mana from within her body to reinforce the wall. Will you resist until you collapse? It's pathetic, if not pitiful. Without showing any signs of fatigue, Karun gradually increased his mana as well. Rather than overwhelming her with his power from the start, he seemed to want her to feel the insurmountable gap in strength. How much time had passed? As she repeatedly reinforced the wall, and Karun continued to enhance his mana, Luna's mana continued to deplete. Sweat dripped from her body like rain, and her breathing began to quicken. On the other hand, Karun continued to augment his mana without showing any signs of strain. Thud Luna, who had been standing firm, finally lost her balance and fell to one knee. Her vision began to blur, and her mind started to fog, but she didn't lose her concentration as she continued to maintain the magic. Not much time left, but she knew she was nearing the end, yet she wouldn't give up. Even if her body broke, her inner will wouldn't fade away. As long as it remained, she would resist to the end. For the truth she desperately hoped and wished for. At that moment, once again, a familiar scent wafted from somewhere. Unlike before, it approached her rapidly, and as the scent grew stronger, a smile began to form on her lips. And finally, the figure she had eagerly awaited appeared before her eyes. Senior, Luna lost consciousness and collapsed. Chapter 139, Truth, Part 2. They say heaven gives humans just 3 chances in a lifetime. And when Karun encountered Luna in this unfamiliar foreign land, he immediately realized that his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived. For the past 20 years, he had been a member of the Garam Society with a false heart, trying to escape several times from the society's idealistic aspirations of applying the significance of magical development even to inferior humans. The only driving force that allowed him to persevere and eventually rise to second in command in the society was Luna Rainriver, the granddaughter of Regions, society's president, who was hailed as the hope of the society. A glimmer of light appeared in this dark and seemingly hopeless society. Is there any existence in the world as magnificent and perfect as her? No metaphor of any flower or jewel could adequately describe her beauty. She possessed the greatest talent that a human could have. If only her infinite potential could be properly guided, she would undoubtedly surpass even dragons, demons, and perhaps even gods, becoming the sole mediator connecting us humans. Karun believed this without a doubt. However, the society had treated such a hopeful existence too harshly. If things continued like this, the stem would break before the flower could fully bloom. That couldn't happen. If it did, humans would once again have to endure a long period of suffering. Now was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Despite some meaningless resistance, the fact that she withstood against his own mana, equivalent to 7th rank, was a tremendous feat. Now it was time for him to help Luna realize her potential beyond the confines of the society. I've been waiting for this moment, Luna. A smile of joy, hidden behind his mask for so long, finally appeared on Karun's lips. Suppressing his excitement, he finally took the first step towards her. As Karan and the society members watched, their eyes widened in surprise. There was no sign or indication whatsoever. Indeed, as if opening their eyes after being closed, the mysterious figure suddenly appeared. The eerie and chilling aura emanating from his back stimulated their senses, a very unfamiliar feeling they had never encountered before in their lives. Moreover, this presence was not unfamiliar to the society members. It was none other than Cyan Vert, Luna's companion and the youngest of the Vert Duchy. It's absurd, utterly absurd. I can't even decide what expression to wear in this situation. It's quite clear what happened. Luna, unleashing the light attribute defensive magic, the resistance wall, and Karan, exerting his mana to crush the wall. Even though our junior here is a genius to the point of being called a monster, she can't handle a professional who has studied and trained in magic for decades. She must have known that himself. However, she squeezed out every last bit of mana in her body to maintain the wall and buy time. And when the moment finally came when she met my gaze, she collapsed as if on cue, even showing a strange smile. Anyone who sees this scene might think I'm a savior of hope. Honestly, I never thought she would quietly comply. It would have been better if she just gave up and collapsed without all this resistance. I wonder why she fought so hard, to the point of torturing herself. Earlier, she was lethargic, saying she can't live much longer, and now she's bursting with determination to the point where she could soar into the sky. Cyan Vert? They couldn't hide their confusion at finding me here. The looks in their eyes clearly said they had no idea why I was here. I don't care about the bewildered reactions of those strange guys. I don't want to deal with them right now. I cautiously reached out my finger to Luna's face. About 1%, no, maybe 0.5%. She had truly drawn on every last bit of mana in my body, up to 99%, just because it was her. If it were anyone else, they would have passed out long ago. She really is someone who surprises people every time they see her. "Remove your hand." The voice sounded rather stern, causing me to turn my head subtly. Who was it again? They say the most tempting treasure for a person is not money or jewels, but another person. A beauty with timeless beauty, a talented individual with innate abilities, and so on. People are treasures that not only stay by your side, but can also change the owner's life itself. I thought I was one of those. Maybe I turned from treasure to trash, who knows? In the end, even they, perhaps, are engaging in these antics to seize Luna Rainriver, a treasure that could potentially change the world. Just pretend you didn't see anything and quietly leave. Cyan Vert? It seems that the situation hasn't been fully understood yet. How the demon was dealt with, what happened to the colleagues in the corridor, how I ended up here, and so on. Rather than asking such pointless questions, it's better to refrain. While it may seem like a misunderstanding, there's no need to worry about her. Just casually turn around and attend to your tasks. Cyan Vert? A tone of voice that implies there's no need for detailed explanations or curiosity. It's the same for both of us. I didn't need detailed explanations, nor was I curious. I had no desire to interfere. But isn't it typical of humans? They have no interest in something until it's involved with them, then when it is involved with them, they change their tune in an instant. It's not a bad thing. It's just human selfishness, the selfish nature needed to survive in this messed up world. Whatever they want or plan to do in their society, I have no reason to meddle if it doesn't concern me. Yeah, that's right. It'll definitely be like that. I'm usually not interested in bothering with troublesome matters or giving any attention to them at all. Since turning away would leave it to others anyway, there's no reason for me to continue bearing the losses and helping out. Strangely, I can't seem to do that. Even though my mind denies it, it's a case where my body moves involuntarily. It's just that my personality itself is moving to save her, without any resistance. If I refuse, zap. The answer didn't take long. In an instant, a spark flew from his hand, and before long, a white lightning bolt flashed before my eyes. It's not just a petty threat. It's magic used with the intention to kill me outright. Of course, I'm not someone who would bat an eye at this kind of magic, but judgment lightning? Though I sprinted like my feet were on fire, to escape this situation with the heavenly girl, I'd need more than the power of an ordinary academy student. If we were to leave without a fuss, we'd still leave behind several witnesses, causing trouble from various angles. But dealing with these guys who have already shown me their intentions is pointless. So, the answer becomes simpler. Just kill them all. If I swiftly dispose of every single one of them without leaving anyone behind, wouldn't that be fine? It's said not to dwell too long on urgent situations. Just go with the flow and deal with the aftermath later. That's the simplest course of action, and I've always followed it. Once I made up my mind, I immediately summoned Karam. Shadow 6 style. Mist space. As the spell was cast, black mist spread from beneath the feet of the society members standing there. One should consider it an honor. This place is not just an ordinary human sightseeing spot. It's a divine realm where one faces death. Isn't it quite ecstatic to meet one's end in such a sacred space rather than on mundane cobblestones? Nullify the barrier. Some had probably created a restrictive barrier, pumping mana into it from a distance. It's not a wrong approach. If their mana exceeds the power of my mist, they can easily dispel it. But if it doesn't, what is this? I slowly approached Karan, who still seemed to be keeping his composure. Dark attribute magic. No, this filthy and vile aura can't be mana. This must be. They say you get used to the stench if you live in a sewer. Since I've adapted to this dismal aura, I don't even think about it now. But sometimes I wonder on what basis they label this power as filthy and vile. Cyan Vert, what exactly are you? How could someone like you possess such power? Why are you so surprised? You've been keeping an eye on me in your society, so you must have had some idea of what I'm hiding, right? In an instant, the faces of Karan and the other society members froze like stone. How did you? She told me everything, I said casually, pointing to the collapsed Luna. That's impossible. Why would Luna confide in you? Could it be? Luna betrayed the society? Betrayal. It's so absurd it's not even funny. Did they really trust her enough to feel betrayed? Her abilities and potential are so outstanding that any qualifier would be meaningless. But is that all? She's so smart and realistic that it makes even a guy like me hold my tongue. Even if you threw her into the middle of the desert, she could build a kingdom with sheer determination. Yet, such a woman is simply handing everything over to a worthless person like me just because she likes me. Why? It's because she sees you all as worthless beings who are indifferent to whether you succeed or fail. This is purely your own doing. Garam Society's heretic, Karan reigns of the Oram Society. He felt a sense of rebellion against the ideals of the Garam Magic Society, which seeks to apply the advancement of magic to all humans, and joined an organization that opposes it. Wasn't it said that magic is a prerogative of the gifted? Why would you? Why? If you're curious, ask your boastful colleagues from your past life. In my eyes, you're all the same. I can guarantee you that even if you take her away, you won't be able to fully extract her potential. What do you know? I don't know anything either. Even I, who have lived my life recklessly, have potential beyond what I can see. Who knows how much latent potential someone like her holds in that delicate body? It's you guys who have ruined her to the point where no one can see her shine. The advancement of magic, the ideals of humanity. I dare say that if you leave her alone, she might achieve everything on her own. The most beautiful way for a flower to bloom is when it does so on its own after enduring the hardships of life. If you force it to bloom prematurely, it will only be ruined without any meaning. If there is such a thing as a next life for you guys like me, then I hope you remember this truth in your next life. Arg, screams echoed within the ignorant black mist. Unfortunately, there would be no one in this world to hear those screams. Except for me, it's pitch black. Nothing can be seen, like a dark night sky without a single star. Like one's own future devoid of even a glimmer of hope. From within this gloomy space, suddenly, a strange mist began to envelop everything. It felt somber and dreary, yet strangely, there was no sense of aversion. Carefully raising her hand to feel the flow of the mist, it gently wrapped around her body. A warmth she had never felt before enveloped her. What could this black mist be to make her feel such a sensation? It was so warm and comforting that she almost felt like surrendering herself to it. As she surrendered to this feeling and gently closed her eyes, she heard a familiar voice. "Hey, Junior." It was a casual call, devoid of any warmth. Luna blinked open her eyes. "If you sleep on the stone floor, your mouth will dry up." She wasn't sure if it was meant to be funny, but that wasn't important right now. As if realizing something profound, Luna, still wrapped in the mist, asked quietly, "Senior, what?" The person who rescued me when I was kidnapped by the villains, that was you, right? Cyan froze with his mouth hanging open. Huh? At the same time, a slight tremor could be felt in the hand supporting her back. It's you, right? The one who removed the heart curve from my body. The surrounding air suddenly became heavy, and an unexpected silence descended. Luna, with clear and unwavering eyes, faced Cyan's bewildered gaze without flinching. Chapter 140, False Appearance. Part 1. 2 days had passed since Cyan and Set had gone on an unauthorized outing. As Cyan had instructed, Nana hadn't attended any classes, and aside from daily rounds near the dormitory for a survival report, she hadn't engaged in any external activities. However, there's no perfect disguise, and if there's a tail, it will eventually be caught. Crawling out of the royal palace and lurking near the main building, Nana and Brian ran into Silica coming out of the building. Silica's eyebrows trembled as she looked at them. Her gaze seemed to penetrate everything, even without saying a word. Nana and Brian froze in place, unable to utter a word. "Come with me immediately." Silica grabbed them and dragged them to her room. Thud! She slammed the door shut and immediately cast a privacy spell to prevent eavesdropping. After a moment of trying to restrain her emotions, Silica looked at Nana and asked directly, "Why are you transformed into Cyan, Nana?" How did you know? Hee. Nana laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of her head. "I sensed something strange from you that was much stronger than usual. You must have polymorphed into Cyan's appearance, right? It's lucky for you that I spotted it first. If someone like the principal had seen you, you would have been caught immediately." Fortunately, the headmaster, Kundal, was not at the academy at the moment, which was a relief. That's because the master asked me to do this first." As Brian opened his mouth to defend, Silica's intense gaze turned towards him. Brian felt his heart stop for a moment as he shrank back. "Explain everything. Leave nothing out." Driven by survival instincts, Brian told Silica everything he knew. How Cyan had used Nana as a decoy, where they had gone, who they had met, and every other detail. Cyan had instructed them to tell everything if they were caught by Silica, so in essence, they were just following their master's orders. "Ha ha!" Silica let out a sound that could have been laughter or a sigh and began to fidget. "Cyan, you always?" One thing was for sure, it was definitely not a positive reaction. "Both of you return to the dormitory immediately. Once you're there, don't you dare step out, not even a single step. You don't need to pretend to be there. You're not leaving the dormitory until Cyan comes back. Do you understand me?" Both of them nodded so vigorously that it seemed their heads might fall off, then hurriedly fled from her room as if running away. "Wow, I was really scared. Lady Silica is terrifying when she's angry, isn't she, Brian? Is there someone scarier than Master?" Brian wrapped his arms around himself, still feeling the fear from earlier. "What are we going to do now? Are we just going to stay in the room all the time?" "It seems like we have to. Since the master said he wouldn't be back for at least a week, maybe if we wait a little longer." As they walked through the corridors discussing various things, they soon found themselves stopping in their tracks once again. As they say, trouble never comes alone. Now, they faced another woman they would rather avoid. Erin, the imperial princess who had become Cyan's fiancé. Beside her stood Resimus. Perhaps surprised by the unexpected encounter, they hesitated and stopped in their tracks, unable to pass by. After a long silence, Nana, back in her Cyan persona, gave a stiff nod and said with an indifferent expression, "Hello, Your Highness." Then, without another word, she passed by Erin with Brian. Following Cyan's instruction to greet but not engage in any further conversation, they continued walking without speaking. Just as they thought they would pass without any further incident, Cyan?" Erin called out to them with a trembling voice. Nana and Brian instinctively turned back. "Could we have a moment to talk?" "Tea talk?" They were taken aback. Although Cyan had strictly instructed them never to speak to the princess, in the heat of the moment, their minds went blank. They hadn't exactly shared a close relationship with her, had they? It was awkward to casually pass by someone who had given them delicious snacks and fun conversations when they were bored. It was uncomfortable for Nana as well. "Is it okay with your schedule? If you're concerned about others' gaze, shall we go to your room? Oh, by the way, it's been a while since I've seen you, hasn't it? If it's okay with you, we could go to your room." "I'll go to your Highness's room." Brian and Resimus were equally surprised. "In my room? Is that not acceptable? Erin, belatedly startled, waved her hands. And no, it's fine. Shall we go to my room? A faint smile appeared on her anxious face. Sure. Let's go to my room. With a rushed motion, Erin turned and hurried towards her own room. Please take your time and come slowly. Resimus hurriedly followed after her. Left behind in the corridor once again were Nana and Brian. Nana scratched her head with a conflicted expression. Did I do something wrong, Brian? Can I ask why you did that in the first place? It's just that Sister Erin looked so unhappy. No matter how much I act like a tough guy, I don't like being constantly ignored like this. Why do we have to treat Sister Erin like this? It's because the Master instructed us. But aren't Papa and Sister Erin soon to be married? It's really strange for people who are going to get married to not even speak to each other. Don't you think so, Brian? Brian was left speechless by Nana's eloquence. Well, as long as Master doesn't find out. It's a lost cause to try to undo what's already done. With thoughts of where Cyan might be by now, they headed to the royal hall, where Erin's room was. Erin's room, where they hadn't been since they were caught 2 years ago. It felt tidy and dignified, as befitting a princess's room. After hesitating for about 3 seconds, Erin took a deep breath and spoke. I thought we should have had this conversation earlier. I've been indecisive, and I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. Nana replied, trying her best to mimic Cyan's tone. I may sound a bit strange saying this, but I actually think positively about my engagement with Cyan. Really? Nana and Brian's pupils shook almost simultaneously. I mean, there's no other meaning. As you know, I've been making efforts to make Cyan mine. I think if we get engaged, we'll be one step closer to that. Of course, Cyan, you probably don't think the same way. Why would you think that? As a princess and a member of the royal family, I wouldn't be of any help to you. You may be of great help to me, but I can't be of any help to you. I might even cause trouble. For a moment, Nana thought. Why did she think that way? The Erin she knows is not only kind and talented, but isn't she also a big-hearted person who cares about her papa as much as she does herself? But the more she listened to Erin, the more it felt like Cyan disliked her. Does Cyan dislike Erin? Nana didn't think so. The Cyan she knew might be rough around the edges, but wasn't he still a very kind person? And that wasn't just true for herself, but also for Erin, she thought. It's just that his expressions are clumsy. With a strange smile, Nana said, That's not true. In fact, I really like Princess Erin. Huh, Erin blinked as if doubting her ears. You're undoubtedly a capable princess. You're too much for me to handle. I also think positively about my engagement with you. This situation, which they couldn't have imagined and never thought would happen, felt like it wasn't their first time. It was almost to the point where they doubted whether the boy in front of them was really Cyan. Are you serious, Cyan? Of course. A response without a hint of hesitation. Had Erin finally gained recognition from Cyan? Unable to control the surge of emotions, Erin's body trembled nervously. There were so many things I wanted to say but couldn't. It feels like they've all disappeared. Thank you, Cyan, for saying that. A feeling of thawing the hard core that had been accumulating in a corner of her heart. Erin showed a brighter smile of gratitude than any other laughter. Feeling uplifted, Nana also smiled and whispered to Brian beside her. Did I do well, Brian? However, Brian couldn't answer that question. What did Nana say to the princess just now? If it really was Cyan, it was an extremely risky behavior, something he would never lie about. From the beginning, Cyan hadn't been interested in his engagement with Erin, and telling him not to talk to her was also a way to keep their distance. Now, to say something that would move the princess's heart. Brian was already afraid of how he would explain this situation when Cyan returned. Well, then, we'll take our leave now. It's time for Nana and me to eat. Yes. Nana must be very hungry. Thank you for your time today. As Nana rose from her seat, she hesitated for a moment, then suddenly grabbed Erin's hand. What are you doing? Erin's face turned as red as a beetroot in an instant. You don't need to look so dejected, princess. Have confidence in yourself. You're already a wonderful person. Cyan, tears of emotion welled up in Erin's eyes. Nana felt a great sense of satisfaction internally, feeling that she had brought Cyan and Erin closer together in some way. After unintentionally completing their mission, as they were about to leave without any lingering thoughts, but Cyan. Erin grabbed the departing two again, her voice containing a hint of doubt this time. Why do you have a tail? As the atmosphere in the chaotic academy and city began to stabilize somewhat, merchants who had avoided the city began to trickle into Lewin one by one. As the sun leaned towards the western sky, signaling the end of the day, 5 merchants, having passed through the inspection, entered the city pulling carriages laden with fabrics, groceries, magical ingredients, and more. The merchants who had been surveying the area around the city soon turned their direction towards the deserted back alleys rather than the bustling market. Doesn't it feel like the inspections are even stricter than before? Can we really proceed with this request? I'm feeling quite uneasy. You're saying unnecessary things, Jason. Do you think I don't know that you're the most excited one here? Well, that's true. After all, it's not every day we get a commission from the royal family. Just the advance payment alone could keep us living lavishly for years, and when you think about the remaining payment we'll receive after finishing the job, I can't help but get excited. Be careful what you say, Jason. Even if there's no one around, try not to mention anything related to the royal family while we're in the city. I know. So who's the guy we're supposed to kill? The man with brown beard looked around for a moment before opening his mouth. Then, he cast a soundproofing spell around them. The target's name is Cyan Vert. He's the youngest son of Duke Vert, also known as the Guardian of the Continent. The client requested that we leave traces as cruelly as possible. It's okay to tear his body into pieces or leave him naked in the streets. Anyway, make sure that the people who find the corpse are enraged. What a crazy request. That's why I like it. So, can I have a little fun with this Cyan guy? Well, I don't know if it's any other time, but I'll consider it this time. In my 20 years as a mercenary, I've never seen anyone with such a ruthless hobby as you. It was only about half-hearted consent, but it was enough for Jason to relish it. Even his colleagues who watched him couldn't help but shiver, unable to conceal their expressions. Cyan Vert, I hope he's cute. Chapter 141, False Appearance, Part 2. Just as human stamina and mana are not infinite, there are undoubtedly limits to the magic that dragons possess. Nana, so focused on her conversation with Erin, failed to notice her own mana bottoming out. Eventually, her concealed true form began to revert one by one, starting with her tail. Erin's reaction to this was nothing short of disappointment. Brian took it upon himself to mediate. The situation, if I may summarize, is that Nana was set up as a decoy to replace Cyan, while the real Cyan went off on a set and experiential learning, correct? Yes, that's right. Young Master instructed me not to tell anyone, so I was compelled to lie to Her Highness. It's a crime to deceive such a noble princess. I'm prepared to accept any punishment. Brian pleaded mercilessly, bowing so low, his head was about to touch the ground. Erin sighed, feeling disheartened as she held her forehead. It's okay, please get up, Brian. You were just following Cyan's orders, aren't you? I'm fine with it. Erin forgave him with a generous heart, but Brian couldn't easily lift his face. Even though it was happening now, it felt like Erin might never see Cyan's face again after this. Right, that's true. Cyan would never say such a thing. A capable person thinks positively. If she knew Cyan, he would never say that he liked herself. Knowing that very well, Erin felt pitiful for being swayed by the false appearance and blindly believing it. Erin, are you mad? Nana, thinking that her lies had harmed everyone, asked with teary eyes. No, it's okay. You were just trying to cheer me up, right? I understand. Even as she attempted to comfort Nana with a forgiving heart, Erin hesitated for a moment when she tried to stroke Nana's head. Wow, you've grown so much, Nana. She was a half-human, half-dragon hybrid, now tall enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Erin. She seemed like her cute little sister just 2 years ago, but now she's grown up. Erin felt a somewhat bittersweet feeling. Before that incident, where did Cyan go when he took a leave of absence? Leave of absence? Oh, Papa said there was something urgent, so we were temporarily. Oh, Papa told us not to say anything about it. Nana quickly covered her mouth. Am I such an uncomfortable presence? Although she thought they had a friendly relationship, perhaps it was just her own misconception. Now she was starting to feel disappointed. Even if they were to bond, it seemed obvious where their future was headed if things continued like this. What meaning did this engagement have? Frustrated, all she could do was sigh. Is Sister Erin marrying Papa? Nana asked cautiously, her eyes sparkling. Do you want Sister Erin to marry Cyan? Yes. Papa doesn't say anything, so I think he really values Sister Erin. I know. People who consider others as truly precious often don't say much to them. Maybe he didn't tell Sister Erin because he didn't want to get her involved. He didn't want me to get involved. Erin suddenly recalled Cyan's appearance when he grabbed her arm during their first meeting with Professor Boris. Was it because she was too willing to give in that it was a problem? Looking back, it was an unreasonable excuse. But why did he try to stop her even with such unreasonable excuses? Anyway, if it's not his own business, what difference does it make to give something to someone else? There were more than a few doubts, but there was still one thing she could be sure of. Cyan at that time was clearly in a state of anger. If he had gotten angry for her sake, then perhaps he still cared to some extent, not wanting to get her involved in danger. If it was really like Nana said, maybe it wouldn't hurt to think differently. If you like him, just go for it. Luna's advice from the library suddenly flashed through her mind. If Cyan's way of caring for her was like that, then she would think of him in her own way. Feeling somewhat relieved, Erin smiled again with joy. Then, Nana, can you transform into Cyan again? Yeah, I think I can transform back as soon as I eat. Then shall we go for a walk with Sister Erin at night? I'll transform into Cyan. Sounds good. Nana was very welcoming of the idea. Is it okay, Brian? If you're uncomfortable, you can stay by my side. I'll also bring a few nights with me. Well. All right, I understand. Flustered, Brian agreed almost involuntarily. As time passed and the sun set while the moon rose over the academy, the sky didn't darken their vision, as befitting an educational institution dedicated to growth and development. Students training to improve their skills, instructors engrossed in personal research, knights standing guard for security. Everywhere, there were eyes observing the affectionate interactions between a certain pair of young men and women strolling along the street. However, nobody found this strange. They simply assumed that the engaged couple was getting closer. Most people didn't pay much attention to them, except for 5 men who were noticeably distant from the others. I thought he liked to be alone, but isn't it different now? He's always sticking close to the princess. The two were followed by armed knights, maintaining a solid perimeter around them. Well, they're engaged, so it's understandable. But I doubt they'll always be like that. After all, what we want is that Cyan guy, not the princess. According to investigations, there were only 2 official bodyguards for the Duke's youngest. And even one of them was not a knight but a servant. It was puzzling why such weak protection was assigned to the Duke's heir, but regardless, it worked out well for them. Let's observe for a few days and then come up with a specific plan. Although it goes without saying, rash actions. Jarek, I can't find Jason. The leader of the mercenary group, Jarek, looked around in surprise. There were only 4 visible, including himself. 1 person was missing. What? Where's Jason? Gee, Jarek, over there. One of the mercenaries pointed in a direction where they could see Jason, who was much closer to Cyan and the princess, watching them. That crazy guy. He's lost it again. Jarek and the mercenaries hurriedly rushed towards him. Jason, regardless of what they said or did, had his gaze fixed on Cyan. Wow, do you really see all kinds of faces in this world? Even in this dull world. Whether he was enchanted by something, he covered his face with his hands, showing a euphoric expression. Do you want me to kill him in the cruelest way possible? All right, I have to do it. I have to do it because it's something I have to do. His hands and feet couldn't stay still. He seemed ready to run off at any moment. Jarek quickly intervened. Are you crazy? You're messing up before we even start. Hey, leader. How long do we have to wait? Can't we just ambush them now? All we have to do is quickly kidnap that child. Are you out of your mind? Are you going to mess up before we even start? It was a taste in men that he couldn't understand as another man. This is the Royal Academy. There are not only them, but also guardian knights from other noble families. If we make a mistake. For a moment, the mercenaries felt their hearts sink. Although the relationship between the Duke's son and them had become closer, it was still a distant sight to the naked eye. Moreover, it was a dark night, making it difficult to see anything, let alone notice something in the distance. However, they had stumbled upon it, not just randomly, but accurately identifying them from a long distance. The startled mercenaries quickly bowed their heads. What? Did he see us? From this distance? While they had to confirm the situation, none of the mercenaries dared to raise their heads. What they had briefly encountered was definitely not the eyes of an ordinary human. It was a fierce gaze filled with deadly intent, like a predator spotting its prey and licking its lips. How does it feel to be out? Feels good, right? Yeah, it feels. Not bad. HMPH, you sound just like Cyan now. Did you practice? Just being around him, I naturally picked it up. If he knew you were doing this, Cyan would be really surprised, huh? He'd probably be annoyed and angry. It was said that it's the inner qualities rather than the outward appearance that truly mattered. Despite appearing similar to Cyan in demeanor and speech, Erin knew it was just Nana's cute act, so she didn't mind at all. Erin took in a breath of the night air comfortably. To others, it might seem like Cyan and herself were on a private date. Even though it was a false appearance, so what? If they both liked it, then that was all that mattered. While Cyan was absent, Erin made a mental note to take care of Nana herself. Oh, right. As for Cyan, it's a secret. As she attempted to lecture Nana, the girl she had just been conversing with suddenly stopped in her tracks, staring fixedly at an empty, secluded spot. See, Cyan? No matter how much she called out or tried to shake her shoulder, Nana's gaze remained fixed, unresponsive. What's wrong, Nana? What's going on? Surprised, Erin inadvertently called out her real name. Meanwhile, Brian and Resimus, who had been following about 5 steps behind, hurriedly caught up. Checking Nana's condition, Brian doubted his own eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot and her breath was hot, continuously sniffing the empty space as if there was something there, like a predator smelling its prey. Could it be? Brian realized that the situation from earlier had recurred. I apologize, Your Highness. It seems young Master Cyan's condition has suddenly worsened. I know it's impudent, but we will leave now. Nana, what's happening? You were fine just a moment ago. I'll explain later. In a hurry, he scooped up Nana and hastily left. What's going on? Erin could only watch their retreating figures with a bewildered expression. Pant, pant. Meanwhile, Brian dashed towards the dormitory as if his life depended on it. It wasn't because he was tired. It was because he feared what might happen next. His heart was pounding like a drum, filled with anxiety about the potential future events. Brian, Nana, held in his arms, whispered into his ear with urgency. I can smell it. A scent like no other? I can't resist it. What should I do? As Nana's rough breath passed into his ear, Brian's body chilled and his breath caught in his throat. When we get back, I'll give you something delicious. So please, just hold on a little longer. I think Papa will scold me this time. Trying to calm her down by mentioning snacks, Brian realized Nana wasn't in a state to even hear those words. He bit down on his determination to get back to the dormitory as quickly as possible, but, feeling something amiss, Brian abruptly stopped in his tracks, a strange emptiness at the back. The sensation of Nana, who had just been carried by him, vanishing like a fleeting touch in a mere moment. Nana? With a tormented heart, he called out to her, but there was no response. Under the moonlight, reflecting a faint glow from the royal palace's lake, Brian's figure, despairingly staring at his empty hands, was visible. Chapter 142, False Appearance. Part 3. The mercenaries, after meeting their target's gaze, silently exited the academy grounds. In the secluded forest where few ventured, they paused for a moment, breathing heavily as if they had been holding their breath. Pant, pant. These were no greenhorn amateurs. They were seasoned mercenaries who had seen their fair share of bloodshed and battles for at least a decade. Yet, the current situation felt incredibly unfamiliar to them. While they had felt danger during previous missions and had retreated, they had never experienced such fear or panic that led to fleeing. Their current actions were undoubtedly not a strategic withdrawal, but outright flight. They couldn't easily shake off this strange feeling they had never experienced before. I have a bad feeling about this. For now, let's retreat and observe the situation for a while. We might need to reconsider this mission. Leader Jarek's face was contorted with worry, perhaps sensing the danger in the current mission. To this, Jason chuckled strangely and said, Why? We've already been spotted, haven't we? So what's there to think about? Didn't we agree to strike while the iron's hot? Let's just go and attack them now. Get a grip, Jason. We still need to assess the situation. Suddenly, the mercenaries, all feeling a strange presence, turned their heads in unison. About 10 steps away from where they stood, partially concealed among the thick branches, they saw the figure of a young boy. The moment they realized the boy's identity, the mercenaries froze in place. What? How did he? The target of their mission, Cyan Vert, the youngest son of Duke Vert, emitted a strange red aura as he stared at them. However, he remained silent, just observing them without a word. After a minute of silence, one of the mercenaries, Jason, broke the silence. Looks like the noble young master has a good sense. Not only did he spot us from a distance, but he's come to us personally. I'm not sure what to make of this. Jason, despite objections from the leader and his comrades, Jason continued to approach the boy slowly. I suppose you're curious about our identity, right? Let me tell you straight. We are mercenaries hired to kill you, the youngest son of Duke Vert. I don't know why, but some royal family members wanted you dead, and they asked us to do it. And not just any death. They wanted it to be particularly brutal. While revealing their identity, Jason also spat out harsh words, but the boy didn't bat an eye. This only piqued Jason's interest further as he continued to move closer. Bit random, but can I tell you one of my hobbies? Before killing someone, I like to peel off their skin and inspect their flesh underneath. It's fascinating to see the inner beauty that people hold. It's not just about appearances. Others might think it's bizarre and grotesque, but I always want to see the inner beauty a person possesses. Of course, I'm not interested in just anyone. I'm only interested in men. Approaching the boy until they were face to face, Jason grinned eerily. Moreover, if someone is perfect as you on the outside, I can't wait to see the beautiful flesh you have underneath. I'm really excited, I can't hold back anymore. Snicker suddenly, he stuck out his tongue, almost as if tasting the air, and even just looking at his eyes, it seemed like he was no longer in his right mind. But then he laughed. The boy, who had been standing there like a doll, finally opened his mouth wide and smiled. It was a very childlike smile, not fitting with his indifferent yet sharp features. You're laughing, you're smiling? Wow. This is something new. Aren't you scared even if I say this? Jason showed a reaction to this friendly response he encountered for the first time in his life. Whether he intended to or not, he started sniffing around with his pointed nose. Smell? The mercenaries were puzzled. The first words coming out of the boy's mouth were about smell. They couldn't yet understand the intention behind his words. Smell, smell, bad smell, evil and wicked smell. Yet, the boy extended his tongue and licked his lips. A very delicious smell. Bang! At that moment, with an inexplicable sound, smoke rose from the boy's body. As the smoke dissipated, the boy who had been concealed reappeared, but what appeared from the smoke wasn't the boy they knew. It was a girl of a similar age, but some mercenaries were so shocked that they either sat down or took steps backward. Horns, she had unfamiliar and strange body parts that humans shouldn't possess. Some of the mercenaries were so frightened that they couldn't move, and others started to retreat. How should I eat it? Swallow it whole? Chew it thoroughly? Or suck on it like candy? She looked like an innocent child, contemplating how to eat delicious food right in front of her. Witnessing this right before his eyes, Jason couldn't bring himself to speak, and his trembling lips were the only movement he could make. His feet were stuck to the ground, and he could only tremble, overwhelmed by fear and helplessness that seemed impossible to escape. Even someone like him, who had killed and ravaged countless humans, could do nothing in this moment. He could only ponder why this situation had occurred. The expression on his face mirrored those of the countless humans he had preyed upon just before their deaths, now reflecting on his own face. Well then, bon appetit, swoosh. With a merciless sound that sliced through the flesh, half of Jason's body disappeared in an instant. Eek! The remaining mercenaries screamed in a panic, and without any order, they all started fleeing in haste. What's happening? Why are there monsters like that in the academy? Abort the mission. Stop daydreaming and get out of here now. There won't be any more missions for a while. Disperse. Jarek shouted at the fleeing mercenaries, but they didn't hear his voice. What on earth is that thing supposed to be? It's not a human, it's like a dragon. Swoosh, as the chilling sound of flesh being sliced echoed, their footsteps abruptly halted. As the mercenary at the forefront stumbled and collapsed, his neck twisted grotesquely forward. A strange black mist, from an unknown source, brushed against their skin, causing cold sweat to trickle down between their chests and backs. Suppressing their surging fear as best as they could, the mercenaries slowly raised their heads. Swoosh in the brief moment when the sweat trickled down their backs and reached their tailbones, preceded by a sound of devastation, the heads of the mercenaries ahead began to fall like rain. Jarek, the leader of the mercenaries who were now left alone, his strength drained, collapsed to his knees. The woman with the black mask whispered to him, "Take him away." Thud. Before long, a dull impact struck his head, and he collapsed unconscious. The leader, how should we even begin to assess this? Even the assassins, who had experienced countless situations, couldn't help but gape at the scene before them. If they were ordinary civilians, they wouldn't even be able to bear to keep their eyes open. Did I become complacent, or was I ignorant? Silica grimaced bitterly, her expression filled with discomfort. The bodies of the mercenaries had already disappeared, leaving only scraps of flesh and bone scattered with blood in their place. In the center of it all, Nana sat, smiling contentedly as if she had just finished a meal. Hee. Her bloodshot eyes and trembling pupils made it clear that she was no longer in her right mind. She was not the innocent and cute human girl she once seemed to be, but a vicious dragon awakened by her dormant appetite. Just looking at her was enough to evoke an overwhelming sense of aversion. First, dispose of the bodies and erase all traces from the surroundings. Not a single drop of blood should remain. What about that dragon? Silica stared intently at Nana's face, filled with a happiness that bordered on madness. She wasn't just a delicate and tender little being. If left unchecked, she could pose a very dangerous threat, so she must not be left alone near Cyan. I'll handle it. Focus on disposing of the evidence and covering our tracks. Yes, understood. The enlisted members immediately began the cleanup. As Silica approached Nana with determination, ready to act, a voice interrupted them. "Hey, who's there?" A strange voice, followed by the voice of a young girl. "It's dangerous if you go alone, Aaron." She wasn't alone. Behind her, there were signs of a girl presumed to be a student, followed by heavy footsteps that suggested several knights. "Leader, someone's coming. Cease all activities and retreat immediately." Without any hesitation, the members began to leave. As Silica, the last one remaining, approached the sitting Nana to pick her up, she muttered softly, "This situation is getting messier." And so, all the assassins vanished, leaving only the empty silence in the forest. Gradually, the sound of rustling bushes revealed the figures of Aaron and Resimus. Could it have been a misunderstanding? Is there really something in this forest? Well, it seems like it, but I'm not sure either. I just felt a presence, like a hunch. After parting ways with Nana and returning to the dormitory, Aaron suddenly sensed a strange presence in the middle of the forest. Leading the curious knights, she ventured into the forest, but found nothing visible. As they were about to turn back with puzzled expressions, a thick liquid-like substance touched her foot, causing her gaze to instinctively turn towards it. Though the identity of the liquid was still unknown, the reddish hue reminiscent of blood sent shivers down Aaron's spine. Before long, as they followed the trail of the liquid, they witnessed something horrifying. "Kaya!" A scream tore through the entire forest as if it were being torn apart. So far, a total of 4 bodies have been found. One of them is so mutilated that it's barely recognizable as a body. These were members of an imperial merchant group that arrived in Lewin the day before. According to the investigation, they were mercenaries registered with the Continental Mercenary Guild. The instructors who received the report couldn't hide their astonishment. Why would mercenaries infiltrate the academy? If we speculate, they may have been sent to monitor or assassinate a specific target. Whether that target is a student or a staff member, we can't be sure. But regardless, it seems like they were involved in a significant operation. The instructors nodded in agreement. As we continue the investigation to find the one person whose whereabouts are still unknown, what we should focus on most is who killed those mercenaries. Silica, who had remained silent throughout the emergency meeting, finally spoke up. After the incident was first reported, the administration immediately informed the chancellor, and we just received his response a while ago. Vice Chancellor Satwell wasted no time in presenting the chancellor's response to the instructors. As of now, all classes are suspended, and all students are to remain in their dormitories until the situation is resolved. All outdoor activities, including exercise and sparring, are strictly prohibited, and students are not to have any contact with other students or instructors. The measures were more stringent than expected, leaving everyone surprised. Silica watched the situation closely, swallowing her dry saliva. Is the Chancellor returning now? He seems extremely displeased with the recent unfortunate events at the Academy. Furthermore, it seems like he suspects someone from within the Academy as a key suspect in this incident. Someone from the Academy? Yes, particularly. A slight tremor ran through Silica's pupils as she sensed a sudden unease. He instructed us to keep an eye on the area near the royal quarters where the royal students are staying. Chapter 143, True Face, Part 1. With casual strides, a black-haired man strolled leisurely through the ruins. There seemed to be something pleasant on his mind, as a faint smile graced his lips. Suddenly, a small whirlwind of sand materialized before him, soon taking on the form of a person, blocking his path. The man, with a firm expression, questioned, "Why are you looking at me with that sinful look on your face? Are you not supposed to refrain from ruining causality?" A voice, not particularly loud but resonant with authority, subtly spread around. "Do not be mistaken, sand gentleman. I am not obliged to heed your words as a mere servant. Do I need your permission even to seek out a damsel in distress? The one without a master speaks so boldly." The man merely furrowed his brow slightly, offering no rebuttal. "Let's cut to the chase. You know that the successor of the god of black mist is here in these ruins, don't you? If you claim ignorance, you would be lying, wouldn't you? Planning to host a welcoming party, perhaps? I intend to kill." For a moment, the man's pupils trembled slightly. The justification is sufficient. Trespassing on my ruins and causing disturbance, punishing as the owner of the ruins is only natural. Why are you telling me this? Do you seek my cooperation? It's quite the opposite. You should refrain from meddling and killing the successor. If you show even the slightest interference. What if I do? You will be deemed to have violated the rules of the divine realm and will be annihilated. Even your absent original body. The man shrugged nonchalantly, as if it didn't concern him. Would the lord of this land go so far as to threaten me? So, how are you planning to kill me? Will you appear in person to slit my throat? I cannot do that. I will instruct my tribe, who have come to these ruins, to kill you instead. You have quite the eccentric personality. Since it has come to this, I can't help but ask. Why do you want to kill that successor? Because they are dangerous. It was a simple yet clear answer. I don't know from where that exile might have found such a person from, but the successor is a very dangerous presence that could greatly overturn the causality of this world. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Even though he dealt with your summoned beast, that's because he had the demonic sword. He is the one who controlled the demonic sword. At that statement, the man's gaze trembled significantly. You understand what this means, don't you? Tom Ramiram. Wow, he just disappeared. Where on earth did Cyan go? It was a lone country road with no intersections, but he disappeared at lightning speed, leaving him behind. Set, who gave up chasing, felt a sense of disappointment and suddenly relaxed where he stood. If I knew this would happen, I should have caught those darn wizards instead. I should have interrogated them to find out what they were up to. Can you hear my voice, Shaharkin tribe? Suddenly, an unknown faint voice echoed in his head. If you can hear, answer. It was somewhat rude and merciless. What? Who are you to intrude into someone's mind and speak? Seems there's no issue. With that, the voice ceased to be heard. In addition to suddenly appearing and disappearing after saying only what he wanted to say, Set yelled into the void in frustration. Are you the one? The one who occasionally appeared and made me feel strange. When will you be caught? For a moment, amidst his ranting and swearing, Set's body seemed to freeze as if under a petrification spell. Ha! With a calm exhale, accompanied by a gust of wind around him, Set regained focus. His unfocused eyes and slightly parted lips seemed to stare into the void like an empty shell for a moment, but soon, Set's gaze returned to the front. Snicker, a faint, sinister laugh could be vaguely heard amidst the rough sand particles. With that inexplicable laughter in mind, Set moved forward. I didn't say anything, or more accurately, I couldn't. What could I possibly say in this absurd and bizarre situation? Did you turn into a plaster statue? Why are you silent, our master? Karam was mocking me more than ever with his heightened voice. It's pointless to deny or resist now. This bold junior must have already figured everything out. Although outwardly I maintained a composed expression, inwardly I was extremely flustered. Who was the one who rescued me when I was kidnapped at the academy and who released the heart curve that was suppressing my growth? Her confident expression revealed her inner thoughts. Please say something, if you're not going to continue hugging me like this forever. I quietly withdrew my hand, releasing her body. Too bad. Actually, this side wasn't so bad. Luna, brushing off the dust from her body, got up from her seat. It would suffice for me to be momentarily shocked into silence. Did I even have a reason to speak? Should I explain that I was a regressor who concealed my strength, and out of undeserved sympathy, I extended her lifespan? It didn't seem necessary. There's no need for that. She's the woman whose fate I changed with my own hands by my own decision. If her altered fate poses a threat to me, then I must not hesitate to kill her. If she veers off the path she was supposed to follow, that's it. Your expression has changed. Are you about to kill me? Anyway, she's incredibly quick-witted. Why? I have no intention of telling anyone about my senior secret. Should I die just because I know my senior secret? The problem isn't her speaking out, it's that she knows. I have no words. It's just my ordinary compassion that has led to the current situation. This is entirely my responsibility, so I'll deal with it. It seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? If you were going to kill me just for knowing this much, I might as well have dug deeper into the secrets you held. I still don't know anything about you, so do I have to die at your hands without knowing anything? What are you curious about? I asked in a somewhat indifferent tone. Why did you save me? She asked as if she had been waiting for it. If you were going to kill me anyway, why did you rescue me from the kidnappers, remove the heart curve from my body, and change my life? She pressed me with a calm but clear voice. Why did I save her? Well, to be honest, everything related to her was of no benefit to me. I didn't care about being trapped in the academy's confines for a lifetime, nor did I care about being kidnapped by the opposition faction and dragged away helplessly. I could have just pretended not to see her, like Karan spoke earlier, and there would have been no problem. Why? Because from the beginning, there was no connection between her and me in this life or the previous one. Everything I've done for you under the pretext of letting you go was just my insignificant change of heart. You were just that to me from the beginning. You are not a precious being that needs to be protected, even if it means throwing away my body. For no reason. Whether it was not the answer she expected or not, her eyes sharpened sharply. Even I don't know why I did that. That's the worst answer. Was it because she didn't want to hear the answer? Luna spoke in a flat voice and lowered her head deeply. Didn't I always say it? I'm not a savior. Just because I let you go on the path doesn't mean I'm going to guide you correctly. I won't fulfill any wishes or hopes you have. My true nature is not a light that illuminates darkness, but rather a dark fog that obscures such light. Thump, thump amidst the confusion in my head, I heard footsteps from behind. Not human footsteps, but the heavy footsteps of a beast. Yet the familiar aura was very palpable. Among the humans in this ruin, there's only one who could make such footsteps. When I only heard the footsteps, I thought it was just him approaching, but when I saw the figure revealed from the darkness of the passage, I felt something was off. Is that the foolish prince? Senior set? Luna also seemed to sense something strange as she cocked her head. The cheerful appearance of the guy who was lively just when we met Balrog has completely disappeared. What I felt from his bulky body right now was nothing but a fierce intent to kill someone. Splat! Before I could even ask what was going on, he charged towards me. Thud! Even if rocks collide, they wouldn't make such a sound. A massive fist, filled with strength and weight, flew towards my face, and I immediately raised my hand to defend myself. Senior! I knew this reckless, foolish prince's strength was tremendous, but it seemed even more than I had anticipated. This wasn't a strength that could be obtained simply by training the body. It wasn't physical or magical strength, but another unknown force contained in his fist. Whoosh! After deflecting his fist, I struck his solar plexus with my raised leg. The guy, who had received a direct blow without any defense, slammed into the wall. Thud, thud as the wall collapsed, debris fell onto his head. He probably wasn't dead. At least his head would be tougher than the walls of this ruin. But he immediately got up. I knew from the moment he swung his fist that this foolish prince wasn't in his right mind. Was he under mental control by the society guys? but I couldn't sense any magic. What's going on? Did a rock fall on his thick head or something? This isn't right. He's already abnormal, but now he's even weirder. May the holy light's grace protect us. With a chant from behind, a wall of white magic was erected in front of Set. I instinctively turned my head towards the source. Senior Set, you don't seem to be in your right mind, do you? She was casting magic with her usual expressionless face. What are you doing? You don't have any mana left. After a sigh and a nap, I've recovered somewhat. Even if I was in best condition, I'm not sure if I could withstand that foolish senior's power. It was a lie. Look at her trembling hand. Just like before, she's gathered what little mana she has left. At this rate, she'll faint again soon. I don't know why, but Senior Set seems to be trying to kill us right now. We should stop him before we're helpless. First, how about we stop Senior Set? Think about killing me later. If we're going to die anyway, it's better to die at the hands of Senior than to die at his hands. It was so absurd that I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Even in this situation, she remains as steadfast as ever. She looked at me with a smile as if to say, "What's the problem?" Chapter 144, True Face, Part 2. Upon probing the memories of my past life, a situation similar to the current foolish prince came to mind. It's what's known as the absolute coma. A state where one's mind is exploited by the presence of another, moving not by their own will, but by the will of others. The presence referred to here signifies those superior to humans. They are beings for whom the title of absolute fits best. With eyes clear despite the loss of life, overflowing with tremendous vitality, exuding an alien energy unattainable by mere humans. This is undoubtedly the state of absolute coma. Seems like things are getting interesting, Master? Karam, with a slight furrow of her brow, chuckled. I wanted to scrutinize every detail from 1 to 10, wondering at what point things were becoming interesting. However, I quietly opened my mouth as if speaking to myself. Why is this happening? It seems the owner of this dungeon is angered by someone defiling their dungeon. Whoever it is, they seem to be quite clumsy as an owner. Honestly, there's only one person that comes to mind, but I'll refrain from speculating for now. It seems irritation will mount if I continue to dwell on this. He peered through Luna's wall of resistance. The wall, erected the moment the person who had been unconscious just a while ago woke up, was unbelievably solid and sturdy, akin to an iron fortress. It would be impossible to break it down with brute force alone. However, Chwung, as if it didn't matter, he raised his fist once again. The moment a brownish aura surrounded his fist, I quickly pulled Luna close and threw myself into a corner. Kwajang Chang. The wall, as solid as an iron fortress, shattered with a deafening roar as if it were glass breaking. It was a close call. After the fist struck, there was a brief moment of silence before the rough desert wind brushed against our skin. I guess you don't want me to die at the hands of someone else? This isn't the time for such ridiculous jokes, Junior. I know, but it's a bit surprising. What kind of absurd power is this? It doesn't seem like mana at all. Could it really be sheer physical strength? If I were to explain, it would be that his physical strength is somewhat augmented by the power of an absolute being. To match this, I must also unleash a power of equal caliber. Wooduk with a harsh sound of bones, he clenched his fist once again. This time, there was twice the force compared to before, surging into his fist. Step back, as far as possible. Dodging won't solve it this time. After pushing Luna backward, I advanced forward and also clenched my fist. The black mist emanating from within gathered into my right fist, shimmering with a dark aura. At the moment the intended force accumulated, I extended my fist without hesitation. Quang! As our fists struck, fierce shockwaves erupted in both directions. At the point of impact, a slight tremor occurred, and as time passed, stronger forces surged to overwhelm each other. You've tasted the blood of a demonic beast. A calm voice, like gentle ripples, stimulated my eardrums. Of course, it wasn't the voice of the foolish prince. It's not just demonic beasts. You've also consumed the blood of a dragon. It's not just the power of the black mist. Your physical body has already surpassed that of humans. If you're going to babble to yourself, might as well keep it to yourself, right? The voice's owner chuckled as if it were insignificant. Where on earth did you come from? That's what I was going to ask. Why did you suddenly appear out of nowhere? HMPH, explaining to someone who's about to die is pointless. By the name of the sand god Sabulum, I'll bury you, the heir of air, in this land. There was no time to get lost in the unexpected introduction. His lips curled into a wicked smile, and simultaneously, the sand enveloping his fist stirred up a large whirlpool. You are an unnecessary being who should not be in the human world. Blame it on your master who tried to take you out of the world. Kugagung with a tremendous roar, the interior of the ruins reverberated wildly, and small cracks began to spread like branches on the walls. Is he planning to destroy everything just because he's angry about his mansion being defiled? Hey, are you planning to bury even your lackeys with us? If a collapse occurs, it won't just involve me and Luna. This foolish prince will surely be buried with us. It is a sacred sacrifice as a tribe that worships me and protects this land. It can be considered a great honor for him. Ha, you're talking big, huh? In the end, isn't it about using and discarding us? Well, compared to mere humans, they are incomparable beings, so this level of temperament is probably just a whim. Sorry, but I'm already fed up with such things. I dare to predict that regardless of whether you're human or a god, this insignificant pedestal will be thoroughly crushed today. Suik. With my free right hand, I immediately drew out Karam and slashed forward. Set, taking a step back, immediately unfolded a magic circle while clenching his fist. Desert blade. Eventually, a brownish blade resembling sand emerged from the magic circle. The problem was not just one, but many. I immediately assumed a defensive posture. King. A sensation akin to being struck by a sharp iron poker was felt as the blade struck my arm. He seemed to find my reaction interesting, flashing a smirk. Yes, as the heir of the gods, it will be a worthwhile death for you to resist until the very end. Pour out all your strength and die gloriously. I, Sabulum, will watch your end closely. I can't decide whether his kindness and mercy are overwhelming or contemptible. Ignoring it, I firmly grasped Karam and muttered quietly. Shadow Style 9, Manifestation of the Demonic Sword. Meanwhile, Luna, observing the clash between Cyan and Set from behind, thought to herself, magnificent, yet truly intriguing. What on earth is the identity of this strange and mysterious power? The only thing that seems certain is that the energy felt between them right now isn't mana-based. It felt like observing two powers with the same fundamental essence but different attributes. While Set is Set, she couldn't help but be drawn to the black mist emanating from Cyan in particular. The black mist of ignorance seemed to contain the negation of the entire world. There was only one place within her knowledge where the origin of that black mist could be. Is that Senior's true nature? Then, could it be? Before a particularly unpleasant thought could fully form, she quickly shook her head. She needed to focus on something else now. Judging from Cyan's appearance, it didn't seem like he was struggling against Set. Rather, with each passing minute, he seemed to be increasingly overwhelming, so it appeared there was no immediate need for her to intervene. So, what needed attention wasn't them, but rather this ruin. Kugagung, not only were small fragments falling one by one above her head, but the cracks in the walls had already become so severe that they would crumble if touched. They needed to get out of this ruin as soon as possible, but they were already so focused on each other that they didn't even pay any attention to their surroundings. At this, Luna calmly closed her eyes and placed one hand on the ground. She needed to calculate everything necessary for casting magic: the flow of mana from the sandstorm, the amount of air, the temperature of the ground, and so on. They were currently about 30 meters below ground level, and the pure distance to the exit was roughly over 1 kilometer. Considering the fact that this was an underground ruin, they needed to perform even more delicate and precise distance calculations. Actually, the calculations weren't difficult. She had already completed over 95% of them in her head, as she had done even more difficult calculations as easily as eating a meal. However, there was a separate issue. The mana remaining to her was woefully insufficient. Even the mana she had left from creating the barrier of resistance moments ago had been exhausted. The situation was such that scraping together every last bit of mana would barely exceed 5%. Attempting it might be impossible, but still, it would be better than giving up. With a determined heart, Luna drew out the mana. Ack! Immediately, a sense of helplessness overwhelmed her. To attempt a magic that had little chance of success, even at full condition in such a dire situation. But what choice did she have? If she didn't do it herself, the precious person before her eyes would be buried in the sand along with her. They would be left there forever, where no one would ever find them. Actually, that might be better in the end. A trace of serious contemplation appeared on her momentarily stunned face. Wung suddenly sensing a strange aura from behind, Luna quickly turned her head. The unknown figure disappearing as abruptly as swirling smoke. It disappeared too quickly to determine exactly what it was. However, along with the unfamiliar sensation, there was a familiar feeling that seemed to have been seen somewhere before. In addition, she felt her mana, which had been exposed just a moment ago, slowly rising. What is this? It wasn't just mana. Another force was flowing vigorously around her heart, like a torrent. Although she didn't know the identity of this energy, she could be sure of one thing. With her current state, she could definitely succeed in the magic she intended to cast. With determination, Luna immediately chanted the spell. Against the chaos that defies the order of space, we shall escape. As she chanted the spell, a small magic circle formed beneath her feet. The magic circle quickly spread out and soon expanded to where Cyan and Set were. Upon noticing the magic circle beneath their feet, the two men, who were engaged in fierce combat, turned their attention to it. Both of them seemed to have recognized the nature of the magic circle, as their facial expressions noticeably changed. Spatial transition? Suddenly, a bright blue light emanated from the magic circle, enveloping the surroundings. Swoosh, without any resistance, those engulfed by the light disappeared. Thud! In the blink of an eye, as soon as the light of the magic vanished, it was replaced by the welcoming warmth of the sun. Did it work? Still unable to believe whether her magic had truly succeeded, Luna was momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, Cyan approached her. "What were you doing?" His eyes showed rare confusion and astonishment. "I did what I could do best," she responded with her usual indifferent gaze. "That's not what I'm asking. Did you really perform a spatial transition?" Goodness gracious! As a voice, light-hearted but relieving the tension that had been hanging, was heard, both the man and woman instinctively turned their heads. Set lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his head with one hand. The eyes that had been full of vitality moments ago were now clouded and hazy, reminiscent of the true foolish prince. Chapter 145, True Face. Part 3, The ruins, which seemed like they would collapse at any moment, ceased their trembling as soon as the visitors left. "Well," the black-haired man standing blankly in the middle of the passage chuckled as he observed the now silent ruins. "What are you doing?" But soon after, a fierce voice accompanied by a penetrating gaze came from behind. The man just turned his head with a blank expression. "Could you stop glaring at me like that? I haven't done anything to deserve your scrutiny, have I? I clearly warned you not to interfere, didn't I? Did you forget your determination to live?" "Yeah, just as you said, I didn't interfere and stayed quiet. Did I disturb you two fighting? I just helped that little lady I rescued a bit. Is that any of your concern? I didn't think so." For a moment, Sabulum couldn't speak, his mouth remained shut. "You said it yourself. Whether I save a worthless human or not is none of your business. But why are you questioning me now? I find it quite absurd. Even now, your nature remains unchanged. Although it's a bit ambiguous, I'll take it as a compliment." The man smirked, smoothly brushing off the somewhat sensitive remark. In no time, a brief light emitted from the man's body, and he began to gradually fade away. "Now that the summoned demon is dead and my pieces have been moved outside, there's no reason for me to stay here anymore. It wasn't very comfortable, but I still had a good time. Goodbye." The man waved his hand cordially as he said his final goodbye. Without changing his expression, Sabulum opened his mouth slowly. "I don't care what you do. However, the aftermath should not spill over into this land. Remember my words, Remiharam? I don't know how many times you've said the same thing. If you have time to advise me, you should do it to your followers. That big guy I saw earlier, he didn't seem like he could live long. It would be unfair if he got sick and died, wouldn't it?" With those words, the man disappeared as if evaporating into thin air. "You don't remember?" "Yeah. I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry for what happened to you. Sometimes things like this happen. Some stranger gets into my head and starts babbling strange things, and then suddenly everything goes blank." Set kept apologizing, still holding onto his throbbing head. While it varies from person to person, those who fell into a deep coma generally don't remember what happened at that time. It's probably the same for that guy. I don't think remembering would do any good. The ruins have quieted down. The ruins, which seemed like they would collapse at any moment, became quiet as soon as we left. It seems the divine energy of the sand deity in the ruins couldn't reach outside. That sand deity must have been quite bewildered. Surely that little mage standing behind me didn't know how to use spatial transitions. Spatial transition. In simple terms, it's a magic that moves people within a certain range to another space. Even though it's a high-level magic that can only be achieved at the level of 7th grade or higher. It's not something that can be easily used just because the magic level is high. Not only do you have to estimate the distance between the spaces you want to move, but you also have to mentally grasp and calculate complex factors such as the flow of mana, the surrounding terrain of the destination, and so on, and materialize them with magic in order to realize it. Even considering the pure distance between the ruins and the entrance, it was by no means a short distance. Wasn't she already out of mana from the beginning? Unless someone injected a large amount of mana, the current situation could never have happened. Anyway, are you okay, Junior? I heard those scrawny guys from the society were after you. I'm fine. I received help from some special individuals. The word individuals caught my attention, but I didn't show it. I'm sorry. I unintentionally caused trouble for the seniors too. No need to apologize. If anything, I've caused more trouble, not less. Set got up from his seat with a strong voice and stretched his body. But what about you guys from the society? Doesn't seem like we got out first. That's... Luna's gaze naturally turned towards me. Just in case, I'll go check near the entrance. You guys take a break for a moment? Before I could respond, he swiftly ran towards the entrance. Once again, unintentionally, Luna and I were left alone. It's awkward. I didn't feel like this just a moment ago. I have no idea what expression to make or what to say. As I was pondering how long to maintain the silence, an uncertain feeling washed over me. She finally spoke up. Are you hurt? No. Are you feeling tired or uncomfortable anywhere? Do you really think that's a question for you to ask? Well, excuse me for worrying, Senior. She seemed a bit flustered, pursing her lips as if hesitating. What about members of the Garam Magic Society? What happened to them? I killed them. Now there was no need to hide it, so I affirmed with a brief answer. Will you kill me too? I couldn't answer that question directly. As I said before, I have no intention of telling anyone about you, Senior. It's been that way from the start. Whatever the Senior's identity or power may be, that's the Senior's business. I don't think I have the right to blabber about it. I understand. Even if it's not a human but a god who comes, she won't say anything about me. I know better than anyone how heavy her lips can be. I'm someone who was saved by a Senior. It may sound extreme, but if the Senior wants me to live, I'll live, and if they want me to die, I'll die. That's how precious the Senior is to me. It's not just a little extreme. To live if I want you to live, and to die if I want you to die. At that moment, I remembered some fool from a past life who lived with such a trivial mentality and met a miserable end. How did you know? About what? That I saved you. How did you know? It couldn't have been just intuition. Luna was completely unconscious and couldn't be aware of her surroundings at that time. Even during the removal of the heart curve, I thought I wouldn't leave any traces, so there was no way she could be sure that I saved her. On what basis did she have the confidence that I had saved her? By feeling. It was truly a disappointing answer. When I was kidnapped by the society, I was in a state of unconsciousness. I was carelessly abandoned in the darkness. Suddenly, a mist appeared before me. Mist? Yes. It was a very strange mist, eerie yet strangely comforting. It warmly enveloped me, who was left alone. I can't forget how warm it was when I woke up. And the feeling that was the same as that. Did you just feel it from me? Luna nodded with a completely blank face. In the end, did I sow the seeds and reap them myself? Despite her extraordinary intuition, the fundamental reason must be my own sympathy. How did you manage to use spatial transition? You weren't even in a state to use it. Oh, I'm also curious about that. I was gathering mana when suddenly, a strange energy came from behind. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly spaced out. Then, as if enlightened, she began nodding her head abruptly. I don't think you can kill me. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I met Remihiram. Still shocked, I grabbed her shoulders and asked, You met who? Remiharam, Ray me, ha, Ram. As if engraving it firmly in my mind, she shouted into my ear emphatically. What's this? She's not someone to lie about something like this, right? Come to think of it, she mentioned special individuals to Set earlier too. Did she really receive help from the tome? What's going on with the tome? Curious, aren't you? Luna looked at me with a confident expression, as if she had taken control of the situation. But what should I do? I don't want to talk about it. To satisfy the senior's curiosity, I might not be able to die yet. Her face, full of satisfaction, sharply contrasted with my bewildered expression due to the unexpected situation. Then I'll go to senior Set for a moment. We never know when another accident might happen. I couldn't stop her confidently walking away, so I just stared at her back. Oh, right. Suddenly turning around, she hugged me tightly without any warning. What are you doing? Just feeling a bit regretful. I thought it might have been better to lie flat on the ground in this state. With incomprehensible words, Luna moved back towards where Set was. In many ways, the situation had become quite complex, leaving my head extremely confused. However, there was no time to calm down my bewildered mind. As soon as she left, mist rose from where she had been embraced. How can you make such a stupid expression? With a mischievous grin, Karam poked my cheek firmly. Is what she said true? What? That she met Remiharam? That guy just shows up out of nowhere to any human? How would I know? With his unpredictable nature, he could very well do that. Ah, forget it. Don't bring up that bastard in front of me. She was rather indignant about discussing it. Don't push it. What? Forget it. Just talking to myself. She seemed to have some idea, but judging by her way of speaking, she wasn't going to spill. In the end, all I got was a piece of parchment supposedly from Tome. It seemed like a significant achievement, but rather than feeling pleased, I felt uneasy. Hey, you guys over there. Amidst all this, a desperate call came from behind. Set, Luna, and I all turned our heads towards the source of the urgency near the entrance of the ruins. Everyone's safe, thank goodness. It was one of the villagers I'd seen passing by earlier, looking quite frantic as if he had rushed here. What's going on? Why are you all here? Set asked, looking puzzled. I'm not sure what's happening right now. Some of the people who went to the ruins with you all have returned and started attacking the remaining members of their group in the village. It seemed like there was some kind of altercation. Set was the first to react. What about the villagers? The villagers are unharmed, but we're in a situation where we can't intervene. If we continue like this, the village... Without waiting for more information, Set immediately dashed towards the village. It seems like the Garam Society has finally shown their true colors. Without hesitation, Luna followed Set hastily. It seemed like the situation was far from over. Chapter 146, True Face, Part 4. There were a total of 20 members of the society who visited Nodley. Among them, 6 who participated in the exploration of ruins were not members of the Garam Magic Society, but were mages belonging to the Oram Society, who were plotting Luna's kidnapping. Including the responsible party, Karan, I killed 4 without leaving a trace. Then, the fact that the 2 remaining members of the society came out first and caused trouble at the ruins. Did they attack first out of fear of being exposed? I speculate that the 2 who fled first are not all there is. Surely, there are still members of the Oram Society hidden in the village. Regardless of what happens, now that the hidden fangs have been revealed, they will not quietly leave this village. Did you know about Karan's true identity, Senior? While rushing towards the village, Luna asked me, Aren't those who oppose your society? Yes, that's right. To confess, I've known for quite some time. Even though I knew the truth, I've always been silent about it within the society. Why? Back then, I was in a state of complete indifference, not caring about what happened to the society. I didn't bother paying attention, thinking it was irrelevant to me. Does that mean she has a different mindset now? From the beginning, no one in the society trusted me. Among them, the one I trusted the least was Karan. He tried to indoctrinate me, saying that magic is an artifact only those with abilities can possess. It made me sick every time. What about your grandfather? Did he just stand by and watch those scoundrels roam the country? He dismissed them as the futile struggles of ignorant people. He didn't bother intervening. However, his attitude changed slightly after the recent incident of my kidnapping. if news of the current situation spreads in the society. If it spreads, probably about half of them won't get out unscathed, she said with a grim look in her eyes. Whether it's their necks or somewhere else being cut, it's none of my concern, but it's not a good thing for me either way. It seems like achieving the original goal of quietly passing through has already failed. There's someone ahead, Luna, who was running ahead, shouted while looking ahead. A man in blue robes lying on the road, surrounded by swirling sand. He was clearly a mage from the Garam Magic Society. Hey, wake up, the society member barely raised his head and met the gaze of Luna, who was looking at him. Luna, you're safe, thank goodness. Despite wearing a smile of relief as if he had found a savior, he already seemed beyond saving. The Oram Society members were hiding on our side. This place is dangerous. You must evacuate quickly. Don't speak, let's heal you quickly. Just as she was about to cast a healing spell in haste, the society member collapsed heavily. She's not a weak woman to harbor regrets for someone who's already dead. Closing her eyes silently, she stood up immediately and said with a determined look, I never thought I'd feel like this. In living, there is a clear difference between a life with goals and one without. Having no goals means there is no reason to live in this world. Then you wouldn't care about what's happening around you and naturally become numb to everything. That's exactly how she was when I first saw her in Royal Palace. But not anymore. Now, in Luna's eyes that I'm seeing, there are emotions I couldn't see before. Among them, the most prominent was anger. It was anger. Anger directed towards the Oram Society, who caused the current situation. I have a feeling that things are going to escalate. Clang, the unease soon became reality. A sandstorm rising from the center of the village with a loud roar. It was clear that Set, who had rushed to the village before us, was behind it. Is he planning to destroy the village? Hurry, senior. I followed her into the village. There were no people on the streets for now. However, uneasy glances could be felt through the windows of houses here and there. Most of them went inside, locking their doors, seeming to wait for the current situation to pass. After a while, we arrived at the center of the village. The first thing that caught my eye was Set, spewing anger with furious eyes amidst the sandstorm. Next to him were 3 society members barely maintaining a barrier with exhausted faces. On the other side, there were many mages in similar robes, but they definitely didn't seem to be on the same side. Roughly estimating, there were more than 20 of them. That means most of them probably weren't originally in the village. Their gazes were all focused on us. Luna? The society members maintaining the barrier sighed in relief when they saw Luna. What's going on? Why are they here? In contrast, the eyes of the mages on the other side were filled with astonishment and confusion. Could it be Karen? The leader seemed quite flustered, wondering where the responsible party had gone and how we appeared unharmed. Don't turn a blind eye, you brats. Whether he said it or not, our enraged prince was gradually increasing his power, ready to sweep everything away at any moment. He must have recovered so much power already, even though it hasn't been long since he woke up from the coma. If he were to rampage, the entire village would be obliterated without a trace. It seems the residents' worries weren't unfounded. How dare you cause a disturbance in the village while I'm not here? If you have any god you believe in, pray quickly, because I'll crush you all today. Set roared like a ferocious beast and charged straight at the mages. The holy light's grace will protect me. Boom, some mages immediately manifested mana and created a barrier of resistance. Set, blocked in an instant, shouted as if it were pitiful. I'll break this pathetic wall with my fist. Just as he was about to raise his fist to break the wall, cough. With unusual bleeding and his legs giving way, he collapsed on the spot. He tried to get up quickly, but his body didn't move as he intended. Because he had spent his strength recklessly, not long after waking up from a coma, his body suffered. The lightning of judgment? The mages didn't miss the opportunity and cast attack magic. Zap! The lightning made a loud noise and created a large shockwave, but it didn't reach the foolish prince. In front of Set, there was another wall, showing a pristine white surface without any cracks. That was close. Luna sighed with relief and reinforced the wall even more. As she stepped forward, the expressions of some of the mages changed noticeably. Luna looked at them with indifferent eyes and asked, I will ask in the name of Luna Rainriver, a member of the Garam Magic Society. What brings you here? At this, a red-haired mage at the forefront spoke up. What happened to Karan, who was supposed to serve Luna? He responded with another question. He's dead. It was a reply without the slightest hesitation. You joke too much. A man like him wouldn't die so easily. Am I joking at a time like this? Do I seem so frivolous to you? With her unexpected determination, he swallowed his dry saliva. If you quietly follow, there won't be any major incidents. As if trying to change the subject, he revealed the true purpose of their visit here, trying to persuade her. No, Luna, don't listen to them. Come over here quickly. At this, mages on the other side jumped up and tried to stop her. However, judging by their condition, going over there didn't seem like it would resolve the situation favorably. Do you think you can handle it? Now that the Oram Society has openly revealed its fangs, we won't just stand by quietly in the society anymore. That's not important. The only thing that matters to us is Luna. We are here to rescue you from the ignorant fools of the Garam Magic Society. Listening to such a cliché repertoire was becoming unbearable. To see how the situation would unfold, I naturally approached her from behind. Hey, the boy behind her is Cyan Vert. At this, a relatively familiar face of a mage pointed at me with his finger and said. Then dozens of eyes, which had been looking at Luna, turned their gaze towards me. Cyan Vert? Their surprised expressions were truly ridiculous, like startled fish. They probably couldn't understand. Why am I here with Luna in this place when I should be cooped up in the academy? Let me make a suggestion. As the silence began to flow, she opened her mouth again. Abandon all plans and quietly leave the village right now, as if nothing happened. The moment her mouth closed, the eyes of everyone around, including myself, widened in disbelief. What is this junior trying to say now? Luna, you're speaking foolishly. What will you do if we don't back off? I'll die, all of you, including me. As she spoke, she created a monosphere in her hand. The appearing sphere gradually sharpened in shape, soon forming a shape similar to a dagger. Just as I wondered what she was planning to do with it, stabbed the sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed sharply. She had stabbed her own throat. Although it wasn't a deep stab, more like a needle prick, blood flowed profusely from the pierced area, as if it wasn't just for show. Luna, what are you doing? Shocked society members exclaimed, but she spoke with an indifferent face, not even blinking. Even if you want me to, I have no intention of going to you. If I disappear, there will be no reason for you to be here, and my grandfather will never stand idly by about my death. Is she bargaining with her life? If it were someone else, I might have dismissed it as a mere show-off, but not her. She might genuinely intend to stab herself. Well, situations like this aren't unfamiliar to me, but my junior really knows how to surprise me multiple times. Let go. Eventually, I grabbed her wrist and lowered it. It's my business. Senior, don't worry about it. That's not it. I don't think it's necessary. What? Looks like I got caught. That I'm not at the academy, but in a distant place. Swish, a familiar sensation carried by the rough sandstorm wind. I anticipated it, but the allies who I wouldn't be particularly pleased to see were rushing towards us. Chapter 147, True Face, Part 5. A familiar yet unfamiliar scent carried by the wind. Similar to what Cyan usually smells like, but a completely different scent that sensitively stimulated Luna's nose. That meant that the owner of the scent was approaching quickly from not far away. Hey, Junior, just one request. Yes. When the word request came out of Cyan's mouth, Luna was quite surprised. Just calm him down a bit. The one his finger pointed at was none other than Set. Hey, I told you not to ignore me. Don't misunderstand. If you don't shut up in just 5 seconds, I'll tear you all apart. Set, threatening murder with brutal cursing. He was like a large, fierce dog barking wildly while being held on a leash. Luna quietly laid her hand on Set's head. Sweet sleep. Shortly after, as the white powder scattered from her hand entered Set's nose and mouth, Set closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately. He seems quite tired. The magic worked better than I thought. Set fell asleep properly, as if asking when that happened. Now, as Luna turned his head wondering what to do, Luna was taken aback by Cyan's unexpected secretive gaze. Why are you looking like that? Well, it should be okay. Saying incomprehensible words, Cyan suddenly raised a hand above his head. Woo-woo black mana flashed and emitted light, spreading around the area where they were located. Restriction barrier? In a place filled with mages of 7th rank and above, it was surprising that an academy student of only 5th rank could cast a restriction barrier. Some mages chuckled at this seeming triviality, but Luna was not like them. What could be the intent behind him creating a restriction barrier? Surely, it must mean that he doesn't want whatever is about to happen to leak outside. In other words, no one can predict what terrible things will happen inside. Shuo eventually, Luna saw it. Behind the society members who were staring blankly at Cyan's erected barrier, figures of unidentified people wearing black masks appeared. The society members who sensed something quickly turned around. Swoosh, some couldn't even confirm the identity of the presence they felt. What they saw were heads chopped off and soaring into the sky, thud thud, and blood drops of red light falling onto their faces. Ah! The startled society members screamed, but the masked men continued their brutal massacre without hesitation. What? In disbelief, Luna lost her senses. What could their identities be? Knights, mercenaries, or assassins? Dare to boast that the scene before her would be the most cruel and ruthless sight she had ever seen in her life. With a gentle turn of her head, she looked at Cyan beside him. As if the scene before him was insignificant, his face was incredibly serene, to the point of overflowing with tranquility. May the fires of hell consume all? Suddenly, a mage who had regained his senses shouted a spell at them. Inferno Flame, a 7th rank fire elemental magic. The soaring flames transformed into the form of a gaping monster's mouth, trying to subdue the approaching masked men, but swoosh! The villains immediately manifested an unknown force. Mana-like, yet mixed with something different, like mist. It was similar to what Luna had seen from Cyan earlier near the ruins. Black mist! The mist promptly extinguished the fierce flames of hell approaching swiftly. In an instant, the mage whose magic was nullified met the same fate as the society members who had gone ahead. Within less than a minute, all the mages of the Oran Society were taken care of. Watching this, the mages of the Garam Magic Society trembled like aspen leaves and managed to speak with trembling lips. See, could it be? No, it can't be true. Why are they here? Movements beyond human, ruthlessness unafraid of killing, and even black mist filled with all sorts of negative energy. There was only one place on this continent where such figures could be seen. The mist! Why were heretics who followed the Black Mist's deity and denied the truth of the world present here on the continent? And who is this man who looks at them with such indifference? Eventually, the gaze of the villains turned to the Garam Magic Society mages who were filled with fear. Without getting any closer, they waited in their place, silently meeting Cyan's gaze. I'll ask once. Suddenly, Cyan, who had been silent, opened his mouth. Yes, can you handle them? Can she handle it? That sentence could be interpreted in two ways. Will she kill the society members instead of the assassins, or can she take responsibility for what has happened and silence them? Luna didn't know why, but she thought it was the latter. In any case, since they wouldn't want what had happened to spread outside, if she says she can't handle it here, the assassins will kill the Garam Magic Society mages without a second thought. Without hesitation, Luna answered immediately. I'll take care of it. These society members will never report what happened today to the society, even if I have to rip out their tongues. Hearing that, Cyan chuckled and slightly nodded towards the assassins. Then the assassins immediately put away their weapons and started cleaning up the scene. Drrrung cool. Unlike the endlessly serious people around him, Set was sleeping soundly with a peaceful face. Despite being poked and shaken around, there was no sign of waking up. After the situation was settled, Luna moved Set to the village chief's house. Then, she personally apologized for the unfortunate incident caused by the society and recounted the events that occurred at the ruins. So such things happened. Just when I thought everything was okay, it seems another crisis has arisen. The village chief, having heard the truth, sighed as he looked closely at Set. Do you happen to know anything about this? I'm not exactly sure. We can only cautiously speculate among ourselves. It's said that the sand god, Sabulum, visited Prince Set's body. The sand god, Sabulum? She asked, her eyes flickering. While it may seem uncertain now, the truth is that Prince Set has always been physically weak since birth. He frequently fell ill and teetered on the brink of life and death several times. But despite that, it's said that he manifested mana at the tender age of 7. It was a remarkable achievement, 3 years ahead of the usual pace. Although he might have been lacking in some aspects, she couldn't deny that he was a rare talent on the continent. The problem was that his talent couldn't be controlled. One day, during mana manifestation, he suddenly lost consciousness and went on a rampage, causing a massive sandstorm right in the heart of the kingdom. The situation was eventually brought under control, but Prince Set, unable to withstand the power, vomited blood and remained unconscious for days. I recall such incidents happening about 3 times. To think his mana was so strong that his body couldn't handle it and went into a rampage. It was truly remarkable that he hadn't died from it. At such a young age, I don't know what he was thinking, but it seems Prince Set was extremely angry at his own weakness. So he left the bustling city and lived in our quiet village, training his body every day, for a whole 4 years. It wasn't always peaceful, but what does this have to do with the sand god? Prince Set mentioned something like this at least once. He said that before he went on a rampage, he always heard a strange entity speaking in his mind. And after the rampage ended, he didn't remember anything. It was as if someone had taken over his body. Is that the sand god? It's all speculation. It's just something we joked about among ourselves. Maybe Sabulum came to test the prince's strength for a while, something like that. The village chief waved his hand dismissively, but his words didn't sound entirely groundless. For a god to inhabit a human body, regardless of ability, could a human handle that? The human body inherently has its limits, and no matter how much training and strengthening one does, excessive exertion leads to side effects. That was a fact that she, who had undergone numerous experiments in the society, knew too well. Perhaps out of empathy, there was a faint feeling of compassion in Luna's eyes as she looked at Set. You must have been very surprised, but regarding what happened today, don't worry. What good would it do for ordinary people like us to speak out? We also bear responsibility for accepting outsiders without any caution. I will make sure to inform the villagers too. The village chief agreed to her request without much resistance. Feeling somewhat relieved, Luna stood up and walked out. In front of the house, the 3 society members who had risked their lives during this investigation were waiting for her. Their expressions seemed to indicate they had a lot to say. Luna looked at them calmly and asked, "Do you know what I'm going to say about this incident? Are you telling us to keep quiet about what happened this time?" She nodded silently. "But how can we stay silent when the situation has come to this? And what about the society leader's face?" "It's not that I'm not saying anything, it's that there's no need for you to say anything. Everything that happened in this village will be reported directly to my grandfather." Are you speaking on behalf of? Yes. Her statement meant she was somewhere other than the academy. Then, what about the matter regarding Cyan Vert? Cyan Vert, what are you talking about? Perplexed, the society members exchanged glances with each other. What you've seen in this village is only me and Senior Set. There was never anyone named Cyan Vert to begin with. Do you understand? That means, swear on the name of the society. Reluctantly, they recited the society's oath and pledged not to disclose today's events to anyone. Luna bypassed the society members and headed towards the center of the village. As if it had never happened, the scene quickly returned to its original state. Not a trace of bodies or even the faint smell of blood lingered. It was as if nothing had happened. Where could Cyan be? Luna quietly closed her eyes and tried to catch his scent, unsure if it still lingered. Eventually, she followed the scent towards the entrance of the village, away from the residential area. Step by step, as the scent of Cyan grew stronger, she felt ominous gazes from all around, as if she were walking towards the realm of the dead. Luna knew that at any moment, those gazes could lead her down the path to the afterlife if their owners so desired. But she paid them no mind and continued forward. The identity of Cyan and whatever power he concealed didn't matter. All that mattered was that her beloved Cyan was by her side. Finally, around the corner, she saw Cyan approaching from the shadows. "Are you finished with your discussion?" Just as she was about to greet him warmly, Luna felt a sense of unease wash over her and froze on the spot. What was this situation? The person before her, usually so calm and collected, seemed completely unfamiliar. It was as if she didn't recognize the Cyan she knew. On the other hand, there was a growing suspicion that this might truly be his hidden self, concealed within the black mist. Flushed cheeks, labored breaths. even eyes filled with a consuming, murderous rage. Luna thought to herself. For some unknown reason, the Cyan she was seeing now seemed on the verge of losing his sanity. Chapter 148. For What Purpose? Part 1. Cyan's room located at the end of the left corridor on the second floor of the royal palace. Sitting on the sofa, Brian, with his head drooping, couldn't shake off his self-loathing. With the emergency measures from Chancellor Kundal, all external activities were prohibited, regardless of being a student or a guardian knight. The only thing he could do was to lament with his head in his hands, feeling foolish. It truly felt like a mix of all the negative emotions in the world. "Don't get too close to the princess. Take care of yourself while I'm not here," he said. Failing to keep any of them resulted in the current reality. Is this feeling of wanting to die from embarrassment too much to bear? There would be no servant so inept and useless as himself. It was a desperate moment when he couldn't bring himself to face Cyan again. I can't stand this anymore." Emily, who had been watching him for hours, finally exploded. "How long are you going to keep this up? What's the point if that brat goes berserk and kills someone? Shouldn't we think about what to do next?" Brian, lifting his head silently, weakly opened his mouth. "What should we do? Let's think about that now. What on earth should we do? I couldn't do anything before, so what difference would it make now?" Emily thought. "This man is more serious than I thought. He wasn't in a state that could be easily calmed with a few words." She cautiously asked to calm his mind at least. "So where is that brat Nana right now?" "She's with Lady Silica. She decided it was too risky for us to keep her." Brian thought he had been extremely negligent. He had let his guard down too easily just because Cyan had passed it off as nothing. In fact, what kind of confidence did he have to act loosely when he couldn't even handle Nana's rampage? He felt like banging his head against a rock if there was one in front of him. It's not yet confirmed what Nana did. But from the moment Princess Erin discovered the scene, things had far exceeded the scope of what he could handle. Silica also asked him to stay in his room and not do anything, and she strongly warned him that she would not be responsible if he violated this. What does she mean by telling himself to do something in this situation? He probably won't live much longer, so wouldn't it be better to turn everything upside down and solve this situation? Yes, that would be better. At least then, Cyan wouldn't be harmed. Snap! A sharp sound that made him snap out of it. Brian's gloomy eyes flickered for a moment. As he slowly turned his pupils to face forward, he saw Emily's face, who had just slapped his cheek hard with both hands. He felt a tingling pain on his cheek along with her heat. "You're supposed to be the guardian knight of young master. How can someone who's supposed to protect him make such a foolish expression?" Dazed, Brian just blinked his eyes. "If you've made a mistake, you should fix it. Are you just going to keep doing this until the master comes?" Fix? You mean fix it?" He managed to open his mouth, but confusion dominated his eyes. If he made a mistake, he should fix it. It's the most obvious thing, but as mentioned earlier, isn't there nothing to be done? There are already dozens of eyes outside watching over the royal palace. If he hastily tries to do something, he'll only arouse further suspicion. Will this situation be resolved if we just continue to do nothing? "WL, Lady Silica. What about Nana? Will she be able to come back to us once everything's settled?" Brian couldn't respond immediately. It wasn't because he didn't know. He couldn't bring himself to affirm whether Nana would return to them in response to Emily's question. Didn't he already know it himself? Silica is someone who prioritizes Cyan's safety more than anyone else. Cyan even said not to show any resentment towards her if possible. If she judges that he's even slightly threatened, she's someone who would mercilessly erase the threatening existence from this world. That's why Nana is with her right now. Do they think they'll just send her back to the dorms as if nothing happened after the situation is resolved? Even if the sky splits into two, that would never happen. No, right? You don't think so. You can't answer because it's true. We won't be able to see her faces again. Do you think that's what our master wants? No, it can't be. He was sure that if Cyan knew about the current situation, he would definitely be furious. And that anger would be unbearable not only for Brian, but for anyone. Knowing this, is he really just going to stand by and do nothing? With his helpless heart slowly moving, Brian was gradually realizing what he should do in this worst-case scenario. "I'll go meet Lady Silica." It's been a day since the incident occurred and emergency measures were taken. Although the members are causing disruptions to delay the Chancellor's arrival, he will arrive by tomorrow evening at the latest. Why did he specifically instruct to watch over the royal palace? Without a doubt, it's because he suspects Cyan's involvement in this incident. Cyan has maintained a fairly smooth relationship not only as a student, but also as a collaborator who periodically deals with the Chancellor, rather than a simple relationship between a student and the Chancellor. The problem is that this relationship isn't based on trust. Cyan fundamentally didn't trust Chancellor Kundal, and the Chancellor has been investigating various aspects to find out what Cyan is really up to. So it's not surprising if this relationship breaks at any time. Surely the Chancellor must be extremely angry right now. A murder case has occurred in the Academy, which he can consider his everything. Regardless of whether they are nobles or royals, he will investigate everything related to this incident among the people in Lewin. However, Cyan is not here right now. Moreover, Nana, the instigator of this incident, is currently in a very unstable state. It's impossible to replace Cyan, and even if they did, the Chancellor would immediately notice. Therefore, they hastily dispatched members to Nodley, where Cyan is presumed to have gone, to issue a return order, but they won't make it back in time. In the end, this situation had to be handled entirely by themselves. Amidst this, a strange presence was felt near the window. With just the energy alone, Silica quickly ran to the window. What is the meaning of this? I'm sorry for suddenly coming. It was Brian, the servant of Cyan. Perhaps afraid of being seen by others, Brian hastily crossed the window and entered her room. What did I say? Didn't I tell you to wait quietly? I'm sorry. I know it's rude, I know it's foolish, but I have something important to tell Lady Silica. Though his voice trembled with tension, there was a strong determination to convey something within it. Silica, as if prompting him to speak, sharply raised her eyebrows. Where is Nana? She's safe in a place other than the Academy. After everything is settled, will she be sent back to us? No. Brian, who was trying to continue his question, was completely speechless. She shrugged her shoulders casually, as if asking what was the problem. What did you just say? I said she won't be sent back. For Cyan's sake, and for all of you who serve Cyan, it's better for that child to disappear now. Expected, yet unexpected. A callous tone that deemed mentioning it unworthy. There was no need to interpret. Silica would likely kill Nana once this situation was over, perhaps even before it was resolved. Brian swallowed dryly, regaining his anxious resolve. Having come this far and having understood her intentions, his task became clearer. I will take Nana with me. Was it too rash of him to think such a thing? Silica showed no reaction, not even a small one. I understand it's an absurd idea, but Master Cyan? An instant where he couldn't bear to see or even understand. Silica, whose gaze had suddenly changed, seized Brian's collar and whispered firmly. Do you think this is a joke? Taking that half-dragon kid away? Do you think it's really for young Master? Brian could only tremble his lips, unable to speak. I'm not blaming you. It's my own fault for being foolish and reckless, for putting such a dangerous presence by Cyan's side. If you take that child and run away now, do you think the situation will be resolved? Maybe for now, but this will happen again and again. And each time, you will face the same situation. Weren't you Cyan's guardian knight? Didn't you want to help your master? Brian finally managed to convey his firm resolve. I just want to do what my master wishes, rather than being helpful to my master. Silica said nothing, staring directly into Brian's anxious eyes. It felt like facing a messenger sent to claim his life. Despite the blood rushing through his body, his heart pounding wildly, and the world around him fading away, Brian didn't avoid Silica's gaze. If he backed down now, he feared he wouldn't even be able to face himself in the mirror, let alone Cyan. Brian desperately held onto his faltering mind. My lady? A man appeared at the window where Brian had entered. As Silica pushed Brian aside as if he were a burden, the man hurried into the room. Chancellor Kundal has just entered Lewin? Unlike Brian, who was visibly shocked, Silica asked calmly, what's his route? He's heading to the Academy, arriving much faster than expected. Silica smirked bitterly upon hearing that he was coming straight to the Academy without delay. Did you hear? Stop any nonsense and go back to the dormitory quietly. Wait there until Cyan returns. Unable to argue any further, Brian simply bowed his head. My lady, there's a serious problem. At that moment, another member rushed into the room through the window. Unlike the previous one, his expression was extremely grave. Sensing some unease, Silica's gaze subtly wavered. The dragon in subspace has disappeared. The air in the room suddenly grew heavy. Chapter 149. For what purpose? Part 2. Welcome to the city of harmony, Lewin. A dignified and majestic voice echoed through the city gates like never before. The return of Kundal Quasel, the Chancellor of the Royal Academy and the true master of this city. Although indifferent, his gaze carried a sense of authority that overwhelmed those around him. Thank you for coming, Chancellor. Satwell, the Vice-Chancellor who had been waiting for the Chancellor, appeared and greeted him. As if they had made a promise, they walked side by side towards the Royal Academy. As instructed, all classes and external activities of the students have been suspended, and they have been instructed to stay in their dormitories. Are you sure everything has been taken care of? With the exception of Set Shaharkin, who was reported to have left without permission 2 days ago, everyone else's whereabouts have been confirmed. Kundal furrowed his eyebrows as if questioning what was being said. I asked the responsible knights, and they said the student went for experiential learning. Experiential learning? Yes. It was said that he applied for experiential learning with a relic in the Spania Kingdom, but according to Silica, the instructor, she never approved it. We'll have to hear the student's side of the story for details, but it seems he presumed their own approval and left the academy without permission. Considering his usual behavior, it was enough to believe he was capable of such actions. One peculiar thing is that Cyan Vert was among those who applied for the experiential learning. Cyan Vert? The Chancellor's expression suddenly changed. Satwell informed him that Cyan had applied for on-site experiential learning along with Set, but unlike Set who went without permission, Cyan had continued to appear within the academy. It was only recently that he applied for a short-term leave of absence due to Alice's work. He had been told about it several times in advance, so he knew to some extent, but Cyan had applied for experiential learning in his absence. The Chancellor never thought he would apply for experiential learning with pure intentions. So, who discovered Cyan Vert's whereabouts? It was Instructor Silica. It was a subtle coincidence that could make one raise their eyebrows. Although it was somewhat tangled, unraveling it carefully step by step would resolve everything. As they continued towards the academy to meet Aaron and Resimus, who had first discovered the scene of the incident, Kundal's gaze suddenly turned to one place. It was an extremely bewildering expression, unlike the usual demeanor of the Chancellor. What is this energy? An energy that no human, inherently limited as they were, could possess. Living nearly half his life in Lewin, he had never felt such a strange energy that made his flesh tremble and his bones ache. Strain? Without hesitation, Kundal rushed to where he felt the energy. Chancellor? The calls of those around him had long since faded. Kundal's 2 feet soon led him to an uninhabited alley, a little away from the main street. An ancient-looking space filled with nothing but swirling dust. Yet the faint warmth that lingered proved that someone had been here. As Kundal slowly looked down, he finally saw something under his feet. A strange, unfamiliar yet familiar object. Hair? It wasn't the common human hair seen anywhere. A fine, glossy, pinkish hair. Having lived for several decades and boasted of meeting many people, he had never seen such a strange color of hair, one that was extremely unfamiliar. For a moment, he gazed as if mesmerized by the unusual energy, but soon, he snapped out of it and tried to sense the remaining energy again. The energy he had been seeking had vanished into thin air. Aaron, may I come in? Yeah, come in. As Resimus opened the door with a somewhat worried expression, Aaron, with a slightly pale face, looked up to greet her. The Chancellor has just entered the academy. He seems to be coming this way. Oh, really? He's here sooner than I thought. All right, I'll get ready. Are you sure you're okay? I'm just better than yesterday and better than 5 minutes ago, I guess. Aaron confided her honest feelings as she looked at herself in the mirror. Having witnessed the gruesome sight of a dismembered body at the tender age of 13, it was an incredibly shocking experience, needless to say. Despite already 2 days having passed, the scene was still vividly etched in Aaron's mind. You don't need to strain yourself. Even if I talk to him alone, I can't afford to act irresponsibly like that. Don't worry about it. In truth, Resimus played a significant role in Erin pretending to be okay. Although she had witnessed the scene herself, perhaps due to having lived a difficult life since childhood, she didn't seem as affected as Erin. If Resimus, who had also been there, could overcome it so easily, how could she alone succumb to despair? To sort out her complex emotions, Erin took a deep breath calmly. Seeing her like this, Resimus asked cautiously, "Do you have any thoughts on mentioning Nana and Cyan?" Erin replied with a faint smile as if it was nothing special. "Anyway, Nana and Cyan have nothing to do with this incident, right? I think it would be better to speak positively to everyone." In other words, she also intended to keep the fact that Cyan wasn't at the academy a secret. Resimus nodded in respect for Erin's thoughts. "The Chancellor has arrived." Just then, news arrived that Chancellor Kundal had arrived. As the host of the room, Erin went to the entrance herself and opened the door. "Erin Sevelarus, 3rd year of the Royal Academy. I greet Chancellor Kundal." Erin greeted him respectfully with one hand on her chest. Behind Kundal were Vice-Chancellor Satwell, Instructor Silica, and other key figures of the Academy. "As the situation warrants, I hope for your understanding." "Of course. Please come in, Chancellor." This was the dormitory of the prestigious Academy. They conversed not as a princess and a chancellor, but as a student and a chancellor, discussing their relationship. "Everyone, please step out. Please wait outside for a moment." To have an undisturbed conversation, Erin and Kundal each sent out their respective associates. "I won't beat around the bush. Tell me everything you saw." Without hesitation, Kundal demanded an explanation from Erin and Resimus about what had happened the previous day, how they witnessed the scene, and under what circumstances. Erin started from the incident of going for a walk with Cyan at night, then on their way back to the royal palace, feeling a presence in the forest and finding the gruesome remains of a body, and explained everything to the Chancellor. "So we immediately informed the Academy about the scene and reported it, and since then, we've been following the measures issued by the Academy and staying in the dormitory." It was a flawless transmission without any tremor or hesitation. After slightly softening his sharp gaze, Kundal asked in a compassionate tone, "Were you not shocked by the scene? If I said I wasn't shocked, it would be a lie, but I'm coping well." Erin conveyed her honest feelings without falsehood. Upon hearing this, Kundal scrutinized Erin's sincere gaze. Though there was still a faint unease lingering, there was a determined will to resist revealing it. It was a commendable display of courage that couldn't help but be admired. While slightly rolling his eyes, he shifted his gaze towards their hair. Why are you like this?" Erin cautiously asked at the unfamiliar gaze. "Perhaps you didn't feel any other energy at the scene? Other energy? Like the energy of a being other than human. For example, a dragon?" The hearts of the two women sank. Kundal raised his hand, perhaps thinking his question was unreasonable. "Never mind, don't worry about what I just said." Although they wasn't sure why he asked such a question, Erin and Resimus quickly composed themselves. "Come to think of it, it's unexpected. That guy who only knows himself agreed to go for a walk with you. Did he suggest going out?" "Oh, I asked him to go out." Technically, it wasn't a lie. While it may seem unrelated to this incident, there was one thing I heard during the recent audience with the Emperor. "What did you hear?" "I heard you told your Majesty that you wanted to become Emperor." Erin's face flushed red. "Oh, please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to aim high and run towards my goal. I didn't mean I actually wanted to become an emperor." She vehemently denied, waving her hands. Kundal chuckled softly. "You don't need to belittle yourself. Just because you're harboring ambitions for the throne doesn't mean I have the right to be judgmental." "Yes, your engagement to Cyan was also arranged by the Emperor to protect you. So don't hesitate to make good use of him. There's nothing better than filling in each other's shortcomings. I believe it will lead to meaningful growth." She can't believe that the maternal grandfather of the first prince, who is currently the closest person to the Emperor, would say something like this to herself. Erin was dumbfounded. "Now, I must be off to meet your fiancé, who knows what he's thinking." After delivering such valuable encouragement, Kundal promptly got up from his seat. While it ended relatively positively, the problem arose next. In Cyan's room, Nana disguised as Cyan would be waiting, not the real Cyan. Although she had fooled her so easily, the Chancellor was different. With the gaze of years of experience, wouldn't he see through Nana's true form? Even she thought she couldn't leave his side, Erin rose from her seat as well. "If there's any trouble, I'll go with you." At that moment, the Chancellor's eyes flickered, and he urgently turned his gaze towards the door. Something seemed off, and even his whole body was trembling slightly. "Silica," he called out to Silica, the instructor who was waiting outside with a thunderous voice. Did you call for me, Chancellor?" A bewildered Silica entered. "I heard you had located Cyan Vert. Is that correct?" "Yes, that's correct." "How many people are in his room right now?" "There are 3 people in Cyan Vert's room, including Cyan Vert himself and 2 personal guards." "Is that all?" "Yes. At least that's what I understood." Even in the tense atmosphere that felt like it could suffocate her, Silica calmly continued her answer. However, Kundal's eyes were full of disbelief towards her words. "You will be held accountable for that." With a significant warning directed at her, the Chancellor left Erin's room. "It's certain. This energy is undoubtedly the same as before." Just a few minutes ago, the same energy he felt on the main road. A mysterious and alien yet distinct energy that couldn't be human was now vividly felt in the left corridor end room on the 2nd floor of the royal palace. Eventually, the Chancellor's heavy footsteps arrived at the front of the room. Creak as if anticipating, the door opened from inside. The man who opened the door quickly lowered his head with a bewildered expression. After briefly glancing at him, Kundal stepped into the room without a word. Upon entering the living room, the first person he saw was a brown-haired woman with a perplexed expression on her face. She immediately lowered her head upon seeing Kundal. Anyone who looked could see that she was a maid disguised as a guardian knight. Of course, he didn't come here to see such clumsy guards and maids. His gaze slowly descended to the sofa. Then, a boy sitting on the sofa quietly turned his head to meet his gaze. As always, he exuded an unusual energy with an inscrutable expression. Perhaps sensing the Chancellor's stern face, he tilted his head curiously and asked, "Did you come to kill someone?" Chapter 150, For What Purpose? Part 3. 2 individuals who have maintained a secretive relationship since their first visit to the Chancellor's office, claiming objections on the warning letter. Look at the determined and cold eyes, not fitting for a 13-year-old boy. Those were the unmistakable eyes of Cyan Vert, which Kundal had been seeing for the past 2 years. If there was anything different, it was that his demeanor was much heavier than usual. "Chancellor, Cyan." Following them, officials came into Cyan's room one by one. Kundal didn't even give them a glance and casually said, "Everyone leave. Stay far away from the door." The officials, who were exchanging glances with each other, soon left the room quietly without any objections. "You too, leave." Cyan also instructed his aides to go outside. Emily and Brian, with anxious looks, glanced at each other for a moment before closing their eyes tightly and leaving the room. Soon, only the 2 of them were left in the room. As soon as Kundal sat down, he erected a barrier to prevent eavesdropping. "Why are you trying to have a secret conversation? Be grateful I didn't create a restrictive barrier." The Chancellor replied in a chilly tone mixed with sarcasm. "Were you here the whole time I was absent? Wasn't that what you ordered?" It was a somewhat ambiguous answer that was hard to determine its truthfulness. "I'll ask straightforwardly. Are you involved in this incident?" "No." "I'll ask again. Were you at the scene?" "No, I wasn't. While I was in the palace, I heard that you and Set applied for field experience. Is that correct?" "Yes, I did apply, but it was rejected." "So why did Set leave the academy then? Didn't he know his application was rejected? He just went out on his own regardless of approval, or maybe he misunderstood the meaning of rejection." With each indifferent response, Kundal's distrust deepened. On the other hand, whether it mattered or not, Cyan's eyes remained infinitely inscrutable. "A moment ago, when I entered the room, I saw your shoes. There was sand on the floor." Cyan only moved the corner of his mouth slightly, not replying. It was fine golden sand that you can only see in the desert. In other words, it is something that you can never step on even if you travel around the entire academy, as well as all of Lewin. "I distinctly told you not to engage in any extracurricular activities, didn't I?" "I still vividly remember the day you first came. You told me it's enough to see you as just an ordinary being, didn't I?" "Yes, I did. Do you know that? The true nature of humans cannot always be hidden just because they try to hide it themselves." Perhaps you tried to draw the line that you're ordinary, but judging from your actions, you were more than just extraordinary, almost bizarre. Can you tell me one speculation that crosses my mind right now? You and Set probably left the academy together, not alone. But unlike Set, you kept revealing yourself at the academy. That means you left a substitute for yourself at this academy. As if exercising the right to remain silent, Cyan's mouth didn't open. Why did you leave the academy without permission? I don't know. Whatever the two students did wherever they went, a simple punishment or reprimand would have sufficed. But I have another reason for looking at you with such suspicion. Kundal's gaze shifted not to Cyan, but behind Cyan, to a firmly closed door. Answer me, what was the existence you replaced you with? Cyan spoke with indifferent eyes that didn't even blink. There seems to be no reason for me to answer that. I'll ask again. What is the presence in that room? The already heavy air seemed to press down even more heavily. Their fixed gazes showed no signs of wavering, and an invisible, fierce current surged between them. My answer remains the same. Whatever is inside, there's no reason for me to tell the Chancellor. What will you do if I force my way in? Kundal's eyes were filled with a momentum that seemed like he could break down that closed door at any moment. Once again, a brief moment of silence passed. Go ahead, open it. As Cyan's mouth, which had been casually closed, finally opened, whoosh, a violent gust swept through the room as if a hurricane had struck. Hair fluttered in all directions, and despite the falling objects in the room, Cyan's expression remained unchanged. On the other hand, Kundal's face was contorted in seriousness. What have you done? Why ask if you already know? I simply prevented the Chancellor from opening the door. It wasn't out of ignorance that he asked. Kundal had known from the moment he entered the room that there was magic cast on that firmly closed door. Not just simply casting magic, but thoroughly concealing any traces of magic so as not to be noticed. But the eyes of a rare 9th-tier archmage on the continent couldn't be deceived. This royal academy was a place he had cultivated for decades, and he thought there was no space beyond his reach. The consideration for this arrogant little brat was gone beyond his mind with a thought of using his mana to open the door. How can this be? He couldn't open it. Despite the spread of Kundal's mana as an archmage, the door did not open. What could that mean? It meant that the boy in front of him had a mana power that matched his own. Just a mere 13-year-old boy. Could this boy truly be a reincarnation of a god? Kundal had always thought that there would be no rival in this land when it came to magic, so beyond surprise, it had now entered the realm of his pride. At this point, Kundal thought he would never leave this room without opening that door. Let me say this for the last time, release the magic and open that door right now. If not, what will you do? You will no longer receive fair treatment as a student of this academy. It was the last line he could draw as the Chancellor, and if he didn't even keep this line, he wouldn't take responsibility for whatever happened next. At the peak of the tension that had been building up all along, Cyan, with the same unchanged gaze from the beginning, spoke in a voice as sharp as a knife and a spear, even if the royal crown were to collapse. He responded to the final warning. That door will not open. At the same time as those words, Kundal raised his hand and gathered the mana within him. Don't regret it too late. All of this was caused by you. Creak. The moment the two sharp eyes, like swords and spears, were aimed at each other, the violently swirling air currents suddenly disappeared. The door, which he had been absolutely certain wouldn't open, opened futilely. Not from outside, but from within. What in the? Kundal looked towards the door with a perplexed expression he had never experienced in his lifetime. Although she looks like a human, she does not exude human aura. Hands tightly gathered to one side as if nervous. Even her long, pinkish hair. From her, he felt the same energy he had sensed earlier in the alleyways of Lewin and Aaron's room. Oh, hello. As she nodded her head and greeted, her immature appearance made it impossible for Kundal to maintain his guard. For a moment, my mind went blank. I must have told her not to come out until I opened the door, right? Is this what it feels like to see a child defy their parents' words for the first time? Thank goodness she came out not as a dragon, but in human form. Look at the eerie expression on that Chancellor's face, who wouldn't even be surprised to see a ghost. At least it must be clear to ordinary humans like us that she's not just an ordinary person. What? Were you raising? Just to clarify, I wasn't carrying her from the beginning. I clutched my forehead as a sudden headache struck. Reluctantly gesturing towards Nana, who stood awkwardly, she quickly rushed over and sat next to me. For now, he decided to wait until the president opened his mouth again, but he was so shocked that he couldn't open his mouth easily. Is Grandpa the owner here? Nana, speaking for us, asked first. Well, yes, but who are you exactly? My name is Nana Vert. I've been living here with Papa, Cyan Vert, for 2 years. I love eating delicious food. Nana Vert? The Chancellor chuckled incredulously. Are you a dragon? No, I'm a human, with an innocent smile that couldn't be more genuine. They say people get flustered when someone is shameless, and the Chancellor's face was exactly like that now. It seemed like he wanted to say, "Where do you see yourself as human?" But perhaps he couldn't spit it out, as his lips continued to tremble. I'm sorry for coming out without permission while you were talking. Papa seemed to be misunderstood, so I came out to clear things up. Misunderstood? The Chancellor immediately asked, puzzled. Yes. Actually, I was the one at the scene that you mentioned, not Papa. Enough, Nana, that's all. Cyan interrupted Nana with a gentle finger on his lips. You should go back in. Dad needs to talk to Grandpa. Go on. Okay, got it. She's really good at listening to instructions. As Nana bowed her head once more towards the Chancellor, she went straight back into the room. As soon as she entered the room, he cast a barrier to prevent eavesdropping around the door. Now explain it with your own mouth. The Chancellor, with venom back in his eyes, glared at me and asked, Your thoughts are correct, and so is the girl's words. Mixing the undisguised truth with a bit of falsehood, I explained everything about her. Upon hearing the story, the Chancellor looked at me almost scornfully. Even if she's half, it's no small matter, raising a being with dragon blood here for 2 years. What on earth were you thinking? I know you may not believe it, but I've considered killing her many times at first. But I couldn't, and that's why I've been raising her until now. Fine, if it's that girl who killed those mercenaries instead of you, then I'll have to hold her accountable for that sin from now on. Does that not matter to you? She only dealt with the mercenaries who came here with impure intentions. There's no crime in that. So you're justifying it as self-defense? I raised an eyebrow in agreement. Even for someone like me who prides themselves on seeing and experiencing everything, it's been a long time since I've been so confused. Why am I so miserable? For now, we need to understand the origin of those mercenaries, so I'll hold off on dealing with you too. But don't get it twisted. I haven't allowed that girl to stay here yet. A grim future seemed to loom, with the possibility of being summoned to the Chancellor's office multiple times. I really can't fathom what goes through your mind. You already know, but for the time being, you better behave yourself. I understand. Reluctantly, I nodded my head. As the conversation concluded, the Chancellor rose from his seat. Kriak and Nana's closed door opened once again. Goodbye, Grandpa. She's so polite. Even though I had set up a barrier to prevent eavesdropping, it seems that she sensed the Chancellor's impending departure. Ahem! With an uncomfortable cough, the Chancellor paused before quietly turning to Nana. You like eating delicious food? Yes, got it. With that, the Chancellor left the room. That evening, Nana was treated to an extraordinary feast like no other. Chapter 151, For What Purpose? Part 4. A desk filled with unfinished work documents for a long time. But right now, Kundal's eyes didn't see any of those things. Thinking he might clear his mind, he looked at the documents, but frustration surged up, and he crumpled the paper right away. Cyan Vert, how far could his potential go? Although he hadn't exhausted all his power, no one had ever effortlessly endured his mana up to level 9. No, isn't it unreasonable to even think such a thing could happen? As impossible as a newborn baby overpowering an adult man, it was an impossible assumption to begin with. But it happened, right before his eyes. It was a moment when the fleetingness of time rushed in like a flood. And another person comes to mind. No, not even a person, a half-breed dragon that's hard to define as human. Even if it's closer to human, could they keep such a being with dragon blood in the academy? Although Cyan explained it as self-defense, that child definitely killed a person. When and where, who knows when the danger might explode. Yet, instead of quickly dealing with the presence that could be dangerous anytime and anywhere, what was he so fascinated with that he even sent food? If you were to pinpoint the most pathetic moment in a 60-year life, it would be right now, to the extent that it was a situation he couldn't understand himself. Tock tock, come in. After the knock, the door opened, and Instructor Silica came in. Unlike her usual self, her expression was extremely dark. She cautiously approached Kundal and silently handed him an envelope. Although he hadn't checked inside yet, Kundal immediately knew what the envelope contained. What does this mean? It's all there for you to see. Although Kundal asked with surprise, Silica replied calmly. From today, I will resign from my position as an academy instructor. What she handed over was nothing but a resignation letter. What's the reason? It's not just because of this one incident, right? After the emergency measures were taken, she was the one who had been monitoring Cyan. However, what Silica confirmed was not Cyan, but the half-breed dragon that had transformed into Cyan. It was surprising that she, who had been trusted as an instructor, failed to recognize the dragon's gimmick, but there was no way to blame her for it. Is she trying to fulfill the Chancellor's words of taking responsibility? Her firm gaze contained sincerity. I've been thinking about it for a few months now. I want to stop now and focus on personal matters outside the academy. She explained that she was resigning from her instructor position due to personal reasons. Is it because of household chores? No, it's purely my personal matter unrelated to my family. Judging from the atmosphere, it didn't seem like she would explain in detail. Silica, you've been the most instructor-like instructor I've ever seen among all the instructors I've seen so far. I trusted you a lot, even thinking about succeeding Satwell as vice-chancellor. You know that yourself, right? Yes. Honestly, I thought you were not yourself about this incident. Approval for experiential learning, surveillance of that Cyan Vert. No, let's drop this talk. It was Kundal who hastily stopped the conversation when Cyan was about to be mentioned. Anyway, from my perspective, there are many reasons why I don't want to let you go. Someday you might leave, but not now. I won't accept this resignation letter. Kundal firmly showed his refusal as he pushed the envelope back to her. Silica looked at the rejected resignation letter and murmured slowly. Silica looked at the rejected resignation letter and said firmly, I won't stay long. Her words showed a strong determination that her original intention wouldn't be swayed. As she was about to leave the Chancellor's office after finishing her business, Kundal suddenly spoke up. Come to think of it, Silica, you were the one who first proposed Boris's leave of absence, right? Her pupils trembled slightly. Was there a reason? He said it was for personal reasons, but he didn't provide any detailed explanation, Silica replied casually, without revealing her thoughts to Kundal's inquiry. I see. Without further conversation, Silica left the Chancellor's office. Her steps headed towards her research lab in the annex. Was it because of the atmosphere dampened by the mysterious murder case? Despite the faint moonlight, the streets of the academy were quiet. Arriving at her research lab without incident as she reached for the doorknob, Silica sensed that someone was inside the dark room with the lights off. Without hesitation, she opened the door. Creak in the shadow of the unlit darkness, there was a clear silhouette of a young boy. Upon seeing him, Silica showed a bright smile and said, Are you here for counseling, student Cyan? Though she was smiling outwardly, I knew better than anyone that she was not feeling that way inside. But counseling? Our leader. Could she be making some unfunny joke? I've come to deliver a message as important as counseling. I replied amiably with a willingness to go along with it for now. I see. I'm truly grateful that you came all the way here on such an ambitious night. Thud, she quietly closed the door and then flicked her fingers to create a soundproof barrier. It was something we always did when having private conversations on campus, so I didn't think much of it. Humming, huh? What's this? Feeling something odd, I raised my head and noticed that she was manifesting mana. Soon, a transparent barrier spread throughout the room, creating a restrictive barrier that sealed off the space. From this point on, things started to feel ominous. Slide before long, the black dagger nestled in her bosom revealed its deep black handle, and at that moment I realized belatedly. I'm in big trouble? Bang! Both hands holding the leader's wrists are trembling. Thankfully, not bringing Karam was a godsend. If she had seen this scene, it would have resulted in a bigger bloodbath than the previous incident. Would you like to hear my impressions after you ignoring my warnings and going off on your own? I was so upset when our precious heir disappeared without a word. Isn't this more than just corporal punishment? You tentatively asked, unable to look at her fierce face. Are you planning to kill me, leader? What's so wrong with that? What can I do? An heir who doesn't even listen to my words, I'll just kill and make a new one. I'll make a good child who listens to my words. Are you calling that counseling now? What can I do? Easy come, easy go, Eru will surely understand. It might seem like a somewhat excessive disciplinary process, but it definitely wasn't. Look at the changed face of that leader. If you approached with even a hint of hesitation, you'd really end up dead. It took about 10 minutes of harsh discipline before the leader could finally calm down. I recounted everything that had happened at the ruins to her, starting from obtaining a piece of the tome. Well, at least you didn't come back empty-handed. That's fortunate. If I had returned empty-handed, I shuddered to think what kind of discipline would follow. As she handed me a piece of paper without a word. It's information about the assassins who targeted you. It was information obtained from interrogating the only mercenary spared. In truth, the names or breeds of the hunting dogs are not that important. What's important is the information about the master who gave them orders. And those masters were the royal family, the children of Emperor Dion, the brothers of Princess Erin. Third, Prince Fabian, and fourth, Prince Nerobian, were the main culprits behind sending the assassins. The information we could get from the mercenary named Jarek is all we have. As you know, people don't give that much information to mercenaries, but we can still make some guesses. The brothers who were jealous of Erin's engagement wanted to restrain her, so they targeted me. Furthermore, they might have tried to shift the blame to someone else. Since I had expected there to be some sort of restraint, it wasn't particularly surprising, although they seemed to have crossed the line a bit. How did you get here from Nodley? It wouldn't have been easy to come here so quickly, would it? I created a gate connecting my space and the mist space. Thanks to that, I could come here in one step. Could you create a space as well? It hasn't been long. Power is actually a very straightforward factor. If you use it, you can endlessly grow, but if you don't, you'll fall endlessly. During the battle with Lindsay Nihilov, a former Mist member, I gained the ability to handle the power of Mist more precisely. So now I can create a space similar to Eru's space. Do you know one of the privileges of a divine space? It's the ability to connect two similar spaces with similar energies. I created a gate connecting the space I created in Nodley to the space in Lewin, shortening the distance from 2 days to just 1 minute. The first thing I did when I came back was to ensure Nana's safety. You trapped Nana in a space, didn't you? Should I have just brought that runaway brat who went on a rampage and ate people back here? But you didn't plan to let her go, did you? For a moment, a chilly atmosphere filled the room. Did you plan to kill Nana? I can't do that anymore, now that you've blatantly exposed that brat's existence to the Chancellor. She replied calmly, as if it was nothing to hide. When I first heard the news from the members who came to Nodley, my brain honestly felt like it was turning upside down. I don't know why. The first thing that came to my mind at that moment was the image of Nana crying. Just like when she caused trouble when I was not here and ate some people and ended up crying, not knowing what to do. The leader isolated Nana where no one could see her and was even considering killing her once the matter was resolved. I don't disagree with that behavior, because I know better than ever that she is a person who will do anything just because she is for me. However, I will make one thing clear. Whether that child eats people or dragons, do not interfere from now on. I will take full responsibility. The leader crossed her arms firmly and looked at me with a deep gaze. I'll make one thing clear too. Please do. When it comes to assassins, the only thing they should take responsibility for is their own bodies. Sometimes, they may even have to discard them. I had a vague idea of what she was going to say. It means that the more you have to protect, the heavier and slower your body becomes. So, it means there are more weaknesses threatening my body. The leader remained silent for a moment. You have no memory of me saying this, do you? Then, it must have been the leader of my past life. The leader nodded as if to say she wouldn't say anything more. I understand your intentions, but don't expect me to fully comply. This will be the last time. I will keep that in mind. After overcoming a hurdle, my eyes involuntarily went to the white envelope on the desk. I hadn't checked the contents yet, but I had a feeling. Resignation. Is it? No surprises there. I was starting to prepare for it. With that Boris possibly reappearing anytime, I can't stay here at ease. Well, it seems the Chancellor didn't accept it. Even if something happens, as long as I take it all on me, it'll all be over. But if you want to continue enjoying your peaceful life at the Academy, you'll have to be more careful in the future. A peaceful life at the Academy. The moment I heard that, I suddenly burst into laughter. Peaceful, that's not a word that suits me at all. You said that to me, didn't you? To make me realize what I can do with my power. So that I can use that power without regret? I did. It seems like I can do much more than I had imagined, but now that I've revealed that I'm a regressor, showing any ability won't be much of a surprise anymore. However, the power I've shown you since meeting you, dear leader, is far from being at its full potential. Her face subtly frowned. I can do much more than what you think, dear leader. Could it be that she was more worried than excited? Why, that doesn't sound pleasant. Her expression was not as bright as before. Chapter 152, For What Purpose? Part 5. Welcome, young master. Returning to my room after finishing the conversation with the master, Brian, who was still awake, greeted me. What about Nana? She just fell asleep with Emily just now. She seemed very happy, probably because she enjoyed the dinner. With that, I approached Nana's room and quietly opened the door. Snoring, she was sound asleep, so deeply that no one would notice even if someone carried her away. The leader might think that I rescued Nana from the dimensional space, but that's not true. She had already manifested the magic of the dragon and escaped from the dimensional space before I arrived. Luckily, she didn't go far, so I could find her nearby, but when I found her, she wasn't in a normal state. She was crying and making a fuss, saying sorry to me. It took quite an effort to calm her down, having a talent to break the boundaries of dimensional space from the beginning. That's why I realize once again that lineage is not important for no reason. Next to her, Emily, who was holding her hand affectionately, was also asleep. She used to tremble in fear under the blanket, but now she could pass as a mother if someone saw her. Carefully, I closed the door so as not to wake them up. Did you finish your conversation with Lady Silica well? Well, more or less. You've worked hard too. Your face is swollen. Is it? With the thought of giving him some demonic monster's blood for his body soon, I turned around. I'm sorry, young master. Thump. I was startled by a strange sound, and when I turned around, Brian was kneeling and bowing his head to me. I was so confused that I just blinked my eyes. What are you doing? I should have taken care of Nana while you weren't here, but I was lacking, so I couldn't do anything. I'm really sorry. Sorry? What's he sorry about? Why is he apologizing to me? If anything, shouldn't I be the one apologizing? I left irresponsibly, searching for information that wasn't even certain. Why should I be the one receiving apologies? It was an awkward situation in many ways. Get up. Despite my firm command, Brian didn't seem to show any sign of getting up. Don't make me tell you twice. Snap, he suddenly got up as if to say, when did that happen? Seeing his face, which was much haggard than before I left, I could guess that he had been through a lot emotionally during that time. I never thought I'd say these words in my life. I'm sorry. What? He blinked as if he misheard. I unintentionally made you suffer, making you serve a foolish master. I apologize. He froze like a soulless body. At least give me a response. This guy is really nerve-wracking. Rest. I'll be back. Where are you going? To drink. Where else would I go on this night? Despite having been part of my routine for 2 years, I've never felt as heavy as I do today. Not a single sound of insects in the empty surroundings. Feeling lazy, I slumped down on the bench in front of me. Why is your face full of worries again? That's exactly it. As if to agree with Karam's words, a deep sigh burst out from within. Where did that passionate determination to suppress the power of the ninth star go? You've become like a soaked doll, all torn apart. Normally, she would have poked around bothering me, but today she quietly sat next to me without any complaints. Did my body become heavier as the things I had to protect increased? In my previous life, when I heard those words from the leader, I couldn't empathize at all. Because back then, I didn't think I had anything to protect. With my body barely able to move, who would I have paid attention to? I thought such a thing would never happen again, until that devil took my life. Even after returning, I thought I had nothing to lose. Now, if even one person disappears, I feel like my body will twist immediately. How did I end up like this? It was more of a question than a lament. Having lived like an emotionless shadow, not even receiving human treatment, I never imagined I would have such ordinary emotional concerns. Yeah, I also have no idea how I ended up like this. Karam responded to my words with a smirk. It doesn't seem too far away. The moment I break free from the academy, which protected my current status. Lumendal, the god of light bringing the light of peace to the continent through the bright sun floating in the sky. Under the statue exuding elegance and nobility, a woman with untainted pure white hair facing the statue was offering a sacred prayer. Thud after a while, familiar footsteps could be heard from behind, and the woman gently opened her eyes, offering a faint smile at the same time. You've been busy lately, haven't you? Ashel, I heard you've been wandering around various ruins from the ancient era in the Empire recently. Did you come across some treasure you wanted to find? The owner of the footsteps kept smiling without saying a word. Prince Louisnul seems to be very worried about you, but you're friends before being a prince, so shouldn't you at least show your face? You're being mean. I misspoke. To the rational and pragmatic Ashel being called a friend. Apparently, you've been hanging out with Princess Violet quite often these days. Ashel just smiled, not responding to her words. But your face doesn't look very happy considering it's been a while since you visited. It seems like you reluctantly came here after wandering around everywhere and finding no results. Would I do that? I just didn't want to cause trouble for the saint. That's even more regrettable. Can't you share your worries a bit? We're not strangers who don't know each other's secrets. Despite the saint's persistent probing, Ashel maintained his unwavering smile. So, did you find what you were looking for? If you did, you wouldn't have come to see me. Ashel responded with a silence filled with affirmation. In fact, there's nothing I can do for you if you've come here. Even if I pray diligently every day like this, Lumendal doesn't respond at all. Just like Ashel keeping his mouth shut. Finally standing up from her seat, the saint turned around quietly. But you're quite lucky. I don't know who it's for yet, but I heard a revelation from him last night. Ashel's smile shook for the first time. Did you hear the voice of Lumendal? Yes, it was surprising for me too. Even when the demon army invaded, Lumendal, who remained silent, now suddenly delivered a revelation. What darkness could he have seen on this peaceful continent? Ashel's gaze, which had suddenly changed, looked at the saint with hostility. Don't glare at me like that, Ashel. I have no intention of hiding what I know from you. Lumendal wouldn't want it either. Slowly and secretly, the saint approached Ashel. The two were suddenly so close that their lips almost touched. The saint gently brushed his face like a sculpture with her hand, then whispered softly as she kissed his ear. O seeker of the light of truth, do not forget that darkness always coexists with light. If you recall that moment buried in your past memories, surely you will find what you seek. A revelation as enigmatic as ever. However, the time it took to interpret it was not long. As the saint's lips delivering the revelation parted and she gave him a charming smile, lost in thought. A bright smile appeared on Ashel's lips. It was not the false smile he had always shown to conceal his true feelings, but a smile filled with genuine joy that emerged from within him. Bang! Unable to contain his boiling anger, Prince Fabian slammed the desk hard. In front of him, his younger brother, Prince Nerobian, frowned as he grabbed his head. You said you'd make sure, Fabian. Who did you send that made things come to this? Did I think it would turn out like this? I picked the most reliable ones from the mercenary guild, even put in some with special tastes. The two brothers sent assassins to the academy to assassinate Cyan Vert, the fiancé of Princess Erin, but the result was gruesome. Instead of the news they had hoped for of a successful assassination, they received a completely unexpected and terrible news. And Erin happened to find them again. That useless woman, Nerobian cursed Erin, who had discovered the scene, as if grinding his teeth. Now that it's come to this, we need to cut off any loose ends. No one must know that we're involved in this. No need to say it. Our traces are already. Princess Violet has arrived. Amidst serious conversations for handling the situation, an uninvited guest appeared. The two brothers were suspicious of the unexpected visit. Why did Princess Violet suddenly? Despite not giving approval orders yet, the door opened and Princess Violet entered. What secret conversation were you having that made your expressions freeze as soon as I arrived? Exchanging glances, the brothers reluctantly welcomed her. What brings you here? Must there always be a reason for me to come? I just thought of having a chat with my brothers. Isn't it unlike you to act like this? We're not on such friendly terms to just chat. Nerobian bluntly expressed his discomfort. Yeah, but still, we share the same blood. Why can't we get along? It's so tragic to see us causing each other misery when even the smallest acts of kindness between us would be enough. It's truly lamentable. What are you saying? Why did you send people to the academy? Were you trying to kill Cyan Vert, Aaron's fiancé, and then plan to pin it on me and my brother? The pupils of the two brothers, unable to control their expressions, shook violently. But it seems things didn't go well, did they? Mercenaries sent to deal with it were found dead. What on earth is going on? What are you talking about? Nerobian tried to deny it hastily, but not even a coherent denial came out. Violet smiled brightly, as if finding her younger brother's reactions cute. How devastated do you think His Majesty would be if he knew the truth? Just imagining him being engulfed in shock is already breaking my heart. What do you want? Fabian, the one who grasped the situation the quickest, managed to ask with a trembling voice. I heard that Aaron was the first to find the scene. How shocked must that young and delicate child have been? As her family, shouldn't we at least comfort her? Perhaps they anticipated what would come out of her mouth. The two brothers barely managed to swallow their dry saliva. Shall we go for a stroll to the academy to relive our old memories?